Chapter 1353. Dugu Wudi, Bai Qi, Gui Guzi, and the other sovereigns each led a team to block a saint. The pressure on Zombie Yan Chuan was greatly reduced. "Heh!" Zombie Yan Chuan coldly laughed. Zombie Yan Chuan charged towards a saint. Roar! Zombie Yan Chuan's claws clawed at a saint's chest. The saint quickly twisted his body and dodged, but even though the claws brushed past the saint, Zombie Yan Chuan still managed to slice off a piece of flesh. "Bastard!" the saint roared. The other two Zhua Chuanxiu slammed into Yan Chuan's body, but Yan Chuan didn't dodge at all. Instead, he used his powerful body to collide with them. Boom! In the void, Yan Chuan stared at a sage and continued to attack. "Quick, stop him," the saint who was being stared at said anxiously. Dual Pupils Heavenly Realm, one of the Zhua Chuanxiu's pupils suddenly spun. Whoosh! Zombie Yan Chuan disappeared. Bang! In an instant, Zombie Yan Chuan shattered the void and appeared once again. What? The three sovereigns' expressions changed. "It's useless, Zhua Chuanxiu. Today, you're the one who delivered yourself to me. The Great Jin Celestial Court has been here for a long time, and it's about to become the Heavenly Court. You're the best stepping stone for Great Jin." Zombie Yan Chuan said coldly. Boom! Zombie Yan Chuan once again charged towards the injured saint. Zhua Chuanxiu didn't dare to send people to the Great Qin City anymore. After all, no one knew if there was anyone in the Great Qin City who could stop a saint. Moreover, even with the three of them attacking together, Zombie Yan Chuan was still able to injure a saint. If another saint escaped, wouldn't that saint be killed in an instant? "Bastard, Wu Tian, why haven't you come down yet?" Zhua Chuanxiu's main body gloomily yelled. Yang Realm Xianyang City. Outside Xianyang City, 10 saints surrounded Xianyang City. Under Su Fu's control, the primordial dragon vein emitted boundless golden light that protected Xianyang City. The explosive beast king led 10 explosive beasts into the sky and faced off against Wu Tian. "Explosive beast? Humph, you think you can stop me? Just be my pet." One of the Wu Tian extended his hand and grabbed an explosive beast. His palm contained the power of heaven and earth, and a massive astral palm grabbed towards one of the explosive beasts. Who? He grabbed the explosive beast with his palm. Self-destruct. Boom! Under the self-explosion, the saint's palm energy exploded with a loud bang. In a huge black hole, a group of minced flesh quickly gathered and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Interesting. Wu Tian laughed. Roar! The exploding beast roared furiously. He rushed towards the saint. "Great sealing technique!" Wu Tian shouted. His hands quickly formed seals, and countless void formations appeared around the exploding beast. In the blink of an eye, the exploding beast was trapped inside. Self-destruct. Boom! The self-detonation was still incomparably sharp, and it blasted apart Wu Tian's great sealing technique. It even blasted apart a large portion of Wu Tian's clothes. "Bastard, you dare!" Wu Tian roared. However, the exploding beast that had just self-destructed recovered in the blink of an eye and self-destructed again. The exploding beast was no match for Wu Tian, but it was extremely troublesome because Wu Tian could not do anything to it. "Alright, forget about the exploding beast. Destroy Xianyang first, then deal with these bastards." Wu Tian's main body shouted. "Alright." All the Wu Tians replied. "He's the main body. Blow him up." The exploding beast king ordered. Roar! The group of exploding beasts replied. Following that, the group of exploding beasts charged towards Wu Tian's main body. Wu Tian. One exploding beast was no threat to Wu Tian, but 10 exploding beasts in a swarm was a different story. Explode! Boom! 10 exploding beasts exploded at the same time, and the entire area around Xianyang shook. The saints who were charging towards Xianyang stopped in their tracks. They turned to look. They saw the exploding beasts recovering quickly, while Wu Tian was in a sorry state. He jumped out of the battlefield with disheveled hair. Bastard! Wu Tian shouted in grief and anger. The 9 saints looked at each other, but they still attacked Xianyang first. Destroy! The 9 sages roared. With that, the 9 saints struck their palms at Xianyang at the same time. Origin Dragon Vein, protect Xianyang! Su Fu shouted. Roar! The giant dragon head let out a deafening roar, and the entire Zhenlong territory shook. The dragon vein energy quickly gathered around him. It formed a dragon-shaped shield that protected the entire Xianyang city. Boom! The gigantic palms of the 9 sages slammed down and collided with the barrier. As the void trembled, the protective barrier also trembled. However, the saints' attacks did not manage to break through Xianyang's defense. What? The saints were shocked. As the saints failed to break through the shield, the exploding beast king finally attacked. The exploding beasts could not catch up to Wu Tian's main body, but the exploding beast king could. It instantly appeared beside Wu Tian. What? Wu Tian's main body exclaimed. Self-destruct! The exploding beast king shouted. Boom! The exploding beast king's explosion caused the weather to change. Under the huge impact, countless mountains outside Xianyang were flattened. Wu Tian's main body was the first to bear the brunt, and he was even more severely injured than before. Ah! Wu Tian held his right arm that was covered in blood and quickly dodged. It was not that Wu Tian did not want to fight back, but what was the use of fighting back? The exploding beast king could self-destruct easily. What else could he use to threaten it? As Wu Tian dodged the exploding beast king, the 10 exploding beasts surrounded him again. Self-destruct! Heavenly Tao, protect me! Boom! Wu Tian once again enjoyed the baptism of the explosion. On the other side, the 9 saints could not break through Xianyang's defense. The 9 saints were still waiting to attack. Don't attack anymore. Take care of the exploding beasts first. Wu Tian shouted. His speed was not as fast as the exploding beast king. If this continued, he could only continue to be suppressed. So what if the 9 saints broke through Xianyang's defense? He would be killed by the explosion. Alright. The 9 saints quickly surrounded the exploding beasts. Boom! 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 Under a series of explosions, the group of saints could not do anything. Wu Tian had once thought of scattering the fragments of the exploding beast's explosion, or even throwing them far away. But these explosive beasts were too strange. Every fragment of the explosion could automatically condense into a small explosive beast. It was as if one explosive beast had exploded into 100,000 small explosive beasts. Even if you couldn't kill them, they could quickly fly back and fuse together no matter how far they were thrown. What a disgusting thing! Wu Tian shouted gloomily. Too difficult to deal with. Especially that exploding beast king. Its speed was even faster than him. Boom! The group of Wu Tian and the exploding beasts were in a chaotic battle. In Xianyang. Lu Buwei looked at the scene with satisfaction. Exploding beasts, if used on the battlefield, it would be successful. Lu Buwei exclaimed. What a pity. Meng Wenrua shook her head. Yeah. If only De Zhen could use them. What a pity. When Sage King formed an alliance with the exploding beasts, it only allowed the exploding beasts to help me once. What a pity. Lu Buwei sighed. Meng Wenrua nodded. She turned to look at a guard at the side. How's the progress in the underworld? Meng Wenrua asked. Reporting to Lords, everything is developing as Sage King predicted. All 7 Zhuochuanxiu are pinned down. That guard said solemnly. That's good. Everyone nodded. Inform the various city lords to prevent any disturbances during this period of time and strengthen the management of the various cities. Lu Buwei said. Yes. That guard replied. In the Huanbei continent, the human Yan Chuan was still flying towards Xianyang at an extremely fast speed. Outside the great Qin city in the underworld, zombie Yan Chuan was fighting against 3 Zhuochuanxiu. This battle lasted for a day. In a day, Zhuochuanxiu could not do anything to zombie Yan Chuan. You are only at the 7th level of ancestral immortal. How is this possible? Zhuochuanxiu shouted gloomily. Roar! Zombie Yan Chuan slashed at the back of 2 Zhuochuanxiu and rushed towards the most injured Zhuochuanxiu. Slash! Slash! 2 divine swords slashed through the void and landed on Yan Chuan's back. Clang! Clang! Only 2 cuts were made on his clothes. When the divine swords slashed down, zombie Yan Chuan's body only moved forward. His body was not cut. Such a strong body. How is this possible? Zhuochuanxiu roared in shock. However, on the other side, Yan Chuan risked being slashed twice and instantly appeared in front of the injured sage. His claws stabbed into the sage's chest. What? No. The sage cried out in shock. Roar! Zombie Yan Chuan roared excitedly. He did not care about the sage's cries and opened his mouth to swallow the sage. Boom! A sage was swallowed into zombie Yan Chuan's stomach. The battle came to an abrupt end. The 2 Zhuochuanxiu looked at Yan Chuan in confusion, especially Zhuochuanxiu's main body. 3 sages could not deal with him. What about now? There were only 2 left. Whoosh! Zombie Yan Chuan turned his head to look at him. Zhuochuanxiu's main body's expression turned ugly. No, Yan Chuan, you can't be so lucky every time. It's impossible. Zhuochuanxiu's main body said anxiously. As he spoke, he took out a green lotus. A 12th grade green lotus. Lotus God, I need power. Zhuochuanxiu said anxiously. Buzz. The 12th grade green lotus suddenly emitted millions of green light rays. Above the green lotus, sword chi gushed out and rushed towards zombie Yan Chuan. Clang! 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 A series of collisions, but zombie Yan Chuan's body was too strong. The sword chi could not hurt Yan Chuan at all. Zhuochuanxiu, don't block it. A voice came from the green lotus. Then, the green lotus flew over Zhuochuanxiu's head. Zhuochuanxiu instinctively wanted to dodge, but he restrained himself. The green lotus flew over Zhuochuanxiu's head. Countless small vines suddenly emerged from the bottom of the lotus and quickly pierced Zhuochuanxiu's head. Chapter 1354. The green lotus took root and pierced into Zhuochuanxiu's head. Whoosh! In an instant, green energy surged towards Zhuochuanxiu. The void around Zhuochuanxiu trembled violently. Waves of energy made Zhuochuanxiu feel unprecedentedly powerful. Roar! Zhuochuanxiu roared loudly. His loud roar stirred up gusts of wind. Zhuochuanxiu. Yan Chuan's face darkened. He didn't stop Zhuochuanxiu. Instead, he charged toward the other sage. The sage's expression changed, and he wanted to dodge. Stop! Zhuochuanxiu shouted, wanting to stop Yan Chuan. However, Yan Chuan naturally understood the urgency of the moment. He pounced on the sage without hesitation. Bastard! The sage and Zhuochuanxiu attacked Yan Chuan one after another. Zhuochuanxiu, who was behind him, had increased his strength by 8 to 9 times. Yan Chuan quickly blocked the 4 sky-burying coffins behind him. Boom! Zhuo Chuanxiu slapped the sky-burying coffins away. The remaining strength was reduced by 30%, but it still fiercely slapped Yan Chuan's back. The sage's palm also landed on Yan Chuan's chest. Boom! Countless stars exploded on Yan Chuan's back. In the end, he used the universe in his palm to block 30% of the power. The last 40% of the power slapped Yan Chuan's back. Yan Chuan trembled violently. Yan Chuan was unharmed. He grabbed the sage with his claws. Roar! Without hesitation, Yan Chuan began to devour again. Let him go. Zhuo Chuanxiu's expression changed. However, Yan Chuan's suction force was too strong. In an instant, the sage was sucked into his stomach. Then, Yan Chuan soared into the sky and into the starry sky. Whoosh! The green lotus above Zhuo Chuanxiu's head instantly reached the starry sky. This sage is actually all creation essence. It's a waste to refine it into your clone. Yan Chuan sneered. Waste? Why are you eating it? Zhuo Chuanxiu said gloomily. Yan Chuan looked at the green lotus above Zhuo Chuanxiu's head. Lotus goddess, how many times has this happened? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yan Chuan, your growth is really fast. Lotus god's voice came from the green lotus. Lotus? You know Yan Chuan? Zhuo Chuanxiu frowned in surprise. Yan Chuan stared at green lotus and said, instilling energy again. How many times has it been done? Isn't it troublesome? So what if he was infused with power? Zhuo Chuanxiu's current strength should only be at the 12th level of the ancestral immortal realm. What do you mean, humph, Yan Chuan, the 11th heavenly layer just now was enough to make you miserable. Now that I have the strength of the 12th heavenly layer, you will definitely die. Zhuo Chuanxiu said coldly. Goddess, lotuses hers as lotuses, oh. Zhuo Chuanxiu was puzzled. You don't understand Yan Chuan. I've interacted with him more than once. His current attitude has already explained everything. He, Yan Chuan, still has a backup plan. A backup plan that can completely suppress you. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. What? Impossible. What backup plan does he have? With me mobilizing the power of heaven and earth and your help, my strength has already reached the 12th firmament. Yan Chuan is only at the 7th firmament. 7th firmament. Zhuo Chuanxiu said in disbelief. It's the 7th firmament, but I can still kill you at the 7th firmament. Lotus Goddess's voice sounded again. Following that, more and more green vines appeared on the green lotus and quickly wrapped around Zhuo Chuanxiu's head. Lotus Goddess, what are you doing? No, no. Zhuo Chuanxiu grabbed the green lotus above his head in horror. But it was too late when he reached the green lotus. Zhuo Chuanxiu's eyes suddenly turned dull. Following that, his eyes quickly merged, and his gaze instantly became incomparably sharp. Lotus Goddess. You took over Zhuo Chuanxiu's body again. Yan Chuan said coldly. That's right. Now it's you and me against each other again, Yan Chuan. Lotus Goddess smiled faintly. Yang Realm. Wu Tian faced the group of explosive beasts gloomily. The explosive power was not fatal, but it was too difficult to deal with. As long as one had the intention to avoid it, no sage would die from the explosion. However, the group of explosive beasts only targeted Wu Tian's body. The explosive beast king's speed was faster than Wu Tian's. For a time, there were continuous explosions and continuous battles. No one could do anything to the other. Just like that, the stalemate lasted for close to 2 days. Don't worry about me. 5 of you, go and flatten Xianyang first. Wu Tian shouted. The sages could only helplessly split up again. 4 sages were enough to block the group of explosive beasts. 5 sages went straight for Xianyang. Just as they were about to attack Xianyang. Above the Sea of Providence, Yan Chuan's statue suddenly moved. Gradually, it turned into a huge 18-clawed golden dragon. What? The sage's expressions changed. Roar! The golden dragon of Providence let out a deafening roar. Under the roar, the people of Dezhen's 9 domains in the Yang realm all looked up at the sky. People of Dezhen, listen up. Dezhen's ascension is imminent. I need your strength. Raise your right hand and help me destroy the enemies. Help Dezhen ascend to the heavenly court. The 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence roared. Boom! The voice spread throughout the world. Countless people were shocked. The Sage King's voice. Ascend to the heavenly court. Countless people quickly raised their hands in surprise. Dezhen was one of the 9 domains in the Yang realm. Although there were not as many domains as the Netherworld, they had been operating for a longer time and were more recognized than the Netherworld. In an instant, more power gathered in the Sea of Providence than in the Netherworld. Boom! Countless rays of golden light crossed time and space and gathered toward the golden dragon of Providence. Yan Chuan is back. The sage's expressions darkened. They all looked to the west. Then, he saw a black dot coming from the west at an extremely fast speed. Boom! In just an instant, the black dot had already arrived in front of Xianyang. A gust of wind blew past, and all the sages paused. Yan Chuan. Wu Tian's face darkened. Wu Tian, I was just about to look for you, but you delivered yourself to me. Ha 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 ha. Yan Chuan laughed. Roar! The 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence charged toward Yan Chuan with endless power. Boom! Yan Chuan and the 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence instantly merged into one. Billowing power surged in the void. Yan Chuan, I fulfilled my promise. The explosive Beast King shouted. Explosive Beast King, thank you very much. Yan Chuan laughed. Do you still need my help? The explosive Beast King asked. No need. Help me look after Wu Tian. Don't let him run away. As for the others, I'm enough. Yan Chuan said solemnly. What a joke. Wu Tian's main body suddenly exclaimed. It was unknown whether he was comforting himself or mocking Yan Chuan. Did Yan Chuan mean that he wanted to fight the 9 sages alone? Was this a joke? Who do you think you are? Back then, Tong Tian only dared to fight the 9 sages because he was at the 12th level of the ancestral immortal realm. What was Yan Chuan's cultivation level? 9th level of the ancestral immortal realm. However, Yan Chuan said it in such a dignified manner, which made Wu Tian worried. Do you think you're Tong Tian? Wu Tian probed again. I'm not Tong Tian, but this is my home ground. You're only at the bottom of the 9 sages, and they're even worse. Yan Chuan sneered. Blood Sea. Boom. A sea of blood suddenly appeared around Xianyang. Above the sea of blood, Yan Chuan stepped on the huge waves with his blood-red hair. He threw 3 long swords into the air. Behind him, there was a huge tree that reached the heavens and the earth, soaring into the 9 heavens. At the peak of the giant tree, the stars in the sky revolved. The giant tree seemed to be able to extract the power of the stars in the sky. The rolling power was absorbed into the sea of blood, and the sea of blood expanded again. In an instant, it surrounded all the sages. Don't believe him, attack. Wu Tian's main body shouted from afar. All right. The 9 sages instantly rushed towards Yan Chuan. Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, God. Yan Chuan shouted. Boom. The 3 swords instantly flew towards one of the sages and surrounded him from 3 different directions. Break. That sage struck with his palm. However, the formation formed by the three swords couldn't be broken with a single palm. Swish. However, Yan Chuan dashed straight ahead. That's all. Yan Chuan instantly appeared behind that sage. What? That sage's expression changed. However, Yan Chuan was also very fast. He quickly grabbed the sage's head with both hands. He twisted violently. Bam! That sage's head suddenly spun, and his body instantly went limp. What? The surrounding sages cried out in shock. Almost at the same time, they attacked the three emperor swords. Boom! The sea of blood wrapped around the three emperor swords. Even if 8 sages attacked at the same time, they couldn't break it. Yan Chuan reached out and placed that sage into the heaven burial coffin. In the sky. The explosive beast king looked at Yan Chuan blankly. That's it? Wu Tian, however, suddenly quivered. Quick, quick, destroy the sea of blood. Once it's destroyed, Yan Chuan won't be able to borrow any power. Yan Chuan is borrowing the power of the world, the power of divine arts, and the power of the stars. Quick, destroy the sea of blood. Wu Tian's main body cried out in shock. The 8 sages' expressions changed. Break. Almost at the same time, they attacked the sea of blood. Whoosh! Huge waves rose from the sea of blood, but it wasn't as easy to destroy as before. How is that possible? Wu Tian cried out in shock. He remembered that Gong Yangzi and Tian Jizi almost destroyed the sea of blood. Now, 8 sages couldn't break it. Why? Some things, once lost, will never come back. If you miss it, you will never have another chance. Yan Chuan said coldly. The 3 emperor swords quickly moved towards another sage. Great. Jade. Attack. Boom. Another saint was enveloped by it. The moment he entered the 3 emperor swords formation, it was Yan Chuan's world. No. It's useless even if you don't. You're just Wu Tian's clone. Break. Yan Chuan grabbed the imperial seal and smashed it on the sage's head. Another sage was instantly killed and sent into the heaven burial coffin. Yan Chuan and the 3 emperor swords charged towards the 3rd sage. High in the sky. Wu Tian was extremely confused. This can't be real. It can't be real. The explosive beast king also looked at Yan Chuan in shock. Clearly, it didn't expect Yan Chuan to be so perverted when he went all out. The most excited ones were the officials and commoners of Great Jin. When they saw the 10 sages descending, many commoners were in despair. But now, they suddenly realized that the 10 sages were like little chicks in front of the Sage King. Long live the Sage King! Long live Great Jin! Cheers came from Xianyang City. Chapter 1355. With 2 sages dead, the other sages were shocked. Above the blood sea, Yan Chuan's strength made Wu Tian panic. Why is this happening? Wu Tian, who was surrounded by the explosive beasts, was unable to accept the contrast. They were both 9th level ancestral immortals, so why was Yan Chuan so ferocious? He was a sage, a sage. Xing. Another sage was trapped in the 3 emperors' sword formation. Great heavenly seal. Boom. The 3rd sage was quickly dealt with. Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao. The group of sages cried out in panic. Each of them produced a huge light wheel that charged towards Yan Chuan. Heh. Yan Chuan sneered and immediately went forward. Bang. Yan Chuan exploded into a pool of blood. On the other side, another Yan Chuan emerged from the blood sea. It's useless. Wu Tian, there's no need for you to live anymore. Even if I don't kill you today, you will be killed by other experts in the future. Yan Chuan sneered. Boom! Yan Chuan charged towards another sage. No. Quick, since we can't destroy the blood sea, then destroy the world tree. Destroy the tree. A sage suddenly shouted. Immediately, the group of sages rushed towards the world tree. Each of them mobilized the power of heaven and earth. Each of them hit the world tree with their huge light wheels. Hum! The world tree suddenly disappeared, and the group of sages' attacks collided. Boom! After the void exploded, the world tree appeared far away from the blood sea. This is my blood sea, and the world tree is my great Tao. It will be wherever I want it to be. Yan Chuan said coldly. Boom! Another sage was hit on the head by Yan Chuan's imperial seal. In the distance, Wu Tian's main body felt cold all over. Before coming, how could he have imagined that Yan Chuan would be so strong? Yan Chuan, you lied to me. When we fought in the past, you always showed weakness. You actually always showed weakness. Wu Tian's main body cried out in shock. Yan Chuan flicked his bloody hair, turned his head and said coldly, show weakness? Do I need to show weakness to you? It's just that you're not worthy of me using all my strength to kill you. Boom! The 3 emperor swords instantly covered another sage. No! That saint screamed. If he was enveloped by the 3 emperor swords, he would be finished. Looking at the descending great heavenly seal, the saint stepped into the sea of blood. Ha! You're digging your own grave. Yan Chuan said coldly as he stepped down. On the other side, the more Wu Tian watched, the more terrified he became. He took a step forward and fled into the distance. You want to leave? The Beast King sneered. Boom! The Beast King exploded and blocked Wu Tian's path. A group of explosive beasts quickly surrounded them. Scram, beast! Wu Tian said anxiously. However, the exploding Beast King kept its promise and held Wu Tian back. There were fewer and fewer saints on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, there were only 4 sages left. The 4 sages were anxious. Although the 4 of them were clones of Wu Tian, they understood that they only had 1 year to live. They had to strengthen their main bodies. Seeing Yan Chuan pouncing towards them, the 4 sages rushed towards their main bodies, wanting to help them escape. Screech! In an instant, another sage was surrounded by the crowd. However, this time, Yan Chuan did not pounce on him. Instead, he went straight for the 3 sages. You want to save the main bodies? Huh, dream on. Yan Chuan laughed loudly. Whoosh! Yan Chuan instantly knocked one of the sages into the sea of blood, then pounced on the other 2 sages. Where do you think you're going? Stars fell. Boom! In the starry sky, hundreds of stars suddenly fell rapidly. They instantly blocked the 2 sages. Boom! Boom! Yan Chuan quickly closed in and knocked the 2 sages into the sea of blood. As soon as the 3 sages entered the sea of blood, they were suddenly surrounded by Yan Chuan's blood god's illusions. Close to 100,000 blood god's illusions surrounded the 3 sages. Don't let them get close, Tian Dao. The sages said anxiously. However, Yan Chuan didn't care about them. Instead, he killed the sage of the 3 emperor swords. The 3 sages could not tell which one was Yan Chuan's main body and which one was the blood god's illusions. They were instantly anxious. The 3 emperor swords surrounded another sage. At this moment, the battle above the sea of blood had become one-sided. Ha 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 ha. Yan Chuan laughed wildly. One sage after another was killed. In the distance, Wu Tian's main body wanted to escape. However, the exploding Beast King's speed was too fast. There was no way he could escape. Exploding beast, let me go. I, Wu Tian, will do you a huge favor. Wu Tian said Jiaohu. I don't want to buy your favor. The exploding beast king said calmly. Wu Tian ran and Jiaohu at the same time. However, the exploding beast king was smelly and hard. Wu Tian was inexplicably angry. While he was inexplicably angry, the last sage in the Sea of Blood was hit in the head by the great heavenly seal. The words, "Blessed by the heavens, live forever," were left on his head. He fainted and was sent into the sky-burying coffin by Yan Chuan. Roar! Yan Chuan roared in satisfaction. The Sea of Blood suddenly churned violently. In the distance, Wu Tian's expression suddenly changed. Because at this moment, Yan Chuan appeared in front of him and pounced toward him. Not good, Tian Dao. Wu Tian roared. The 3,000 Tian Dao phantoms gathered endless power again and used Wu Tian's hand to send out a 10,000 feet long astral palm. Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold. He reached out with his palm and met force with force. Boom! The two huge palms collided in the sky. Wu Tian, you're too much of a failure as a sage. I didn't want to kill you to establish the heavenly court, but time waits for no one. Great Perfection's heavenly court is yours. Yan Chuan rushed over. No. Wu Tian roared and sent out another palm strike. However, Yan Chuan was already in front of him. With a ferocious expression, his right fist landed on Wu Tian's right palm. Boom! Crack! The bones in Wu Tian's right shoulder were dislocated. They instantly pierced through his flesh, revealing half of the bone connected to his flesh. Ah! Wu Tian screamed in pain. My boundless power is not something you can block. Yan Chuan said coldly as he approached. He clawed at Wu Tian's chest. Wu Tian's eyes were filled with fear. He knew that he was going to die. His eyes flashed with determination. Yan Chuan, I'll take you down with me. Wu Tian said ruthlessly. Boom! A heaven and earth altar appeared beneath Wu Tian's feet. It was the Qi cultivation altar. A large number of cracks appeared on the heaven and earth altar. Great heavenly void arcana technique. Yan Chuan yelled. Instantly, the world tree transferred the stars to where Yan Chuan was. Countless stars revolved around him, forming waves of stellar energy that rushed towards Wu Tian. Ah! Wu Tian's expression changed. You want to self-destruct? In Great Perfection, you can only die if I want you dead. Yan Chuan said coldly. Boom! He stabbed his palm into Wu Tian's chest. When he pulled it out again, he was holding a 15-colored crystal. The moment the crystal appeared, the heaven and earth altar beneath Wu Tian's feet shook. A heaven and earth altar instantly appeared beneath Yan Chuan's feet. Boom! The birth plane heaven and earth altar landed on top of Wu Tian's habit plane heaven and earth altar. The two altars seemed to be fusing rapidly. No! Wu Tian roared in despair. Yan Chuan opened his mouth and swallowed the 15-colored crystal. Yan Chuan's body suddenly emitted a 15-colored light. As the light around Yan Chuan grew brighter and brighter, Wu Tian grew weaker and weaker. It was as if Wu Tian's life had come to an end as Yan Chuan refined him. Yan Chuan, I curse you to die a horrible death. Wu Tian let out a final cry and went completely silent. Boom! In the sky, there was a sudden loud noise. The sound reverberated through the heavens and earth. Blood rain poured down rapidly. A sage had fallen, and the heavens and earth mourned. Wu Tian's corpse turned into dust in mid-air and slowly disappeared. The 15-colored light around Yan Chuan grew brighter and brighter. The Providence cloud above Xianyang also shot out a 15-colored light. The light rushed into the heavens and earth, washing away the sorrow in the realm of blood rain. Beneath Yan Chuan's feet, the birth altar and Qi cultivation altar had completely fused into one. Yan Chuan shone with 15-colored light. An excited dragon roar came from his body as he stepped on a huge green heaven and earth altar. The heavens and earth mourn for me. The fall of a sage is for me. From now on, the Great Perfection Celestial Court will be promoted to the Great Perfection Celestial Court and enjoy the Qi Cultivation Heaven and Earth karmic rank. Thousands of years, prosperity for all ages. Yan Chuan swung his long hair and roared at the sky. Boom! Yan Chuan's roar reverberated throughout the Yang realm. A violent aura surged into everyone's heart. An inexplicable joy made countless people feel as if their blood was boiling. Long live the Celestial Court! Long live the Celestial Court! Endless cheers came from the Yang realm and the 9 domains. In Xianyang, the people were cheering. Long live the Celestial Court! Long live the Great Perfection Celestial Court! In the Yang realm, Gigu Zi used the power of the Earth's dragon vein to fight a sage. However, the sage couldn't achieve anything even after several days of fighting. Bastard Wu Tian, why haven't you come down yet? In his anxiety, the clone of Zhou Chuanxiu rushed to the Yellow Springs Road. Although he could enter the Yang realm without taking the Yellow Springs Road, he still had to cast a spell. Now that Gigu Zi was forcing him to do so, he couldn't cast a spell to go to the Yang realm. Therefore, he took the Yellow Springs Road. Where are you going? Gigu Zi chased after him. The sage was naturally faster. Bastard Wu Tian, don't you know how difficult it is to fight in the Yang realm? At least 2 out of 10 Wu Tians must come down. The sage anxiously passed through the Yellow Springs Road and entered the Yang realm. The moment he entered the Yang realm, he saw a sea of blood. At the same time, he saw Wu Tian's body turn into ashes. Yan Chuan's body was surrounded by a bloody mist. There were even more dazzling 15-colored lights as he stepped on the Qi Cultivation Heaven and Earth altar. What? The sage looked at this scene blankly. For an instant, it was as if his brain had crashed. He stared in disbelief. It wasn't until cheers came from Xianyang City that he suddenly woke up. Long live the Celestial Court! Long live the Great Perfection Celestial Court! Hearing the cheers, the sage from the Yang realm said in shock, the Celestial Court. Yan Chuan killed a sage and established the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court of Great Perfection, Yan Chuan. Chapter 1356. Netherworld. Above the starry sky. Yan Chuan's zombie controlled a large number of meteors to crash into the Lotus Goddess from all directions. Bam! The Lotus Goddess smashed a meteor shower in one direction with her palm, then struck out again in all directions. Yan Chuan's countless stars instantly lost their effect. Still not enough. Yan Chuan, don't tell me that's all you've got. The Lotus Goddess smiled. Yan Chuan stood in the void and looked coldly at the Lotus Goddess. A green lotus avatar, a puppet Zhou Chuanxiu, and the power of heaven and earth. You already have the strength of the 13th level, right? Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, you only have the strength of the 13th level. You want my karmic rank? I'm curious too. What other tricks do you have? 7th level of Ancestral Immortal. What other tricks do you have? The Lotus Goddess said in a low voice. From the very beginning, the Lotus God didn't take Yan Chuan seriously. However, through their many battles, she realized that Yan Chuan wasn't someone to be trifled with. Although his cultivation was far inferior to hers, his growth was too monstrous. Yan Chuan's zombie avatar took a deep breath. His eyes glowed red. I didn't want to use it, but time waits for no one. I must take down the heaven and earth altar beneath your feet today. Oh. The Lotus Goddess narrowed her eyes. Bam! Yan Chuan suddenly took out a sky-burying coffin. Your coffin? From what I see, it's not complete. At most, it's an ordinary ancestral immortal artifact. You want to use it against me? The lotus goddess said in a low voice. Although she sounded doubtful, the lotus goddess was still serious. Bam! Yan Chuan opened the coffin lid. The coffin's mouth was facing the lotus goddess. The lotus goddess's eyes narrowed when she saw the coffin's mouth. She could feel a powerful aura coming from within. Appear! Yan Chuan shouted. A beam of green light suddenly emerged from the coffin's mouth. The moment it appeared, it formed a heavenly Tao that connected heaven and earth. Boom! The moment the heavenly Tao appeared, the surrounding void trembled. It was as if it was fiercely rejecting the heavenly Tao. There were also 3,000 heavenly ways behind the lotus goddess, but they were all illusions. They were merely the 3,000 heavenly ways connected to the heaven and earth altar. On the other hand, the heavenly Tao that Yan Chuan had summoned was a physical entity, one that he had complete control over. Celestial pulse of Advent. Lotus goddess frowned. That's not right. This is not the heavenly meridian of Lin. The surrounding heavenly Tao is repelling it. If it is the heavenly meridian of Lin, it must be in harmony with heaven and earth. How can it be repelled? Lotus deity was puzzled. However, the aura emitted by the heavenly Tao was surging endlessly. Army. Do. Je. Jie. Formation. Lie. Forward. Xing. Yan Chuan shouted again. Within the sky-burying coffin, 8 heavenly Taos with the same aura suddenly emerged. As soon as the heavenly Tao appeared, the surrounding starry sky shook. A surging aura rushed out in all directions. At this moment, the repulsive force of heaven and earth towards these 9 heavenly Taos suddenly increased by several times. Lin, Bing, Do, and Zhe, advance in formation. Great Qin City, in front of the central palace. Yin Hentian and many other top powers were at a loss at this moment. How was this possible? 9 heavenly veins. How could a sage king control 9 heavenly veins? Wasn't it only the people of the Yang realm who could control the previous heavenly veins? There were 9 here. It wasn't just the officials of Great Qin. The Great Qin City had always been the focus of the Netherworld's outer east continent. The battle at the Great Qin City had long attracted the attention of countless experts. At this moment, the scouts of the various factions looked at the sky in confusion. They were horrified. Everyone knew that Yan Chuan was strong, but no one knew how strong he was. 7 sages. The surrounding experts were already shocked. When the lotus goddess appeared, it was even more shocking. That was the lotus goddess who had almost destroyed heaven and earth. The most evil demon in the world, the lotus goddess. She was a monster who could fight against all the monsters in the world. But now, Yan Chuan was still facing her calmly. Even if that was the lotus goddess clone, it was still not something that a human could fight against. However, Yan Chuan was still so calm. 9 heavenly veins. Yan Chuan could control all of those legendary things. Rumble. For a moment, the entire outer east continent of the Netherworld was suddenly covered by dark clouds. Not only the outer east continent, but the entire Netherworld was covered by dark clouds in an instant. A vast aura suppressed the entire Netherworld. Has the heavens been alarmed? Someone analyzed. The 9 heavenly veins surrounded the lotus goddess. The endless repulsive force in the surroundings crazily rejected the 9 heavenly veins. However, the 9 heavenly veins had their own fierce side. They were firmly fixed between heaven and earth, welcoming the repulsive force of heaven and earth. Crack. 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 A thin net gradually appeared between heaven and earth. The net of heaven gradually appeared under the repulsive force. Lin, Bing, Do, and Zhe are advancing in formation. 9 heavenly veins. This isn't from this world. The lotus goddess expression changed. Yan Chuan grabbed the sky-burying coffin. Of course not. This is a treasure left behind by me in my first life. The great thousand world, the 3,000 heavenly Tao clones. Come out. Yan Chuan shouted. Boom. Nearly 3,000 heavenly Tao suddenly rushed out of the sky-burying coffin and appeared with a loud bang, instantly connecting heaven and earth. Boom. 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 A series of sounds rang out, and a heavenly Tao forest suddenly appeared around them. In an instant, it densely surrounded the area where the lotus goddess was. Yan Chuan's heavenly Tao clones were all substantial, but the heavenly Tao clones that the lotus goddess controlled through the heaven and earth altar were all illusory. Meow. In the distance, Meow, who was fighting, suddenly saw the heavenly Tao forest not far away and cried out in surprise. It wasn't just Meow. In the starry sky, the butterfly queen had also been watching the battle, but she had never made a move. However, when she saw the heavenly Tao forest suddenly appear, the butterfly queen widened her eyes in surprise. 3,000 heavenly Tao. This is the 3,000 heavenly Tao. The butterfly queen exclaimed. This wasn't an illusion, but a clone that could only be created after completely mastering the 3,000 heavenly Tao. When did Yan Chuan master the 3,000 heavenly Tao? Boom! Countless explosions sounded. The heavenly Tao net became denser and denser. However, Yan Chuan's 3,000 heavenly Tao was also abnormally fierce. The terrifying repulsive force gradually repelled the surrounding heavenly Tao net out of this area. In this area, only Yan Chuan's 3,000 heavenly Tao net was left. Even the heavenly Tao nest's control was repelled. The butterfly queen's mouth was wide open. The great Qin city's sages also looked at the sky with their mouths agape. Was this real? Was the heavenly Tao net being repelled? Boom! Outside Yan Chuan's 3,000 heavenly Tao forest, yellow clouds rolled. As the yellow clouds rolled, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Boom! The crack slowly opened, revealing an incomparably huge eye. The heavenly eye. The heavenly eye stared at Yan Chuan from outside the heavenly Tao forest. Clearly, everything that happened today was no longer as simple as shocking the heavens. Yan Chuan's 3,000 heavenly Tao clones were fighting for a piece of heaven and earth, a piece of heaven and earth that belonged to him. Even the heavens couldn't control it. In the heavenly Tao forest. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky. Boom! There was a loud sound above the lotus goddess's head, and a crack appeared. The crack slowly opened. As it opened, another huge eye appeared. An eye with a golden pupil. It was incomparably vast and intimidating. Outside the heavenly Tao forest, the heavenly eye's pupils constricted as it looked at the golden eye inside the heavenly Tao forest in shock. Another heavenly eye. The butterfly queen exclaimed on a star. The lotus goddess wanted to see Yan Chuan's backup plan, and the butterfly queen also wanted to see what Yan Chuan's backup plan was. However, the butterfly queen didn't expect Yan Chuan to be so exaggerated. 3,000 heavenly Tao clones, and even the heavenly eye. What was Yan Chuan trying to do? Outside the heavenly Tao forest, the heavenly Tao net gathered densely. However, the heavenly eye didn't attack the heavenly Tao forest. Instead, it stared intently. Within the heavenly Tao forest, Yan Chuan's face revealed a trace of difficulty. Clearly, even controlling the 3,000 heavenly Tao clones was extremely difficult. The 3,000 heavenly Tao clones trapped the lotus goddess in the center. The binding power of the 3,000 heavenly Tao clones was like countless chains binding the lotus goddess. The huge golden eye in the sky also shot down a terrifying binding power. The lotus goddess was shocked and found it difficult to move. 3,000 heavenly Tao clones from the great wide world. You came from the great wide world. Are you from the great wide world? The lotus goddess said with a ferocious expression. Lotus goddess, this isn't your main body. The 13 heavens of the ancestral immortal realm is your limit. You can only control one heaven and earth altar at most. You haven't mastered any of the heavenly Tao here. I won this battle again. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Boom! Behind Yan Chuan, a black great Tao suddenly shot into the sky. The moment the great Tao appeared, Yan Chuan's strength increased by several times. Although he was fighting earlier, he didn't use his black dragon great Tao. Yan Chuan took a step forward and charged towards the lotus goddess. In the heavenly Tao forest, Yan Chuan was a god. He instantly appeared in front of the lotus goddess. The lotus goddess was bound, but Yan Chuan's strength increased. Lotus blooms for ages. The lotus goddess waved her hand. Instantly, millions of green lotuses appeared in the surroundings and enveloped Yan Chuan. It's useless. This is my home ground. Yan Chuan said coldly. Boom! On the black dragon great Tao, the dragon tail suddenly swung, and all the green lotuses were swept away. Zombie Yan Chuan instantly appeared in front of the lotus goddess and grabbed her body with both hands. A heaven and earth altar appeared under his feet. Boom! The heaven and earth altar landed on the heaven and earth altar under the lotus goddess's feet. Roar! Zombie Yan Chuan opened his mouth and quickly swallowed. The lotus goddess revealed a cold smile and said, I didn't expect you to have such an item. I will be back, Yan Chuan. When I return, I will bring the 3,000 heavenly Tao of the great evil world. I will fight you again. Whoosh! Zhou Chuanxiu, who was controlled by the lotus goddess, entered Yan Chuan's stomach along with the green lotuses above his head. Wu Tian's clones immediately flew out from the other sky-burying coffin. The moment these clones appeared, they transformed into white lotuses. Roar! Yan Chuan quickly swallowed them. 9 Wu Tians and 1 Zhou Chuanxius from the Yang world quickly swallowed them. On the other side, the battle below suddenly stopped when the green lotuses were swallowed. The Zhou Chuanxiu's clones instantly transformed into black lotuses. Yan Chuan extended his hand, and the black lotuses flew into Yan Chuan's mouth. He waved his hand. The heavenly Tao forest and the giant golden eye instantly entered the sky-burying coffin. Yan Chuan opened his mouth and arms, and his body emitted a dazzling 15-colored light. The heaven and earth altar under his feet completely transformed into a huge black heaven and earth altar. Boom! Yan Chuan's body trembled. 8th Firmament Ancestral Immortal. The butterfly queen had a strange expression. Yan Chuan shouted, from today onwards, the Great Perfection Holy Court will officially be promoted to the Heavenly Court. Those who obey the Great Perfection Holy Court will prosper, and those who defy it will die. Boom! Yan Chuan's voice reverberated throughout the netherworld. Chapter 1357. From today onwards, the Great Zhen Celestial Court will be promoted to the Heavenly Court. Those who obey Great Zhen will prosper, and those who defy Great Zhen will die. Yan Chuan shouted. Boom! Yan Chuan's voice reverberated throughout the netherworld. A few days ago, many commoners lent their strength to Yan Chuan, but they didn't know what the result would be. Now that they heard this, they were instantly excited. Heavenly Court. Great Zhen Celestial Court. Long live the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Great Zhen Celestial Court. Just like in the mortal realm, endless cheers gathered from all over the world. Above Great Zhen's Sea of Providence, a dazzling 15-colored light bloomed. Great Qin City was also filled with cheers. All the officials were extremely excited. Dugu Wudi led a group of people from Heaven Mending Pavilion and disappeared into the crowd. The supreme beings of the nation looked at the sky excitedly. Following Great Zhen's promotion to the Heavenly Court, many of the officials, the supreme beings of the nation, and the Empress suddenly appeared under their feet. A heaven and earth altar appeared under the feet of many of the officials. The entire nation was promoted to the Great Jin celestial court. Yan Chuan stood on the heaven and earth altar of habitual qi and listened to the cheers of the cities gathered by the Sea of Providence. Netherworld, Western Outer Continent, Great Xing Heavenly Court. Heavenly Emperor Ming Tianhan led a group of officials out of the Underworld Palace and looked towards the east. Yang Realm, Western Outer Continent, Great Zhou Heavenly Court. Wu Jiong led a group of officials out of the Taiji Palace and looked towards the east. Heavenly Emperor, the Eastern Weather, the Great Jin Celestial Court has been established. Yuan Tiangang said solemnly. Wu Jiong took a deep breath and nodded. Yan Chuan. He has the ability. Southern Outer Continent, Kong family. Peacock Zi and Blind Kong walked out of a palace. Peacock Zi frowned and looked towards the northeast. Ever since Saint Ziwei stopped using fog to cover his face, most of the other sages also stopped using fog to cover their faces. Great Jin Celestial Court. Peacock Zi frowned. Yes, Yan Chuan has become a heavenly emperor. Blind Kong nodded. Peacock Zi's expression became serious. Master, what's wrong? What's wrong? Blind Kong asked curiously. I'm thinking that Yan Chuan is also a relative of my Kong clan. If Yan Chuan's Great Jin Heavenly Court were to become a vassal of my Kong clan, what would happen then? Peacock Sun said in a deep voice. Blind Kong's expression changed, and he immediately cried out, Master, you must not have such thoughts. Oh. Why? Peacock Zi asked solemnly. Right now, De Zhen and our Kong family are related by blood. Therefore, both sides are still allies. However, once family heads' intentions are exposed, this alliance will cease to exist. De Zhen's Yan Chuan is not someone to be trifled with. Blind Kong said immediately. I know. If it wasn't for his ability, why would I take a fancy to him? It's not like you don't know what the old ancestor is capable of. Even if he becomes a vassal, he won't embarrass others. Peacock Sun said solemnly. No, a monarch would never be willing to submit to another, especially a celestial emperor like this. Family head, please don't have such thoughts. Blind Kong advised again. Peacock frowned but didn't say anything in the end. Outer North Continent, Roaming Jade Palace. Tong Tian walked out of Roaming Jade Palace with a group of disciples behind him. De Zhen's Heavenly Court. Ha! This is how you were back then. Tong Tian revealed a smile. Middle Heaven Continent. Zhu, Czar, and Yao Tianshang looked towards the east. De Zhen has ascended to the Heavenly Court. Yao Tianshang said solemnly. It's just killing a saint to establish the Heavenly Court. We can do it too. Czar said solemnly. Zhu nodded. However, so what if he became a celestial emperor? Our greatest enemy is Kong Huangtian. We have to think of a way to break through again. Czar said solemnly. Break through. Zhu squinted his eyes at Czar. Czar stood with his hands behind his back and frowned slightly. In the end, he didn't continue speaking. For a moment, countless experts in the world looked towards the east. Whether it was the Netherworld or the Yang world, countless experts felt the aura from the east. Netherworld, outside Great Qin City. After Yan Chuan put away his 3,000 copies of the Great Path, he looked up at the sky. The net of heaven that was squeezed out by the 3,000 copies of the Great Path quickly covered the surroundings. Everything returned to normal, but the yellow clouds in the sky didn't disperse. The huge eye of heaven didn't disappear either. Instead, it appeared above Yan Chuan's head. A huge eye stared at Yan Chuan. A wave of heavenly might pressed down. Plop. Countless cultivators knelt down. A belief that they couldn't resist suddenly appeared. Fortunately, now that De Zhen had ascended to the heavenly court, many important ministers, national beasts, and empresses already had heaven and earth altars. They didn't need to kneel when they stepped on the heaven and earth altars. However, they all looked at Yan Chuan worriedly. The Great Thousand Realms, 3,000 copies of the Great Path. Nest's voice came from the void. Yan Chuan flapped his dragon bone wings and retracted them back into Yan Chuan's body. The fangs in his mouth also retracted. Yan Chuan returned to his original appearance. It's just a copy. In the past, Hongjun also controlled the 3,000 copies of the Great Thousand Realms. Unfortunately, he couldn't use it in his battle with you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so surprised. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. You killed a saint that I appointed. The karmic rank of heaven and earth that I bestowed upon him. Nest's voice sounded again. Ha 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 ha, karmic rank of heaven and earth. The karmic rank of heaven and earth wasn't bestowed by you, but by the birth of the 3,000 great paths. You're just fate and have the right to issue it. The grace of the karmic rank of heaven and earth comes from the 3,000 great paths, not you. I won't be controlled by you. Yan Chuan said with determination in his eyes. The eye of heaven stared at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan also looked at the heavenly emperor without giving in. Around them, the ministers of De Zhen looked worried. Meow. Meow curled up in ZZ's arms, as if it suddenly didn't know what to do. Good, very good. Chao's voice sounded in the void again. I only knew about you in the past because of other reasons, but you started too late. I didn't expect you to be someone. Good, very good. I look forward to your next performance. De Zhen. De Zhen's heavenly court. Chao's voice sounded again. In the distance, the butterfly queen sighed in relief because there was no anger in Chao's voice. Meow Meow's complexion improved as well. Yan Chuan looked at the eye of heaven and smiled confidently. My next performance. Ha, De Zhen's heavenly court, this is just the beginning. I'll walk in front of you. You, on the other hand, shouldn't end too early. Ha, ha 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 ha. Chao's laughter sounded in the void. As it laughed, the eye of heaven slowly closed. As the eye of heaven closed, the endless yellow clouds also slowly dispersed. The heavens no longer paid attention to De Zhen. Yan Chuan was left alone in the sky. He looked at the eye of heaven that had disappeared and took a deep breath. Turning his head, Yan Chuan glanced at a star in the distance. After just a glance, Yan Chuan ignored it and flew back to the great Qin city, in front of the central palace. On the star, the butterfly queen raised her brows. Yan Chuan just broke through, and he's only at the 8th level of the ancestral immortal realm. How did he see me? Yan Chuan landed in front of the central palace. On his back, the golden dragon of providence rushed out. Roar! The 18-claws golden dragon of providence rushed out, and the entire great Qin city bloomed with millions of rays of light. Boom! The golden dragon of providence entered the sea of providence clouds. Then, it turned into a statue of Yan Chuan. However, at this moment, a golden wheel of light suddenly appeared behind the head of Yan Chuan's statue. The wheel of light was like a sun that slowly rose behind Yan Chuan. In an instant, Yan Chuan's statue looked much more sacred. A large amount of providence gathered from all over the world and then flowed back. In the sky above the countless cities in Great Zhen, there was originally a small stream of providence connected to the great Qin city. At this moment, above these small streams of providence, small golden dragons quickly turned into statues of city lords. Is that providence? Gue Guzi sighed as he looked at the wheel of light behind Yan Chuan. Li Si. Yan Chuan called out. Here. Announce to the world that Great Zhen has advanced to the heavenly court. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Also, publish a recruitment notice and invite all the geniuses in the world to come to Great Zhen to prepare for the world exam. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Meng Wenruo. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Wenruo. Here. You will preside over the New World exam. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Meng Wenruo was slightly surprised but still said gratefully, yes, thank you, Holy King. All these years, Meng Wenruo had been sent to protect Meng Rongrong and missed many opportunities to make contributions. This world exam was a chance for Meng Wenruo to make up for it. Yin Hentian. Yan Chuan called out. Your servant is here. At this moment, Yin Hentian's body was also emitting a strange colorful light. After Zhou Chuanxiu's death, the dual pupil clan's mystiques quickly gathered towards Yin Hentian. Yin Hentian seemed to be in the midst of a breakthrough. How's the dual pupil mystique? Yan Chuan asked first. Thank you, Holy King. My mystique is still increasing. Yin Hentian said excitedly. Yan Chuan nodded. The Zhou family has no leader. Now, I allow you to lead the 5th Legion to take revenge on the Yin family. The Yin family's revenge? Yin Hentian's eyes instantly moistened. Yes, thank you, Holy King. Thank you. Yin Hentian bowed. At the same time. Netherworld, Inner South Continent, Zhou family. At the entrance of a large hall. The Nether King, who was dressed in a black robe, stepped out from the hall with a look of excitement on his face. At the same time, he turned his head and looked towards the east. Zhou Chuanxiu. I knew you would fail. It's a pity that you didn't know how to use this pool of essence. If you did, the outcome would be uncertain. The Nether King said with a look of disdain. Who's there? Immediately, someone noticed the Nether King. The Nether King revealed a cold smile and pointed his finger. Swish! A wisp of black gas rushed towards that person. Instantly, that person was surrounded by a lotus-shaped black gas. Before he could say anything else, his blood essence and flesh were sucked dry. He turned into a pile of bones and fell to the ground. The black gas quickly flew back to the Nether King. The Nether King sniffed and inhaled the black gas. Not bad, but it's a pity that there's too little essence. The Nether King sighed. As he spoke, the Nether King stepped into the air and stood on a black lotus. Who's there? Instantly, there were cries of surprise. Ha 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 ha, that's more like it. Go! The Nether King shouted. The lotus flower beneath his feet suddenly transformed into a clump of black mist that spread out in all directions. A few days later. Great Qin City. In the study room. The officials were still immersed in the joy of De Zhen's advancement when a piece of news suddenly came. Yin Hentian's face was extremely ugly. Holy King, the guards have sent news. The Zhou family's headquarters, was annihilated overnight. Everyone in the family turned into a pile of bones. What? The Zhou family was annihilated? In the study room, the officials were shocked. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Did you find out who did it? No, it was done overnight. The Zhou family was annihilated. Yin Hentian smiled bitterly. Chapter 1358. Yang Realm, Outer East Continent. Great Zhen's Heavenly Court, Absolute Palace, and the Boulder Race were the 3 strongest factions. Among them was Absolute Palace. When Absolute Palace Lord went out, the area around the main palace became a forbidden area. No one was allowed to approach. However, at this moment, a man quietly stepped into it. The man's name was Pang Tianhe. In the past, when Great Zhen was still in the Sealed Realm, he was sent to the True Dragon Dominion by Absolute Palace to search for the primordial dragon vein. Later, he established Absolute Palace to fight against it. Unfortunately, Absolute Palace was too weak. Absolute Palace was defeated, and Pang Tianhe returned to Absolute Palace's headquarters. The heavenly Tao was mended, and the blood curse disappeared. Pang Tianhe also became an ancestral immortal and enjoyed a sufficient status in Absolute Palace. Pang Tianhe was also a capable person. In a short time, he quickly broke through. During Absolute Palace's reorganization, he was lucky enough to become the new Azure Divine Monarch and took charge of Azure Divine Palace. Pang Tianhe quickly shuttled through the palace complex. Finally, he arrived in front of a large hall. The hall was called Saber Hall. Pang Tianhe narrowed his eyes. Saber Hall. The most mysterious place in Absolute Palace. Even the Palace Lord has never stepped foot in it. Every time, the Palace Lord will stare inside for a period of time. I think. Pang Tianhe walked toward Saber Hall. Outside Saber Hall, a barrier suddenly appeared and blocked Pang Tianhe. Oh. No wonder the Palace Lord has never stepped in. So there's a barrier outside? Pang Tianhe said in a deep voice. Pang Tianhe reached out and took out a red bead. Sealed in the bead was a drop of blood that emitted a billowing heat. The blood of the corpse ancestor can ignore all barriers and formations. Pang Tianhe grabbed the red bead and walked towards the barrier. When the bead collided with the barrier, the drop of blood in the bead suddenly emitted countless red light and rushed towards Pang Tianhe. What? Why is there such a big commotion this time? What kind of barrier is this? Pang Tianhe said in surprise. Red light covered his body. Pang Tianhe did not dare hesitate and rushed in. Boom! Pang Tianhe entered the barrier. However, the drop of blood inside the bead had been completely depleted, and there was nothing left of it. Crack! The bead shattered. How is that possible? That's a sacred artifact of the Monolith clan. I've spent a great deal of effort to obtain a single drop of it. I've passed through 1,000 formations in the past, but the depletion was almost negligible. This barrier has actually depleted all of the corpse ancestors' blood in a single attempt. Pang Tianhe was pained. But soon, Pang Tianhe's expression changed. The barrier is so strong that even the palace master was blocked outside. There must be treasures inside that are several times stronger than the barrier. Pang Tianhe said excitedly. Quang! Pang Tianhe quickly opened the door. Boom! A piercing killing intent rushed out from the Saber Hall. The victory of the Saber intent instantly froze the surrounding air, causing frost and snow to fall. Pang Tianhe shuddered and entered with excitement and nervousness. As soon as he entered, he was stunned. There were 18 male statues standing in the hall. Each statue looked like a person, and each statue had a different movement. Each of them held a long saber, as if they were demonstrating 18 different saber techniques. This killing intent, this aura. Pang Tianhe's expression changed drastically. There were 18 statues. Just these statues alone could make Pang Tianhe feel suffocated. Old Palace Master. It's the Old Palace Master. That's right. I still remember this aura. When I was young, the Old Palace Master single-handedly established the Jew Palace. However, he always wore a mask and no one knew what he looked like. One day, the Old Palace Master was replaced by the current Palace Master. He still wore a mask and no one knew what the Old Palace Master looked like. I see. Is this the Old Palace Master's appearance? Pang Tianhe looked at the 18 statues. No, this is. Pang Tianhe's expression changed. Saber Demon, Junyimeng. Pang Tianhe's pupils shrank. The Saber Demon and Sword Demon who roamed the Outer East continent in the past. I've seen his portrait. Saber Demon, Junyimeng. So the Old Palace Master is the Saber Demon, and the Saber Demon is the Old Palace Master. Pang Tianhe took a deep breath. Ka ka ka. In the hall, the 18 statues instantly turned around to face Pang Tianhe. What? Pang Tianhe immediately became nervous. Whoosh! A beam of white light suddenly shot out from the glabella of each statue, heading straight for Pang Tianhe's hand. The puppets recognize a master. Pang Tianhe suddenly revealed a look of shock. Pang Tianhe closed his eyes and quickly read the information in the white light. Gradually, he revealed a look of wild joy. The old palace master sealed his saber art and will into the 18 strongest puppets. Although they are not as strong as the old palace master, the combined attacks of the 18 puppets are as strong as the 13 heavens of ancestral Immortal. Pang Tianhe said excitedly. Ha 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 ha. The old palace master left these puppets for the palace master. Unfortunately, she did not know how to use them and ended up in my hands. With these puppets, even if I face all the sages in the world, I will not fear them. The outer east continent will be mine. Pang Tianhe immediately said excitedly. In his excitement, Pang Tianhe led the 18 saber demon puppets out of the saber hall. Men! Pang Tianhe called out the moment he walked out of the absolute palace. Azure Divine Monarch! A group of disciples quickly rushed forward. Azure Divine Monarch? Ha! Soon, I will no longer be the Azure Divine Monarch. Go and inform all the Divine Palace Masters to come here immediately. Just tell them that I have important matters to discuss with the Absolute Palace. Pang Tianhe said. Yes. Great Zhen's Heavenly Court was established. Everything entered the Heavenly Court's agenda. Many officials quickly got busy. When the surrounding weaves received the news, they quickly sent envoys to congratulate Great Zhen. Great Zhen's envoys came in an endless stream. Of course, these people were not worthy of Yan Chuan receiving them personally. Outside of Xianyang City, there were 2 women standing on top of a mountain peak. One of them had long hair and a gentle face. She wore a gorgeous robe and looked extremely beautiful. She was the absolute palace master. The other one had short hair and was dressed in martial arts attire. He looked extremely cool and capable. He was the one Yan Chuan knew from the sealed realm, Emperor. Although their styles were different, their appearances were exactly the same. They each carried a saber on their backs. Emperor looked at the distant Xianyang city and frowned slightly. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Great Zhen's Heavenly Court. I did not expect Great Zhen to develop so quickly. Yan Chuan has already established the Heavenly Court. Palace Master Zhu sighed. There's nothing strange about that. Emperor said indifferently. Let's go. Since we're passing by here, let's go and congratulate him. Palace Master Zhu said with a smile. Emperor shook his head. No, let's return to Zhu Palace first. I want to figure out everything. What's the relationship between you and me? And why is your father also a saber demon? Let's go to Zhu Palace's saber hall. Palace Master Zhu smiled slightly and said, since we're already here, it doesn't matter if we delay for a while. Moreover, Yan Chuan saved my life not long ago. He should be friends with you, right? Emperor frowned and pondered. There was a trace of struggle on his face. Yan Chuan helped me back then because I was similar to you. In other words, my life should be owed to you. Yan Chuan should have saved you. Why? Why don't you want to see Yan Chuan? Do you have some grudge with him? Palace Master Zhu asked curiously. Emperor was silent for a while. In the end, he did not explain his grudge with Yan Chuan. Instead, he nodded and said, all right. That's good. Let's go. Palace Master Zhu said with a smile. Emperor still nodded coldly. The 2 of them headed towards Xianyang. Palace Master Zhu's face turned cold again. The guards around Xianyang quickly recognized the 2 of them. There were many guests. Many people were not qualified to see Yan Chuan. However, some people knew that they had to report to Yan Chuan without thinking. Celestial Emperor, Palace Master Zhu, Emperor, requests an audience. A guard came forward and said. Oh. Yan Chuan's expression changed. Palace Master Zhu, Emperor. Yan Chuan put down the memorial in his hand and walked out of the study room to the central palace square. The two women were waiting. Emperor, Palace Master Ju. Yan Chuan immediately smiled. The surrounding guards tactfully walked away, leaving the three of them facing each other. Congratulations, Yan Emperor, for advancing to the heavenly court. Palace Master Ju congratulated with a smile. Thank you, Palace Master Ju. Yan Chuan smiled and said. At the same time, he looked at Emperor. However, Emperor seemed to be unwilling to pay attention to Yan Chuan. Until Palace Master Ju revealed a curious expression. Congratulations. Emperor bit his lips and said. Emperor and Yan Chuan were friends in adversity. The resolute emperor originally only had the heart of revenge. However, after fighting side by side with Yan Chuan time and time again, he did not know when a trace of affection appeared. Unfortunately, the heavens played tricks on him. Ever since he knew that his father was killed by Yan Chuan's ancestor, Yan Zizai, Emperor had never been nice to Yan Chuan. The congratulation at this moment was too rare. Yan Chuan's expression softened slightly. How have you been all these years? Yan Chuan asked softly. When he asked this, Emperor did not know why, but his nose suddenly turned sour. He suppressed his emotions and did not speak. Palace Master Ju revealed a curious expression. He really did not understand the relationship between Yan Chuan and Emperor. Both of you, enter the palace. Yan Chuan invited the two of them. Palace Master Ju smiled slightly and was about to nod. No need, we will leave immediately. Emperor shook his head. Palace Master Ju looked at Emperor in confusion. Your relationship, has it ever? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Palace Master Ju shook his head and said, I'm even more confused. This time, we are going to Palace Master Ju together. There is a saber hall left by my father. I have been unable to enter. Perhaps Emperor can enter the hall, and perhaps we will know everything. Alright, let's go. We have congratulated you. Let's solve the mystery between you and me first. Emperor said in a deep voice. Palace Master Ju smiled bitterly, Yan Di, farewell. Yan Chuan nodded. The two of them stepped forward and left in the blink of an eye. Yan Chuan looked at the two of them leaving and sighed slightly. Emperor Fei was in front, biting his lips. Palace Master Ju followed behind, full of curiosity. A month later. Whoosh! A white light shot from the south and rushed out of Xianyang City. Boom! A gust of wind blew past, and Xianyang's array quickly filled up. How dare you! Who is it? Countless guards shouted. Yan Chuan also walked out of Chaotian Hall. At a glance, it was Palace Master Ju in a sorry state. Palace Master Ju. Yan Chuan said in surprise. Yan Di, Emperor asked me to look for you. Quick, go and save Emperor. Palace Master Ju said anxiously. Chapter 1359. Yan Di, Her Majesty asked me to look for you. Quick, go and save Her Majesty. Palace Master Ju said anxiously. Yan Chuan stared and waved his sleeves. He pulled Palace Master Ju and flew toward the south. As soon as Yan Chuan left, the officials knew that the situation was urgent. Some of them wanted to chase after them. There's no need to chase. The road to the underworld is here. Bai Qi, go to the netherworld and wait for the Celestial Emperor's summons. Gigu Zi said immediately. Yes, sir. Yan Chuan flew quickly with Palace Master Ju. What happened? Yan Chuan asked worriedly. Originally, Her Majesty and I wanted to open the Saber Hall. However, the traitor Peng Tianhe used some unknown method to open the Saber Hall. He even stole my father's inheritance and controlled the 18 puppets that sealed my father's will and saber skills. Palace Master Zhu said immediately. Pang Tianhe. Yan Chuan thought for a while and immediately remembered this person. This person was defeated by De Zhen. However, Yan Chuan could see that this person was unwilling to be defeated. Before we returned, Pang Tianhe suppressed all the divine palace masters in Zhu Palace. 2 were killed and 6 were imprisoned. 3 divine palace masters submitted to Pang Tianhe. When Her Majesty and I returned, we were caught off guard and were ambushed by Pang Tianhe. Palace Master Zhu said with an ugly expression. Ambush? 18 puppets? Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes, the 18 puppets were my father's will. They were extremely powerful. Each of them had the power of a peak 11th heaven ancestral immortal. When they attacked together, they were flawless. I couldn't interfere at all. If Her Majesty didn't save me, I would have. Palace Master Zhu said bitterly. What about Her Majesty? How is she now? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. I don't know. She saved me and asked me to come to you. She was suppressed at that time, but she could still resist. Palace Master Zhu said. Yan Chuan's face darkened. Let's go. Yan Chuan said worriedly. Okay. In the territory of Zhu Palace. For a moment, the entire territory of Zhu Gong turned dark. Countless saber lights flashed in all directions. Huge saber auras slashed fiercely on the ground. Rays of saber light soared into the sky, and the stars in the starry sky were instantly shattered. Boom! 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 Amid the loud collision, countless saber chi shot out in all directions. At this moment, the 18 saber demon puppets were ferociously chasing after a woman in the center. Emperor. At this moment, the emperor was in a slightly sorry state. There were even some tears on his clothes. However, the emperor's saber techniques seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. In the beginning, he had been fiercely suppressed by the 18 saber demon puppets, but now, he was barely able to withstand them. Xing! Xing! The more they fought, the crazier Huang became. It was as if because of this battle, Huang's saber skills were constantly improving. In the distance, at the entrance of the main hall of Zhu Palace, Pang Tianhe and his subordinates looked into the distance with ugly expressions. It's been more than half a month. Why doesn't she feel tired? Pang Tianhe said with an extremely ugly expression. The faces of the 3 divine palace masters beside him also turned ugly. As your divine king, no, palace master, this girl is too abnormal. A divine palace master said worriedly. I know. Pang Tianhe said with an ugly expression. It's been more than half a month. If it were someone else, they would have long been exhausted to the point of being unable to fight. But she's getting braver as she fights. Furthermore, more than half a month ago, she was still being continuously chased. Now, facing the 18 saber demon puppets, she's actually barely able to withstand them. Who the hell is she? Everyone was worried. After all, everyone had chosen to betray Zhu Palace. At this moment, if the person that Palace Master Zhu brought back could turn the tables, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Divine Palace Masters, do you all want to go and help? A disciple of Pang Tianhe called out. The 3 divine Palace Masters' faces turned stiff. Help? That's courting death. I dare say that with my cultivation, I'll only be a match for one saber strike of hers. This woman is too freakish. Yeah, that saber edge is too fierce. Everyone naturally did not dare to rush into the battlefield. Just the saber chi that was wreaking havoc in all directions was enough to make everyone worried for a while. How can this be? The 18 puppets should be able to resolve it instantly. How can it be like this? Pang Tianhe said with an ugly expression. Everyone was anxious. Pang Tianhe was even more anxious. Because Pang Tianhe still saw something that others did not notice. That was saber art. This woman's saber art was exactly the same as the 18 saber demon puppets' saber art. Were they all the saber demon's inheritance? If that was really the case, then could this woman be the saber demon's disciple? Thinking of the saber demon's disciple, Pang Tianhe suddenly quivered. Because Pang Tianhe also thought of a possibility. Since the saber demon had a disciple, could the saber demon still be alive? Pang Tianhe only felt sweat all over his body. But now that it came to this, Pang Tianhe could only brace himself and wait for the result. Roar! Emperor revealed a ferocious expression and cried out. The 18 saber demon puppet saber art suddenly formed a saber formation, slashing toward Emperor from 18 directions with a loud bang. There's still a saber formation. Pang Tianhe's eyes lit up. Boom! A saber formation that was several times more powerful than before descended from the sky with a loud bang. It was as if 18 giant mountains were pressing toward Emperor with a loud bang. Emperor's saber soared to the sky. Boom! Unfortunately, the 18 saber demon puppet's strength was too great. Emperor was instantly pressed into the ground. As he stepped on the ground, countless cracks instantly appeared on the ground. Emperor used his saber to push against the saber formation above. Roar! The 18 saber demon puppets pressed down hard. Emperor's right knee suddenly bent, but he did not kneel. Instead, his right leg trembled as he gradually stood up straight. However, even so, he could not block the saber formation. More and more cracks appeared on the ground under his feet, and it became more and more strenuous for Emperor. Ha 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 ha. Good, good, good. The 3 divine palace lords said excitedly. At this moment, the 3 divine palace lords could see that Emperor was about to lose. As long as he could not hold on for one breath, he would immediately be crushed by the saber formation. Everyone was looking forward to it. Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 figures flew over from the distance. What? Pang Tianhe's expression changed. The people flying over from the distance were none other than Palace Lord Zhu and Yan Chuan. Impossible. Zhu Palace and Great Zhen are like fire and water. How could Yan Chuan come to help? Pang Tianhe immediately exclaimed. During this period of time, Pang Tianhe also had detailed information about Great Zhen's ferocity. In the outer east continent, the only 2 forces that Pang Tianhe was afraid of was Yan Chuan. But now, why did he come to Zhu Palace? And with Palace Lord Zhu? Emperor. Yan Chuan's expression changed, and he was about to step forward. Don't come over, I can do it. Emperor immediately shouted. Huh? Yan Chuan paused slightly. Looking at Emperor, his figure suddenly stopped. Yan Di, quick, save Emperor first. Palace Lord Zhu shouted. No, Emperor can do it. I believe in him. Yan Chuan shook his head. Yan Chuan still remembered that Emperor had a bloodline ability. When that ability was activated, Emperor's appearance would change drastically, and his strength would also skyrocket. But until now, Emperor had not used that ability. Obviously, there was no need to worry about Emperor's safety. Rumble. The 18 saber demon puppets crazily suppressed Emperor. Suddenly, a group of 7 colored saber lights flew out from Emperor's body. The saber lights surrounded Emperor, and Emperor's aura also seemed to be transforming. From within Emperor's body, a loud explosion suddenly sounded. Boom! Under the explosion, Emperor's long saber seemed to have split into 18 saber lights in an instant, shooting towards the 18 saber demon puppets. Break! Boom! The 18 saber demon puppets were instantly blasted apart. The saber array exploded. Slash! Emperor shouted loudly, and a circular saber light, like a round sun, instantly illuminated the world. While everyone was blinded, the saber light instantly slashed through the bodies of the 18 saber demon puppets. Boom! In an instant, the saber light slashed through all the saber demon puppets. The saber demon puppets instantly lost their spirituality and fell to the ground from the sky. No, this can't be true. Pang Tianhe cried out in despair. One slash, just one slash, all 18 saber demon puppets were cut apart. This was what Pang Tianhe relied on to dominate the Outer East continent, and they were all killed with one slash. Looking at Emperor in the distance, Pang Tianhe's eyes were filled with deep despair. Emperor slashed with his saber. He took a deep breath, looked at the corpses on the ground, and let out a long sigh. Father, I know that this is your test. You left me the puppets to sharpen my saber skills. The 18 puppets taught me a lot, and I learned everything. I did it. As he spoke, Emperor suddenly looked at Yan Chuan. Although he was in a sorry state at the moment, Emperor's essence, energy, and spirit seemed to have transformed again, and his eyes were sharper. It was certain that Emperor's strength had increased again. Pang Tianhe. Palace Master Ju said coldly. Palace Master, we were forced. Pang Tianhe forced us. Immediately, the people who had betrayed him cried out in shock. Palace Master, spare me. Pang Tianhe also cried out. Spare me? Who would spare my life that day? Everyone must die. Palace Master Ju said coldly. As he spoke, he waved the saber in his hand and slashed at everyone. Ah! Everyone scattered and fled in all directions in fear. Palace Master Ju immediately chased in one direction and slashed at Pang Tianhe with his saber. On the other side, a cold light flashed in Emperor's eyes, and the saber in his hand suddenly drew a strange arc. Boom! Other than Pang Tianhe, who was killed by Palace Master Ju, the other people who fled were instantly killed. About 1,000 people were beheaded by a single slash, and they fell to the ground. Boom! Palace Master Ju also killed Pang Tianhe. Turning his head, Palace Master Ju looked at a palace in the distance. Boom! He opened the palace with a slash, immediately revealing the prisoners inside. Palace Master. The prisoners were pleasantly surprised. Palace Master Ju instantly unsealed everyone. Pang Tianhe and the other traitors are dead. Save the others first. Palace Master Ju shouted. Yes. Everyone quickly rushed in all directions. Palace Master Ju returned to Emperor and Yan Chuan's side. Emperor, those puppets just now looked like my father. Palace Master Ju looked at Emperor. They're also my father. Emperor said solemnly. Their expressions became more and more strange. After a moment of silence, Palace Master Ju said, let's go to the Saber Hall. Emperor nodded. Then, he looked at Yan Chuan. He seemed to want Yan Chuan to go back, but in the end, he didn't say it. After all, he had just gone to ask Yan Chuan for help. Yan Chuan came all the way here, but he wanted him to go back. Emperor didn't say anything, and Palace Master Ju seemed to have tacitly agreed to the relationship between the two. The three of them walked to the intact hall not far away. Saber Hall. Chapter 1360. The Hall of Sabers. The Emperor, Palace Master Ju, and Yan Chuan stepped in. As soon as they entered the hall, Yan Chuan's face darkened, but the Emperor and Palace Master Ju's faces changed. Father! The two girls exclaimed at the same time. There was surprise and excitement in their voices. Because at this moment, a man was standing in the hall. The man was in a grey robe and had a broad face. His eyebrows were similar to the two girls. He stood with his hands behind his back, and an innate arrogance rushed into their eyes. He looked exactly the same as the previous Saber Demon puppet. Saber Demon, Junyiming. The Emperor. The man smiled. Is it really the Saber Demon? Isn't the Saber Demon dead? Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Father, is it really you? Tears suddenly flowed out of the emperor's eyes. The mist on Palace Master Ju's face was gone, and his eyes were filled with excitement and joy. The two girls stepped forward. Suddenly, their faces changed. They reached out to grab the saber demon. Whoosh! He grabbed at the air. It was just a projection illusion. Father? The two girls frowned and looked at the saber demon. I'm just a remnant thought, not the real body. The saber demon shook his head. Remnant thought. The two girls suddenly felt bitter. Who's the one behind? Is he Lu's cultivation companion or the emperor's cultivation companion? The man suddenly looked at Yan Chuan. I'm Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan stepped forward and said. This is the emperor's. Palace Master Ju said. No. The emperor denied. The saber demon looked at the two girls and showed a trace of surprise. He smiled and did not continue to ask. You let Pang Tianhe inherit the previous 18 puppets? Yan Chuan suddenly asked. 18 puppets? The two girls' expressions changed. Yes, you've learned all my saber skills. The saber demon looked at the emperor. Yes. The emperor nodded, and his eyes gradually turned red. Father, are you still here? I'm just a remnant thought, and I've been separated from the real body. I don't know how the real body. You should know better than me. The remnant will of the saber demon shook its head. Father is dead. According to the news I received, father was killed by sword demon Yan Zizai. The emperor cried. What? Palace Master Ju's expression changed. Yan Zizai. The blade demon's remnant will frowned. Father. The emperor looked at the blade demon with red eyes. Yan Chuan, who was behind him, sighed softly but did not interrupt. Father, is it him? Palace Lord Ju asked anxiously. The saber demon's remnant will shook his head and said, I don't know. Back then, the main body separated this remnant will of mine. I don't know what happened in the future. Yan Zizai. However, with my personality, if I were to die, I definitely wouldn't die at the hands of a nobody. If it's him, perhaps. How can this be? Father, how can you die? Palace Lord Ju's eyes were red. The saber demon's remnant will smiled and said, it doesn't matter whether I die or not. Lu, don't be sad. You will understand in the future. But, father, I don't want to wait until the future. I don't want you to die. Palace Lord Ju cried. The emperor grabbed the long saber and bit his lips. After all, he already knew and was not too sad. Father, what is the relationship between me and Palace Lord Ju? Why? Why are we so similar? Are we both your daughters? The emperor frowned. Palace Lord Ju also wiped his tears and looked at the saber demon. The saber demon was silent for a while and looked at Yan Chuan, who was not far away. It was as if he didn't want Yan Chuan to know. Father, don't worry. Yan Chuan won't harm us. Palace Lord Ju and my lives were saved by Yan Chuan. The emperor said solemnly. Immediately, the saber demon's expression eased. You too. The saber demon looked at the two girls. Lu, take out this green brick first. My existence is to answer your questions. The saber demon's remnant thought said. Palace Lord Ju waved his hand and the green brick on the ground was moved away. The green brick was 10 feet thick and there was a cave below. The saber demon stepped into the cave. The two girls looked at each other and followed him in. Yan Chuan was the last to enter. The group walked deeper into the cave. There were countless arrays on the walls of the cave as if to protect the cave from being damaged. There were a large number of luminous pearls in the cave, illuminating the interior. The group walked on the stairs for about 200 feet and finally reached the bottom. It was an empty hall. On the walls of the hall, there were a large number of saber techniques. In the center, there was an eggshell that was as tall as a person. It was a blue eggshell. The eggshell was broken and it was empty. No one knew what was hatching inside. Although the blue eggshell had been empty for a long time, Yan Chuan could feel the extremely heavy aura on the blue eggshell. "Father, what is this place?" Lu asked curiously. "The place where you were born." The saber demon's eyes flashed with affection. "Me? Born?" Lu was surprised. The emperor also looked curious. "Yes, you were hatched here. I waited for you for a long time." The saber demon sighed. When he said that, a nostalgic look flashed across the saber demon's eyes. "Eggshell?" Lu was surprised. Lu walked forward in disbelief and touched the eggshell. Buzz! Blue light suddenly flashed on the eggshell. I feel a sense of familiarity." Lu exclaimed. "Father, how did I hatch from an egg?" Lu could not accept this strange fact. The saber demon shook his head and sighed. "Father, who is my mother?" Lu asked again. "Your mother." Love flashed across the saber demon's eyes, followed by deep bitterness. "Father, tell me." Lu said anxiously. "Your mother is already dead. You'd better not ask. You just have to remember that she was a great person. She died for all living beings in the world." The saber demon said bitterly. "Died for all living beings in the world? Why can't I ask?" Lu was puzzled. "Trust me. One day, when your mother's sacrifice is worth it, you will know. Don't ask, okay?" The saber demon said gently. Lu bit her lips. She could see the pain in her father's eyes and nodded sensibly. "Back then, I was just a nobody. It was my greatest happiness to be chosen by your mother. Your mother gave birth to you and then died. I've been guarding you all the way until you hatched. You didn't disappoint me and your mother. You inherited my talent and your mother's talent. Not many people in the world can surpass your talent." The saber demon recalled. "My talent?" Lu asked blankly. "That's right. Your talent is so high that it's shocking. Your talent is strong, but I'm more worried that you've been targeted by fate." The saber demon said. "Me? Targeted by fate?" Lu said in surprise. "Fate controls all living beings in the world, but it's impossible for it to be all-encompassing. It's like an emperor with thousands of citizens. Would he pay attention to the lives of every citizen every day? Impossible. However, you are different. Because of your mother, fate will definitely pay more attention to you," the saber demon said. "Me? My mother?" "Yes, everyone's life providence has the mark of fate. You are no exception. With your talent, if fate pays attention to you for too long, it will only take a thought for it to kill you," the saber demon said. Lu frowned. "Therefore, I thought of a way to strip your talent from your body, which is Emperor." The saber demon looked at Emperor. "Father?" Emperor looked at the saber demon in surprise. "I have a lifeless soul that your mother left me. It doesn't have the mark of fate. I took advantage of your unpreparedness to help you refine a clone. This clone stripped away almost all of your talent. She also inherited your mother's bloodline and my bloodline. From then on, this clone no longer received the attention of fate because there is no mark of fate in her life. She is you, and you are her," the saber demon said after taking a deep breath. "We?" Emperor and Lu looked at each other. "No wonder my breakthroughs have been so difficult in the past tens of thousands of years," Lu said with a frown. "Yes, if you are mediocre, fate will no longer pay attention to you. Your mediocrity makes you no longer dangerous. The saber demon nodded. But why didn't you tell me back then? Lu asked, puzzled. Back then, your cultivation speed caught the attention of fate. The entire Absolute Palace was under the surveillance of fate. I could only take Emperor and leave Absolute Palace. The saber demon said. Father, I'm just a clone. Emperor bit his lip. He was greatly disappointed. Emperor, you and Lu are one. You are also my daughter. You have all the talent of your mother and me. You can make fate unable to investigate you. You are blessed by the heavens, the saber demon said gently. But Emperor still couldn't take it to heart. Only now did he realize that he was actually a clone. This blow was hard for Emperor to bear. Yan Chuan frowned and said, Saber demon, I remember that a lifeless soul has no emotions. No, all emotions are transformed into rationality and comprehension. But Emperor, that's not the case. Emperor looked at the saber demon. The saber demon said in surprise, you actually know about this? I just happened to see other lifeless souls. Yan Chuan said solemnly. After all, Yan Chuan also had a clone, the Yin Tong clone. The emperor in front of him was not Yin Tong, but had very strong emotions. The saber demon nodded. Indeed, as you said, according to the ideal situation, Emperor shouldn't have any emotions. But perhaps his mother's talent was too strong, causing this lifeless soul to mutate. But I think this mutation will slowly be corrected. Emperor's emotions will gradually fade, and Emperor's emotions will slowly transfer to Lu. What? Father, you mean my emotions will disappear, and only my rationality and comprehension will be left? Emperor suddenly couldn't accept this fact and said in surprise. Yes. You will become the most perfect person. Also, have you realized that as time passes, you look at some things more rationally? The saber demon said gently. Emperor's eyes were red as he looked at the saber demon in fear. Emperor also realized that his attitude towards his disciple had become more and more dignified over the years. His emotions were fading. Sigh, Emperor, no matter what, you and Lu are the same person. The saber demon said gently. But Emperor's life is controlled by Palace Master Ju. If Palace Master Ju dies, Emperor will die too. But if Emperor dies, Palace Master Ju will be fine. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Each has its own gains and losses. Lu might not be able to break through in her lifetime, but Emperor can reach the peak. The saber demon sighed. No. Emperor suddenly cried in grief. Palace Master Ju was also in a bad mood. Yan Chuan stepped forward and hugged the grieving Emperor. Chapter 1361. Everyone has their own gains and losses. Lu might not be able to break through in her lifetime, but Emperor can reach the peak. Saber demon sighed. No. Emperor suddenly cried in grief. Palace Master Ju was also in a bad mood. Yan Chuan stepped forward and hugged the grieving Emperor. Anyone who encountered such a thing would feel despair. Emperor thought that he could avenge his father by working hard, but in the end, he suddenly realized that he was fake. Everyone once thought that they were the main character of this world. Even if everything did not go their way, they were unique. Moreover, Emperor's achievements were extremely great. However, at this moment, he realized that he was just a clone of someone else. He was just an accessory. Emperor felt extremely disappointed. For a moment, he could not control himself and sobbed. Yan Chuan hugged Emperor and comforted him with his broad chest. Father, could this be? Lu also had a complicated expression. Lu did not feel anything when her talent was stripped away because her father wanted to protect her. However, Emperor was just a clone. Perhaps they were the same person. Lu seemed to feel the same and felt sad for Emperor. However, Saber Demon shook his head and said, "You still can't see it. Emperor has his own thoughts. Everything is independent, almost separated from you. It's just that the sudden change is a little big. Moreover, Emperor will become more rational in the future, so you don't have to worry about him. After a while, Emperor seemed to feel much better. Suddenly, he realized that he was in Yan Chuan's arms. He immediately blushed and struggled to separate himself from Yan Chuan's arms. Seeing Yan Chuan's concerned face, Emperor's eyes reddened again. Emperor turned his head and looked at Saber Demon. "Father, are you saying that I'll slowly forget my feelings? Slowly transfer them to Lu He?" Emperor said seriously. Saber Demon sighed slightly and nodded. "Although your lifeless soul mutated back then, it will slowly return to the right track. Your feelings and emotions will slowly be transferred to Lu He." Emperor's eyes reddened again. "Girl, you still have Lu He," Saber Demon advised. "Father, I want to calm down." Emperor shook his head. "Sigh." Saber Demon nodded. Emperor rushed out of the underground palace. Yan Chuan followed him out worriedly. The Emperor left the Hall of Sabers and flew to a mountain peak in the distance. Yan Chuan was about to follow. "Don't come over." The Emperor immediately shouted. At the entrance of the Saber Hall, Yan Chuan frowned, worry flashing in his eyes. At the peak of the mountain, tears flowed uncontrollably. Forget all feelings. The Emperor's heart was filled with depression. "How could I forget father? Also, have you forgotten about him?" Emperor turned to look at the worried Yan Chuan in the distance. Looking at Yan Chuan, the Emperor felt even sadder. The Emperor's personality was relatively cold, and he would not easily develop feelings. However, once he did, it would be extremely unforgettable. Once the iceberg melted, there was no turning back. The Emperor had already fallen in love with Yan Chuan in the sealed realm. He had thought that it would be a spectacular and beautiful affair, but because of Yan Chuan's identity, the Emperor had to suppress his feelings. But the more he suppressed it, the more the iceberg melted. With the Emperor's personality, he would not lower his head to anything. Perhaps he could not be with Yan Chuan, but the memories that the Emperor kept in his heart would be his most precious treasure. This was because it allowed the Emperor to taste the joys and sorrows of being a woman. It also allowed the Emperor to understand that he was still a woman. There was a cute, hateful, and lamentable person. Even if he was not fated to be with her in his life, he was still a person that he cared about. However, his father said that he would slowly lose his feelings and emotions, slowly becoming that person at the peak. However, that person at the peak was emotionless and loveless. At that time, would he still be human? Looking at the worried Yan Chuan in the distance, the Emperor bit his lips and shouted in his heart, "I don't want to forget you." Arg! The Emperor roared at the sky in grief and hatred. He vented the boundless despair in his heart. Rumble! The Emperor's sorrowful roar shook the surrounding void. The ground shook and the mountainside shook. The Absolute Palace disciples gathered in all directions were shocked. Meanwhile, in the underground palace, the Saber Demon and Lu sighed slightly. The two did not say anything, as if they were waiting for the Emperor to return. The Emperor's roar lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the Emperor's roar made him feel much better. He looked into the distance and stared blankly for an hour. After an hour, the Emperor's expression became serious, and he regained his previous coldness. Stepping forward, the Emperor flew back to the entrance of the Saber Hall. Yan Chuan had been guarding at the side. "There will be a way." Yan Chuan stepped forward and grabbed the Emperor's hand to comfort him. At this moment, the Emperor did not struggle. He glanced at Yan Chuan and allowed Yan Chuan to pull him. The two walked back to the underground palace of the Saber Hall again. The Absolute Palace disciples were left bewildered. In the underground palace, only then did the Emperor let go of Yan Chuan's hand. Father, I was emotionally unstable just now. The emperor apologized. The saber demon smiled slightly. It will be fine in the future. It will be fine in the future. Okay. The emperor bit his lips and nodded. Put away this eggshell. This is what you were born with and the only thing your mother left for you. The saber demon said. Okay. Lu nodded. The saber demon looked at Lu and then at the emperor. It's good if I die. At least, I can accompany your mother. The saber demon said with a smile. Father. The two girls' eyes turned red. Don't cry, Emperor. Your achievements in the future will be limitless. However, protect Lu well. We are bound together for good or ill. The saber demon said. I will. The emperor wiped his nose and said. I can't hold on for too long. I don't want to hold on anymore. Even if I'm a remnant, I want to enter reincarnation as soon as possible and see your mother. The saber demon said with a smile. Father. The two girls cried. Take good care of yourself. I'm leaving. The saber demon said with a smile. With a smile, the saber demon's body gradually turned into a mist of light. The mist of light slowly dissipated. Father. The two girls cried loudly. Then, the two girls knelt down together and kowtowed to the place where the saber demon's remnant thought had disappeared. Yen Chuan stood aside and did not speak. The two girls grieved for a while before standing up. Lu put away the eggshell and looked at the emperor. The emperor's face was gloomy. Emperor, are you okay? Lu asked worriedly. I'm fine, but father can't die in vain. I have the strength now. I want to avenge father. A cold glint flashed in the emperor's eyes. Avenge? Lu looked at the emperor. Yes, I have to go now. Father said that my feelings will slowly be transferred to you. I will gradually forget my feelings and only have reason. Father's kindness is like a mountain. I don't want to forget it, but I can't keep it. Since I can't keep it, then I'll avenge father's kindness before I lose it, the emperor said solemnly. I'll go with you. Lu said immediately. The emperor's kindness was like a mountain, and so was Lu's. The two girls immediately became determined. Yen Chuan said, Are you going to look for Yen Zizai? Yen Zizai is as famous as your father. His strength is unquestionable. You might not be able to take revenge if you go. No, even if I can't take revenge, I have to fulfill my duty as a woman. I have to go, the emperor said. Looking at Yen Chuan, the emperor said with a complicated expression, You should go back. Thank you for your concern this time. What are you saying? I'll go with you to see Yen Zizai and ask him about what happened back then. Yen Chuan said, shaking his head. No. The emperor's eyes immediately turned red. Yen Zizai was Yen Chuan's ancestor. If Yen Chuan went, it would be extremely awkward. If the emperor helped the emperor, he did not want to see Yen Chuan defy his ancestor. However, if the emperor helped Yen Zizai. No, even if the emperor did not help Yen Zizai, it would be difficult for the emperor to face this grudge. I know you're worried. I'll go with you in my zombie body. The zombie body is not related to Yen Zizai by blood. Yen Chuan sighed softly. But the emperor still wanted to stop him. Don't say any more. I've long wanted to see Yen Zizai. Yen Chuan shook his head. Yen Zizai had set up 10 halls in the Netherworld's North Outer Continent. It was very similar to someone in the Great Thousand World. Yen Chuan had always been curious. All right. Chapter 1362. A few months later. Netherworld, North Outer Continent. Chujiang Territory. Zombie Yen Chuan, the Emperor, and Lu landed in a huge hall. On Yan Chuan's shoulder was Miao. Wait a moment. My men from Dezhen East Factory will send news. Zombie Yan Chuan said. All right. The Emperor nodded. Miao looked at Yan Chuan, the Emperor, and Lu Er. Sister Emperor, I was there when you came out of the ice. Miao said. Yes. The Emperor nodded. Miao, Sister Emperor, are you the same as Sister Yushi? Are you also a phoenix? Miao asked curiously. No. The Emperor shook her head. Then why are you called Emperor? Isn't Emperor a phoenix? Miao was confused. The Emperor's expression changed. He was slightly surprised and then looked at Lu Er. Lu Er seemed to have realized something. After all, she was hatched from a rainbow egg. This meant that her mother's original form should be a bird-type beast. Father named me Emperor. Phoenix. Was it? All right, Miao, stop talking nonsense. Yan Chuan laughed. Who's talking nonsense? I'm just curious. Could it be the Emperor? Miao wrinkled her nose. This time, you have to follow us out. But remember, if there's any danger, use your spatial abilities to return to Xianyang immediately. If it's like the last time, I won't bring you out. Zombie Yan Chuan said. Got it, got it. Miao said disapprovingly. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. On a star high up in the sky where everyone was. The butterfly queen followed and looked at the hall where Yan Chuan and the rest were. Sigh, father asked me to protect you. Don't run around. Seriously, why did you come to the North Outer Continent again? The butterfly queen complained. No, I remember now. The North Outer Continent. There's a Yen Zizai. When Miao Ru came, he was rejected. Yan Chuan and Yen Zizai. They have the same surname. Could they be related? They're here for Yen Zizai. The butterfly queen's eyes lit up. In the hall below. Yan Chuan accompanied Miao while Lu Er and the Emperor chatted. Emperor, can I ask you a question? Lu Er asked. Ask. The Emperor nodded. Although the two women were the same, they were strangers. What's your cultivation? Can you deal with Yen Zizai? Lu Er asked curiously. Although Lu Er did not mind the talent that was stripped from her, she still looked forward to it. 10th stage of the ancestral immortal realm, but he's about to make a breakthrough. Miao, only the 10th heaven. Lu Er exclaimed. 10th layer of heaven. That day, his father's puppets had the strength of the 11th heavens of the ancestral immortal realm. Furthermore, when the 18 of them attacked together, it was close to the might of the 13th heavens. Only the 10th heaven emperor realm. Killing 18 puppets with one strike. How was this possible? Challenging someone of a higher level? Wasn't that a little too exaggerated? My talent is stronger. The emperor said indifferently. The emperor spoke very calmly, as if he didn't care about this talent at all. Or rather, the emperor would rather not lose his feelings. But when he said this to Lu Er, he did not know how to feel about it. Reporting. At this moment, a loud shout came from outside the hall. Come in. Yan Chuan shouted. Immediately, a cultivator quickly stepped into the main hall. Chujiang Territories Qianhu of the East Depot greets the Celestial Emperor. The Qianhu said with some excitement. Although many guards were dispatched to different parts of the world, they still knew about Great Zhen. Great Zhen had ascended to the heavenly court, and the Celestial Emperor had officially entered the ranks of the world's top heroes. How's Chujiang City? Yan Chuan asked. Reporting to the Celestial Emperor, they are already here. Half a year ago, Old Fiend 100 Evil issued a challenge to Chujiang. Furthermore, Old Fiend 100 Evil is already outside Chujiang City, waiting for the Chujiang Hall Master to accept the challenge. The Qianhu said. They are here. Yes. Sage ruler, perhaps the two sides have already attacked, the Qianhu said again. Let's go. Yan Chuan stepped out of the main hall, and Miao jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder. The Emperor and Lu Er also stepped into the sky. The Qianhu quickly led the way. Chujiang Hall. Miao, why did we come here first? Miao asked curiously. Yan Zizai's whereabouts are unknown. We only know that he is in the outer northern continent, but we don't know his exact location. However, Yan Zizai established 10 halls, and they are scattered across 10 territories. If we want to find Yan Zizai, we can only search from the 10 halls. Chujiang Hall happened to have a big battle, so perhaps we will meet Yan Zizai here. Yan Chuan explained. Miao, isn't that old fiend 100 Evil a saint from the Yang realm? Why did he come to Yan Zizai's territory? Miao asked curiously. We will know soon. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Everyone flew quickly, and along the way, countless ghosts ran amok. Zombies, skeletons, evil spirits, ghosts, and countless dead spirits wandered around. There were also countless dead spirits that had yet to develop independent consciousness, and at this moment, they were instinctively kneeling in one direction. In the distance, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and it was dusky. Vaguely, one could see a huge hall towering in the dark fog. Streaks of lightning flashed around the huge hall. From afar, one could see a huge plaque on the huge hall, and the words Chujiang Hall were written on it. There were a few scattered buildings around it, which was the so-called Chujiang city. In front of Chujiang Hall, countless ghosts were kneeling devoutly. From afar, Yan Chuan could already see about 1,000,000 sky demons flying in the sky. And outside the 1,000,000 sky demons, countless ghosts were showing provocative expressions towards the sky demons. The battle had yet to begin, but there were already a large number of practitioners surrounding it. The challenge letter from half a year ago had attracted many experts from the outer northern continent. Yan Chuan and the rest landed on the peak of a mountain. They saw old fiend 100 Evil looking at Chujiang Hall in the north with a gloomy face on a mountain peak directly south of Chujiang Hall. At the entrance of Chujiang Hall, there was a man in white standing there. That is the saint of the netherworld, Ice God. Lu Er's expression changed, and she immediately recognized him. Ice God did not use the fog to cover his face, and his handsome face was filled with pride. He hugged his sword and looked at old fiend 100 Evil in the distance. Ice God, where is Yan Zizai? Old fiend 100 Evil shouted. Ice God smiled faintly, you are not worthy to see my master. Humph, I am not worthy. Who does he think he is? Despicable scum. 100 Evil old demon shouted furiously. How dare you? Ice God glared. Instantly, a wave of cold air spread in all directions from Chujiang Hall, and snow fell from the sky. Is it not? Under the northern remote sea, in the eye of the sea, where are the identical beasts from the various eras sealed inside? If it was not you who took it, who else could it be? Old fiend 100 Evil said angrily. The eye of the northern remote sea. There are more than 10 identical beasts sealed inside, but just based on your words, you think it is yours? Ice God said disdainfully. It is good that you admit that it was you who took it. The identical beasts under the eye of the sea were sealed by my master. My master has great use for them, hand over the identical beasts. Old fiend 100 Evil shouted angrily. Ha 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 ha, your master. Who is your master? Ask him to come see me. Ice God laughed. You think you are worthy to see my master? Ice God, if you do not hand over the identical beasts today, I will tear down your Chujiang Hall. Old fiend 100 Evil said coldly. Tear down. Come on then. Ice God said disdainfully. In the distance, Yan Chuan's group raised their eyebrows. Old fiend 100 Evil's master. Meow meow, do you remember him? Yan Chuan looked at Miao Miao, who was on his shoulder. Miao, how would I know, I don't remember. Miao shook its head. Chapter 1363. Old Demon 100 Evil's eyes were cold. At this moment, he was extremely furious. Humph, since that's the case, I'll destroy your Chujiang Hall first. Let's see if Yen's eye will come out. Old Demon 100 Evil shouted. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Boom! 3,000 Heaven Dao suddenly appeared behind him. The moment the Heaven Dao appeared, a vast and turbulent aura rushed out in all directions. In an instant, a strong wind blew around Chujiang City. Countless ghosts were blown away by the strong wind. Roar! Roar! Countless ghosts roared at Old Demon 100 Evil. Heavenly Demon Realm entrance, open. Old Demon 100 Evil shouted. Boom! The void seemed to have collapsed, forming a huge hole. On the other side of this huge hole, countless heavenly demons looked outside. All heavenly demons, come out and destroy Chujiang Hall. Old Demon 100 Evil said coldly. The original million heavenly demons outside had already charged straight towards the Chujiang Hall, and on the other side of the huge opening, an endless stream of heavenly demons charged out. Boom! Billions of heavenly demons came out. The originally gloomy world became even more sinister and terrifying. Old Demon 100 Evil gathered more and more heavenly demons and rushed towards Chujiang Hall. Millions of ghosts rushed into the sky. However, there were too many heavenly demons on the other side. In the blink of an eye, the ghosts were invaded by the heavenly demons and could not move. Millions of heavenly demons rushed towards Ice God. Ice God hugged his sword and looked at the millions of heavenly demons coming from all directions. His eyes turned cold. How can you taint Chujiang Hall? Ice God's eyes turned cold. Boom! From where Ice God was, the air instantly became extremely cold. Ice God unsheathed his sword. With one sword, the surroundings turned into a world of ice and snow. With a slash of the sword, countless heavenly demons were sealed in ice and snow. However, it was only sealed for a moment before the heavenly demons came out again. It's useless. Heavenly demons have no form. Your ice can't stop them. Old Demon 100 Evil said coldly. But it's enough for me to kill you. Ice God's eyes turned cold. He extended his sword. A ray of white sword light shot towards evil Old Demon. Old Demon 100 Evil waved his hand and a bronze mirror appeared in his palm. Boom! The sword and mirror collided, and 100 Evil Old Demon was pushed back. Countless sky fiends had already arrived in front of Chujiang Hall. Buzz! Suddenly, the countless sky fiends froze in a circle. It was like a 100-foot thick transparent barrier. Countless sky fiends flew into it and stopped moving. What? The distant old demon by fiend's face changed. What kind of protection is this? He could actually block the heavenly demon. Aren't heavenly demons formless? Countless cultivators also revealed surprised expressions. That's not right. Those sky demons are still flying. It's just that they can't fly out of the thickness of the barrier. Immediately, someone cried out in alarm. Everyone looked over. Indeed, there were countless heavenly fiends outside Chujiang Hall. They flew into the thick layer of the barrier and flew rapidly inside. However, no matter how they flew, they remained in their original spots. This is... Meow! Meow exclaimed. This barrier isn't simple. Lu-er exclaimed. Meow, I know. This is the space ability, so close, yet so far. Meow exclaimed. Oh. Yan Chuan looked at Meow. After all, Meow also had spatial god art. So close, yet so far. This is a spatial god art. Even I can barely do it. Chujiang Hall actually used it to form an array. Moreover, without Yen Zizai controlling it, they can still defend. This is a reserved god art. Yen Zizai's spatial god art is so powerful. Miao exclaimed. Yen Chuan, this god art, so close, yet so far. That 100-foot thick barrier only looks to be 100 feet. However, once we enter it, we will realize that it is not 100 feet, but an infinite distance. Those sky demons are not blocked and are still flying inside. However, the distance inside is too far. Even if the sky demons keep flying, they can't reach the end. Miao exclaimed. As they spoke, the densely packed sky demons in the distance had already formed a thick layer and flew into the thick layer of the barrier. The entire barrier was dyed black. Spatial god art. Old demon Bai Fiend's eyes turned ugly. He had summoned billions of sky demons, but they could not harm Chujiang Hall at all. Humph. Ice god, since we can't harm Chujiang Hall for now, I'll destroy your Chujiang city first and kill all your believers. Old demon Bai Fiend said hatefully. As he spoke, he suddenly tossed the mirror in his hand. Countless flames surged out from the mirror. The flames charged at the ghosts in all directions as though they were the bane of ghosts. In an instant, flames spread everywhere. Heavenly Tao of Fire, open. Old demon Bai Fiend controlled the 3,000 heavenly Taos. 10 of them suddenly shot out dazzling flames as though they were helping old demon Bai Fiend's mirror to ignite the flames. Boom! Flames exploded in all directions. Bastard! Ice God glared. She stepped forward. Frost and snow fell again and quickly extinguished the flames in all directions. Old demon Bai Fiend, you're courting death. Don't blame me for this. Ice God said coldly as she stabbed out with her long sword. Shing! 100 energy swords shot out from her sword toward old demon Bai Fiend. Boom! Old demon Bai Fiend blocked the attack. However, he was pushed back by more than 1,000 feet. What? You didn't use the power of heaven and earth? Old demon Bai Fiend exclaimed. Old demon Bai Fiend was a 9th heaven ancestral immortal. He was at the peak of the 11th heaven when he used the power of heaven and earth. However, Ice God did not use the power of a saint to push him back with a single strike. I don't need it to deal with you. Old demon Bai Fiend, remember this. You're the one who's courting death this year. Ice God said coldly. As she spoke, a sword descended from the sky again. When the sword slashed out, the world was illuminated by the sword light. No, you're just Yen Zizai's servant. How can you be so strong? Old demon Bai Fiend exclaimed. The small mirror in his hand quickly went to meet the attack. Boom! Under the sword, the small mirror exploded with a loud bang. Old demon Bai Fiend was sent flying again. Miao, so this is a saint. Miao revealed a look of disdain. Ice God hasn't used her full strength yet. The Emperor said in a deep voice. Ice God, do you know who my master is? Old demon Bai Fiend roared angrily. I don't care who he is. Humph, you only have yourself to blame for offending my Chujiang palace today. Saint. Today, I'll kill your saint and let the world know that the 10 palaces are not to be offended by anyone. Die! Ice God yelled. Once again, a sword light that was several times stronger than the previous one slashed towards old demon Bai Fiend. When the sword struck out, the surrounding void shattered. It was unknown whether it was torn apart by the sword or frozen. Every shattered space was frozen into crystals. Walala! The void shattered. The sword was like a death sentence as it instantly reached old demon Bai Fiend's face. Heavenly Tao. Old demon Bai Fiend controlled the 3,000 heavenly Tao to block in front of him. Boom! Boom! One by one, the heavenly Tao crumbled. The remaining power of the sword did not dissipate as it rushed towards old demon Bai Fiend. The Dharma treasure had already shattered. Old Demon by Fiend instantly felt death approaching his body. No, I don't want to die yet. Master, save me. Old Demon by Fiend roared towards the sky. He held a long sword in his hand as he blocked Ice God's sword light. Ice God's face was ferocious. The power of the sword was not something Old Demon by Fiend could block. It instantly shattered Old Demon by Fiend's sword. It was unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, Old Demon by Fiend was about to be killed by the sword. The surrounding experts who came to watch the battle were shocked. The experts in the surrounding territories only knew that the 10 Palaces masters were powerful. For Ice God to be able to become a saint, he should be extremely powerful. However, no one expected Ice God to be so ferocious. Without using the power of a saint, he could kill a saint in the blink of an eye. Wouldn't it be even more ferocious if he used the power of a saint? There were some experts who wanted to challenge Ice God. However, when they saw this scene, they all shrunk their necks. Ice God was right. This battle was not only to kill Old Demon by Fiend, but also to intimidate those who didn't know what was good for them. Old Demon by Fiend could not resist the sword and was about to be killed. Master! Old Demon by Fiend screamed at the top of his lungs. In his desperation, 8 lights suddenly appeared in front of Old Demon by Fiend. They formed a circle like a shield and blocked in front of Old Demon by Fiend. Boom! Ice God's sword collided with the shield that appeared out of nowhere. The surrounding void instantly shattered into countless pieces. However, the shield was completely unscathed as it stood firmly in the air, blocking the fatal blow that Old Demon by Xia had thrown at it with inexplicable terror. There were 8 lights on the shield. They were shaped like. Each of the 8 patterns shone with a dazzling golden light. They formed a circle and blocked in front of Old Demon by Fiend like a shield. The Ice God's sword light was unable to move an inch. Connate 8 trigrams. In the distance, Yan Chuan's eyes widened. Boom! The Ice Deity's sword energy exploded, and the Ice Deity instantly retreated. What? Ice God's expression changed. Ice God knew his sword better than anyone else. How could such a powerful sword be blocked by the 8 patterns? Master! Old Demon by Fiend exclaimed in surprise. Humph! Ice God snorted coldly. A sword light that was several times larger than the previous one rushed towards the 8 patterns. Boom! The void was torn apart again. A destructive white light seemed to be about to completely destroy Old Demon by Fiend. At this moment, behind the 8 symbols, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the void. Rumble! The crack led to the heavenly demon world. The crack grew bigger and bigger. As it grew bigger, a majestic aura was emitted from within. As soon as the majestic aura was emitted, countless living beings and dead spirits knelt down in fear. At this moment, countless sky demons were crawling towards the crack. Ice God's sword pierced forward. The 8 patterns suddenly moved. They instantly retracted and froze Ice God's unstoppable sword in the void. What? Impossible! Ice God exclaimed. In the distance, the crack grew bigger and bigger. The majestic aura was also emitted. It was so much so that the space around the crack had suddenly tightened. Ka 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 ka. In an instant, countless large nets seemed to have appeared in the void. The densely packed net of heaven was pushed away in all directions by this aura. Wherever this aura reached, only I am supreme in the world. Even the heavenly net was forced back at this moment. Even the power of heavenly Tao could not reach here. The heavenly net was greatly pushed aside. In an instant, it alarmed heavenly Tao. Rumble! In the underworld, dark clouds quickly gathered, and the sky was gloomy. Yellow clouds covered the Chujiang territory. Not far away, a crack gradually appeared in the yellow clouds. Boom! The crack slowly opened. A huge eye opened from the crack. It was the Eye of Heavenly Tao. The Eye of Heavenly Tao opened and looked coldly at the crack that led to the heavenly demon world. Yan Chuan and the others also quickly retreated. They retreated far away. Yan Chuan and Lu stepped onto the heaven and earth altar. Emperor stared at them and did not kneel. Miao stood on Yan Chuan's shoulder and looked into the distance. At this moment, everyone was not looking at the Eye of Heavenly Tao. Instead, they were looking at the crack that led to the heavenly demon world. In the crack, there were countless heavenly demons. At this moment, countless heavenly demons were prostrating at the feet of a huge black shadow. Even the old demon 100 Fiend prostrated himself on the ground. "Greetings, my lord." The 100 evil old demon prostrated himself sincerely. As for the black shadow, it was extremely blurry. Yan Chuan and the others could vaguely see a silhouette. It was a giant that was 100 feet tall. He was wearing a gorgeous robe and was sitting on a huge throne. His hands were on the armrests, and he was calm and composed. Behind the throne, there was a huge golden halo. The pattern of the halo was also the 8 symbols that locked the ice god's single sword in the outside world. However, the 8 symbols behind the giant were even larger. A terrifying aura surged out from them. This aura was so strong that it did not give way even to heavenly Tao. As soon as the aura appeared, the heavenly net was pushed away. "Miao, who is that? It's so powerful," Miao said in surprise. In the distance, in the starry sky, the butterfly queen stared at the giant that was sitting inside the crack. "Who is this? Father, who is this?" the butterfly queen cried out in surprise. The Eye of Heavenly Tao stared at the crack. The giant in the crack also seemed to have seen the Eye of Heavenly Tao. He raised his head and looked at the Eye of Heavenly Tao. The giant and the Eye of Heavenly Tao looked at each other for a while. Rumble. The Eye of Heavenly Tao slowly closed. Then, the yellow clouds gradually dispersed. The countless black clouds in the sky also quickly dispersed. Ostracizing the heavenly net was a taboo against the heavenly net. The heavenly net had come aggressively, but when it saw the giant, it chose to retreat in a strange manner. All around, countless experts with heaven and earth altars were horrified. Who was this person? How could he be so strong? The heavenly net allowed this aura to be pushed away, but heavenly Tao did not care anymore. The Eye of Heavenly Tao left. The giant in the heavenly demon world looked at the ice god again. "Little demon." The giant's voice sounded. My lord, I have alarmed you, I deserve to die." 100 evil old demon immediately begged for forgiveness. "Even the position of a sage is not enough for you to handle the affairs of the world." The giant's voice sounded again. "This subordinate is useless. The world is changing, and there are more and more experts. This person is called the Ice God. Before coming, this subordinate did not expect him to be so strong. This subordinate is useless. I have disturbed you, master." Evil old demon apologized. The giant looked at the Ice God again. Chapter 1364. Even the position of a sage isn't enough for you to handle the matters of the world. The giant's voice rang out again. "I'm useless. The world is changing, and there are more and more experts. This person is called Ice God. Before I came, I didn't expect him to be so strong. I'm useless. I'm sorry for disturbing you, my lord." Old Fiend 100 Evil apologized. The giant looked at Ice God again. Not far away, Ice God stabbed out with his sword. The huge astral sword was restrained by the 8 connate 8 trigrams talismans, unable to move. The Ice Goddess looked surprised. After all, Ice God's cultivation was at the 12th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Yet, he was unable to move in front of the 8 talismans. The giant looked over. A vast aura descended from the sky, suppressing the entire Chujiang territory. The heavens had already retreated. Countless cultivators who could have stood up suddenly felt the immense pressure again. It was different from the heavens' pressure, but it was also irresistible. It was an aura that made all living beings bow before it. Rumble. Countless living beings and dead spirits knelt down. Meow. Meow widened her eyes and supported herself from kneeling. Meow was immune to the heavens' aura, but Meow could not stand the giant's aura. Yan Chuan quickly pulled Meow into his arms. Yan Chuan and Lu were unaffected by the heaven and earth altar. However, the emperor was suppressed like never before. Crack. 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 Cracks appeared on the mountain beneath the emperor's feet. The immense pressure wanted the emperor to kneel, but the emperor kept his eyes open and withstood the pressure. Yan Chuan stepped forward to help him up. I can do it. The emperor shook his head. In the distance, Ice God was the first to bear the brunt. His knees trembled, and he felt like he was being forced to kneel. Roar. I, Ice God, only kneel to the world and my lord. No one can make me kneel. Ice God struggled bitterly. The giant looked at Ice God and said indifferently, Little fiend, why are you here? Why are you fighting him? My lord, the identical beast that my lord sealed was taken away by Yan Zizai. He's one of Yan Zizai's men. I'm here to take back the identical beast. Old Fiend 100 Evil immediately reported. Oh. Yan Zizai? The giant asked in a deep voice. They are identical beasts, born and nurtured by the heavens. How could they be yours? The ice god shouted. Stubborn fool. The identical beast was sealed by my master, so it belongs to my master. Devil 100 Evil shouted. Your master's seal. Ha ha ha, doesn't that mean that after you dig up the treasure, you have to return it to the person who buried it? The identical beast is ours now, and it will always be ours. The ice god shouted. Impudent. The giant bellowed. While speaking, Yan Chuan saw that the blurry giant's eyes suddenly emitted 2 red lights. The void trembled as if there was a huge impact. The ice god was sent flying. Boom! The long sword in the ice god's hand exploded into pieces. The ice god suffered a heavy blow and spat out a mouthful of blood. In front of the giant, the ice god, with her powerful cultivation, was unable to resist at all. She was instantly sent flying, her entire body covered in injuries. In the distance, the experts standing on the heaven and earth altar felt their scalps go numb. Meow. Meow cried out in surprise. In the distant starry sky. The butterfly queen was also stunned. Who is this? Who is it? Why didn't I know? The butterfly queen was at the 13th level of the ancestral immortal realm. Even so, the butterfly queen had a feeling that she was no match for the giant. The giant's appearance was like a sovereign descending upon the world. There was not a single bit of resistance in the surroundings. The ice god slammed into the barrier outside the Chujiang palace. In the distance, Devil 100 Evil was gloating. At the same time, his eyes were filled with boundless admiration for the giant. Little demon, I bestow this 8 trigram to you. Don't ever leave the Chujiang pond again. The giant said in a deep voice. The 8 trigram symbols that had blocked the ice god's attack slowly flew towards Devil 100 Evil. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Devil 100 Evil shouted excitedly. Devil 100 Evil had witnessed the might of the 8 trigram symbols. Even the ice god's full-powered attack was unable to shake it. With this treasure, the number of opponents in the world would be reduced by more than half. Cough cough cough. The ice god stood up in the distance, coughing. Tell Yan Zizai to come out. The giant said calmly. His voice was light, but it strangely spread out in all directions. It was filled with the majesty of the giant. Ha ha ha, I thought it was an esteemed guest. I didn't expect it to be an evil guest. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded. The voice had a hint of mockery. It was facing the giant. The voice sounded very young, but it was very magnetic. My lord. The ice god said with joy. Yen's is I. Yen Chuan's eyes narrowed. Miao and the butterfly queen both widened their eyes. Lu, and the emperor also looked at the Chujiang palace with serious expressions. Swish. A black figure instantly appeared at the top of the Chujiang palace. It was a young man who looked about 18 years old. His long hair was combed into an irregular bun. He was thin and tall, and wore a tight black robe. The wind blew at the end of the robe, making him look very free and easy. The young man looked very handsome, with a hint of devilishness in his handsomeness. There was a thin, blood-colored line on his forehead, and he had strange, dark circles under his eyes. As he smiled, his lips curled into a devilishly charming smile that could make thousands of girls infatuated with him. His eyes were golden and still gave off a devilish charm. Yen's is I. It is indeed you, the Nether River old ancestor from the great thousand realms. You are still alive. Yen Chuan said as his eyes narrowed. In the distance, Yen Zizai looked at the giant in the heavenly demon world. The aura that the giant released did not seem to affect him at all. To think that you have the nerve to interfere in the fight between the younger generation. You even injured my subordinates. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? The young man said with a wicked smile. Nether River. You are still alive. The giant's voice contained a trace of shock. Ha ha ha. If you can't die, how can I die? Yen Zizai said with a wicked smile. As he spoke, he looked at the ice god. Yen Zizai's golden eyes flashed slightly. Hum. 2 rays of golden light rushed toward the ice god. They instantly entered the ice god's body. The ice god's aura immediately became even, as if her injuries were healed in an instant. Thank you, my lord, the ice god said gratefully. At the same time, a look of worship flashed in her eyes. At this moment, Yen Zizai looked at the giant again. My subordinates have been bullied by you. Now, let's talk about compensation. Yen Zizai said with a wicked smile. Compensation? You want me to compensate? Nether River, there is my mark on the identical beast seal. You should have recognized it, but you still took my identical beast. How should I explain this? The giant said in a deep voice. Did I? Why didn't I see it? Yen Zizai shook his head. My lord, this Yen Zizai must be a scoundrel. He doesn't want to pay. 100 Evil Old Demon suddenly interrupted. In the distance, Yen Zizai suddenly laughed. That smile sent a chill down 100 Evil Old Demon's spine. This is the subordinate you trained? Yen Zizai said with a hint of mockery. Chapter 1365. This is the subordinate that you have trained? Yen Zizai said mockingly. Speaking of this, 100 Evil Old Demon immediately reacted. Master, please forgive me for my ignorance. 100 Evil Old Demon immediately knelt down. From the tone of the giant, it was obvious that he treated Yen Zizai as an equal. No matter what, the two of them were equal in terms of power. However, at this moment, a junior impudently interrupted. In an instant, the situation changed. Not only did the junior's scolding fail to belittle Yen Zizai, but it also made the giant lose face. At the very least, it made him look like he was incompetent in teaching his subordinates. The giant looked at 100 Evil Old Demon and did not scold him. Instead, he looked at Yen Zizai again. Mingi, you are in the outer north continent. Are you trying to recreate the Great Thousand World? The giant said in a deep voice. Recreate? Ha ha ha, I don't need you to care about my matters. My path is different from yours. Yen Zizai laughed. Just because it is different, you can do whatever you want. My things are not that easy to take. The giant said in a deep voice. As he spoke, a surge of colorful light rushed from behind the giant's throne to Chujiang Hall. Rumble. The void trembled. An even greater pressure made the surrounding cultivators unable to raise their heads. The mountain under the emperor's feet cracked. However, the emperor still persevered and stood. Ha ha ha, Fuxi, is this the Luck Dao? Are you still trying to test me? I can tell you directly that I want the identical beast. No one can take it back. Yan Zizai shouted. Boom! A pitch-black river suddenly appeared behind Yan Zizai. The river rushed to the 9 heavens. Rumble! The black river rushed to the sky and ripples appeared in the surrounding void. When the black river appeared, it seemed to divide heaven and earth into two. On one side of the black river, it was as bright as day. On the other side of the black river, it was night. It was pitch black. A nether river connecting heaven and earth, dividing yin and yang. Patriarch Nether River's great Tao, heaven reaching Nether River. Yen Chuan's eyes narrowed. Miao, Yen Chuan, have you seen him before? Miao, who was in his arms, asked in surprise. I fought the Nether River in the Great Thousand Realms. Unfortunately, I was in a hurry and did not get to see the might of the Nether River's great Tao. Yen Chuan said seriously. I feel that his Black River Avenue is very strange. Miao frowned. Oh. It's as if there's a world within the great Tao. It's a great Tao that's completely condensed from spatial divine ability. I really want to go in and take a look. Miao revealed a look of envy. The Nether River Great Tao appeared. Mingyi's aura suddenly soared. Mingyi and Fuxi's auras collided with each other outside Chujiang Hall. Boom! Just the collision of their auras caused countless cracks to appear in the void. At the point of collision, the colorful light behind Fuxi and the earthy yellow light released by Yan Zizai instantly intertwined. Miao, what's that? Miao asked angrily. The colorful one is called Luck Dao, and the earthy yellow one is called Luck Force. Yen Chuan explained. Luck Dao. Luck Force. Cultivating one's life and cultivating one's fame will ultimately gather the luck of heaven and earth. Cultivating yin virtue will gather the karma of heaven and earth. Cultivating feng shui will gather the luck of heaven and earth. Cultivating luck will gather the luck of heaven and earth. These two people, one cultivates feng shui, and the other cultivates luck. They're both top-notch people. They're using two different kinds of forces of heaven and earth very skillfully. Yen Chuan explained. Boom! Fuxi's luck of heaven and Yan Zizai's luck force intertwined with each other, forming an increasing pressure. Other than those who were standing on the heaven and earth altar, almost everyone else was kneeling on the ground. Many people even fainted from the impact. The emperor was under increasing pressure. His face was pale, and his nails were about to pierce into the flesh of his palms. Under such great pressure, the emperor's face gradually turned red, and his expression became ferocious. In the distance, Yan Zizai and Fuxi were fighting. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out from where the emperor was. With a stomp of the emperor's foot, a huge mountain was crushed. Not far away, the great 10,000 households fell off the mountain. Yen Chuan turned his head to look at the emperor, only to discover that the emperor's aura had undergone a metamorphosis. It was several times stronger than before, and it suddenly dispersed all of the pressure. The emperor broke through. Whoosh! Letting out a long breath, the emperor stood calmly in the void and looked at Yan Zizai in the distance. In the distance, Yan Zizai also noticed the abnormality. Boom! Yan Zizai and Fuxi's collision suddenly stopped. Fuxi, wait a moment. Yan Zizai shouted. Strangely, the giant Fuxi nodded at the entrance of the heavenly demon world. Turning his head, Fuxi also looked at Yan Chuan's group in the distance. The two peerless experts looked over. In the sky, the butterfly queen's expression changed, worried that something had happened to Miao. Yan Zizai. The emperor suddenly shouted. Huh, isn't this my niece? Yan Zizai suddenly laughed. I'm not your niece. The emperor said angrily. Oh. How long has it been, and you're already turning your back on me? Yan Zizai laughed. You killed my father. The emperor said coldly. Your father? You mean Jun Yimin? Yan Zizai's expression changed slightly, and he revealed a strange smile. So, you're here for revenge? Yan Zizai smiled evilly. As he spoke, Yan Zizai scanned everyone. When he saw Lu Yan Zizai's expression changed slightly, and then he saw Yan Chuan. When he saw Yan Chuan, Yan Zizai's eyes narrowed. Ha ha ha, Lan. The battle in the past was really exciting. It's a pity that you didn't succeed in the end. Yan Zizai laughed. Yan Chuan's first life was Bai Yi, and he had usurped fate to give birth to two bodies, Ying and Lan. Lan had fought with the Nether River Patriarch in the great wide world. Even if I succeeded, I wouldn't have today. Nether River Patriarch, it's been a long time. Yan Chuan said solemnly. My lord, he's Yan Chuan. The ice goddess immediately said. Yan Chuan. You're Yan Chuan. The Nether River Patriarch's expression changed, and his eyes narrowed slightly. As he spoke, the Nether River Patriarch stretched out his fingers and gently pinched them. In just 2 breaths, the Nether River Patriarch's eyes gradually narrowed. He looked up at the sky. Ha ha ha, fate, is it really interesting? Let him be reborn as my descendant, and you want him to reverse his bloodline. Ha ha ha, since you want to play, I'll play with you. Yan Zizai laughed heartily at the sky. As he laughed, Yan Zizai flicked his long hair, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. He carefully sized up Yan Chuan for a while. Not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, your cultivation is a little weak. Huh, if you want to play, then play big. Let me help you. Yan Zizai revealed a sinister smile. Should I call you Nether River or Yan Zizai? Yan Chuan asked solemnly. What do you think? Yan Zizai said with a sinister smile. As he spoke, he turned his gaze back to the emperor. Yan Zizai, why did you kill my father? Aren't you my father's best friend? Why? The emperor's eyes flashed with hatred. How did you know? Oh, I remember now. It must be that girl, Wu Jiong, who spread rumors. Yan Zizai's expression changed. Why did you kill him? You want to avenge Jun Yimin? Yan Zizai's eyes flashed with a meaningful smile. The emperor grabbed his long saber, and his eyes flashed with determination. Ha ha ha, fine. Since you want to kill me, I have no need to keep you alive. Little Ice. Yan Zizai shouted. My lord. Ice Goddess immediately stepped forward. Notify the 10 hulls. Set up the 10 hulls formation and kill them all. Yan Zizai pointed at Yan Chuan's group. Yes. Ice Goddess replied. In the sky. The butterfly queen's expression changed. What? Why is Yan Zizai's personality so strange? Why does he kill just like that? The butterfly queen said in surprise. In the distance, 100 Evil Old Demon was also slightly stunned, and showed extreme confusion. Ice Goddess stepped into Chujiang Hall. In the distance, Yan Chuan's group narrowed their eyes. No one expected Yan Zizai to be so direct. With a trace of an evil smile, Yan Zizai looked at Fuxi at the entrance of the heavenly demon world and said, All right, I'm done with my business. Now it's your turn. Fuxi, if you want the identical beast back, you have to show me what you're capable of. Enter your home ground. With that, Yen Zizai took a step forward and instantly entered the heavenly demon world. At this moment, Fushi seemed to have completely agreed and allowed him to enter the heavenly demon world. Rumble. The entrance of the heavenly demon world slowly closed. Stop. Yen Zizai, tell me clearly. The emperor shouted. Just as the heavenly demon world was about to close, Yen Zizai revealed a trace of a smile and said, "Eldest niece, if you don't die, I'll tell you." Ha 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 ha. Boom. The heavenly demon world closed with a bang. 100 Evil Old Demon did not enter the heavenly demon world. At this moment, he stood on the spot and stared at Yen Chuan's group. When he saw Miao in Yen Chuan's arms, 100 Evil Old Demon's eyes suddenly turned cold. Mystical. 100 Evil Old Demon's eyes flashed with hatred. Boom. At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from the Chujiang Hall. Then, in an instant, the ground under Yen Chuan's group suddenly twisted. Rumble. The ground shook. This huge earthquake spread from the Chujiang Hall to all directions. Roar. Roar. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar came from the depths of the ground. Rumble. The ground flipped rapidly as if the entire Chujiang territory's ground was flipped over. Boom. Billows of earthy yellow energy rushed to the sky. In just a short while, the entire Chujiang territory was covered by earthy yellow energy. The enormous amount of earthy yellow energy rushed into the starry sky, covering the sky and the sun. In an instant, even the stars where the butterfly queen was were covered by the earthy yellow energy. The sea around the Chujiang territory turned into an earthy yellow color in an instant. Similarly, countless amounts of earthy yellow energy surged. It was not just the Chujiang territory. At this moment, the other 9 territories in the surroundings were also churning rapidly and undergoing huge changes. Yang Realm, Outer East Continent, Xianyang City, Upper Study. Lu Gang reported to Yen Chuan in human form, Heavenly Emperor, the Netherworld Factory has sent news. 10 territories in the outer north continent of the Netherworld are covered by yellow fog. The earth is churning. 10 palaces territories. Yen Chuan in human form said in a deep voice. Yes. Qingguang, Chujiang, Yama, Metropolis, Reincarnation, Biancheng, Wuguan, Emperor Song, Mount Tai, Equality, and the others. The 10 territories have already connected into one. The yellow fog is so thick that it reaches the 9 heavens. Lu Gang reported. 10 palaces Yama. 10 palaces Great Formation. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Chapter 1366. Inside the 10 palaces formation, Yen Chuan carried Miao and looked at the endless yellow fog around them. The ground was churning, and the dragon veins were roaring. Miao. Yen Chuan, be careful. Miao immediately shouted. Not far away, the void suddenly trembled. As it trembled, Yen Chuan's surroundings suddenly changed. It was as if he had traveled through time and space. In the blink of an eye, he was teleported somewhere. Meanwhile, Emperor and Lu had also disappeared in different directions. The butterfly queen rushed down from the sky. What? The butterfly queen's eyes were filled with shock. In the butterfly queen's eyes, the countless living beings below were rapidly changing their positions. The void all around seemed to be teleportation gates. After a while, all the living beings and dead spirits appeared in other places. Yen Chuan's group, which she had been staring at, was teleported somewhere in the blink of an eye. Oh no! The butterfly queen was very anxious. Space Mystique. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yen Chuan quickly looked around, looking for Emperor and Lu Per. However, there was too much fog, and he could not find them immediately. Miao. Yen Chuan, the power of space here is very chaotic. I can't use my mystique. Miao said worriedly in Yen Chuan's arms. The power of space is chaotic. Yan Chuan's face darkened. Meow, immediately teleport to my body and leave this place. Yan Chuan said. Meow. I want to stay and help you. Meow shouted. No. Do you still remember what you promised me? Yan Chuan shook his head firmly. Meow's eyes were filled with grievance. All right. Meow closed her eyes and moved. However, she did not leave. She was still in zombie Yan Chuan's arms. Meow. What's going on? Meow suddenly opened her eyes wide. What's wrong? My space mystique is not working. Meow said in shock. Oh. Meow, it's true. Yan Chuan, I can't leave. Meow was very anxious. Quang. Yan Chuan reached out and took out the heaven-burying coffin. From the sky-burying coffin to Xianyang. Yan Chuan said. Oh, then Yan Chuan, be careful. Meow said. An. Yan Chuan nodded. Meow jumped into the heaven-burying coffin, but quickly came out again. Meow, I can't go. Meow said. Can't go. Yan Chuan looked at the heaven-burying coffin in surprise. In the Yang realm, Yan Chuan quickly took out an item and teleported over from the inside. However, the sky-burying coffin seemed to have malfunctioned and could not be teleported. Who? The two Yan Chuan each put away the heaven-burying coffin. The power of space is in chaos, and teleportation is impossible. The 10 Halls Formation. Zombie Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. Meow, Yan Chuan, it's not that I don't want to go, but there's no other way. Meow was not nervous at all. He nodded helplessly. All right, then stay by my side and don't leave. Be careful. Meow. Meow said excitedly. The surroundings were filled with fog. Yan Chuan still wanted to find Emperor and Lu Er first. The 10 Halls Formation was the strongest formation created by Mingi. Even in his first life, he did not know how strange it was inside. Emperor! Yan Chuan shouted. However, the surrounding space was in chaos, and his voice could not spread widely. In the Yang realm. In the upper study. Bring me the map of Chujiang territory. Zombie Yan Chuan shouted. Yes. Soon, Lu Gang spread the map in the upper study. In the underworld, Zombie Yan Chuan looked at the surrounding mountains and rivers. Based on his intuition, he followed the map and headed to the previous location. Yan Chuan flew in the yellow fog with Meow. They passed by a place. At that place, Old Demon 100 Evil suddenly saw Yan Chuan and Meow. Yan Chuan. Chuan Meow. Old Demon 100 Evil's eyes lit up. Chuan Meow, you bitch, you're still alive after sealing me for 1.5 million years. That's great. And Yan Chuan, you dare to look down on me? If I didn't ignore you back then, would you be where you are today? Humph, I'm a sage now, and I have the 8 trigrams of the Lord. Today, I'll kill Chuan Meow right here. Old Demon 100 Evil's eyes were cold. Boom. Old Demon 100 Evil suddenly chased after Yan Chuan. Heavenly Tao. Behind Old Demon 100 Evil, 3,000 Heavenly Tao phantoms suddenly appeared. A vast aura rushed towards Yan Chuan's group. Yan Chuan stopped and turned to look at Old Demon 100 Evil. Chuan Meow, you bitch, do you still remember me? Old Demon 100 Evil shouted. Meow. You're the bitch, your whole family are bitches. Meow immediately shouted. Ha ha ha, it's fine if you don't remember, but I do. Humph, you fell from the firmament position, today will be the day you die. Old Demon 100 Evil said coldly. Old Demon 100 Evil. Are you courting death? Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a dark light. Ha, courting death. Yan Chuan, this is not your home ground, you can't use the power of the world. Humph, why am I talking nonsense with you? Since the Lord gave me the 8 trigrams, I'll use you to test the Lord's treasure. Old Demon 100 Evil shouted. As he spoke, he waved his hand and 8 huge golden runes appeared in his palm. The 8 trigrams runes formed a circle and fell from the sky. Under the sage's control, they emitted a dazzling golden light that shone in all directions. It pressed down on the void. Boom! Large amounts of cracks appeared in the void as an unstoppable force pressed down on Yan Chuan. Meow, I'll do it. Meow shouted. However, Yan Chuan grabbed Meow with one hand and punched the 8 trigrams runes with the other. Boom! The punch collided with the 8 trigrams runes and the void shattered. However, the power of the 8 trigrams runes was too strong. Even Yan Chuan's punch could not hold on for long and gradually pressed down. Ha ha ha, the full force attack of a 12th firmament ancestor immortal can be sealed instantly. What can you do with your strength? Old Demon 100 Evil laughed arrogantly. However, Yan Chuan did not care. Instead, the fist in the sky suddenly turned into a palm energy. The palm energy can't block it. Old Demon 100 Evil said coldly. Yan Chuan's palm energy suddenly turned and pointed at the 8 runes with his fingertips. Hum! The 8 golden runes suddenly trembled. Then, Yan Chuan grabbed with his palm energy. The 8 golden runes seemed to listen to his command and shrunk and gradually landed in Yan Chuan's palm. Yan Chuan took the 8 trigrams. He took it just like that. This doesn't feel right. I wanted to use the 8 trigrams to suppress Yan Chuan and Xuanmiao. How did it become a gift? No, impossible, give me back my 8 trigrams. Old Demon 100 Evil suddenly exclaimed. Yan Chuan ignored Old Demon 100 Evil's exclamation. Instead, he quietly looked at the 8 trigrams in his palm. Xian Kuan, Kenli, Jin Dui, Jen Sun. The 8 trigrams are completely condensed from luck. The Fuxi are really extravagant. Yan Chuan smiled and reached out to take it. Meow, Yan Chuan, why did you take it? Meow was also shocked. Meow had seen the power of the 8 trigrams before. It shouldn't have been taken so easily. This was too strange. In the Greater Thousand World, I once obtained the 8 trigrams of Fuxi. Not only me, but Mr. Gue Guzi can also take it. Yan Chuan explained. Meow. Meow exclaimed. Old Demon 100 Evil who was far away also woke up from his shock. Give me back my 8 trigrams. Old Demon 100 Evil rushed down in anger. Yan Chuan put Meow down and looked up at Old Demon 100 Evil. Humph. Yan Chuan's eyes widened as a pair of giant dragon skeletal wings burst out from his back. With a flicker, he arrived in front of 100 Foul Old Demon. The two of them collided in the air. Boom! A pitch-black path suddenly appeared behind Yan Chuan. The path soared into the sky and a black dragon coiled around it. Rolling power rushed towards zombie Yan Chuan. Old Demon 100 Evil. Leaving you alive will only be a disaster. Yan Chuan charged towards him once again. This time, his palm was several times stronger than the previous one and struck towards Old Demon 100 Evil. Heavenly Tao. Old Demon 100 Evil's face changed. He reached out his hand and 3,000 Heavenly Tao energy rushed towards Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's face was ferocious as he collided with it. Boom! The 3,000 Heavenly Tao energy exploded. Yan Chuan instantly appeared in front of Old Demon 100 Evil and grabbed Old Demon 100 Evil's right leg. What? Old Demon 100 Evil exclaimed. Yan Chuan's other hand suddenly grabbed Old Demon 100 Evil's left leg. Yan Chuan threw Old Demon 100 Evil into the air. Yan Chuan, what are you doing? Let me go. Old Demon 100 Evil exclaimed. This one has said, leaving you alive will be a disaster. This one has already spared you once, but you still don't know what's good for you. Yan Chuan said coldly. His hand tightened. No, what are you doing? My lord will not let you go. Yan Chuan, my lord will not let you go. Old Demon 100 Evil exclaimed. Roar. Zombie Yan Chuan let out a loud roar as he grabbed onto 100 Evil Old Devil's legs and started tearing them apart. No, Lord, save me, Lord. Old Demon 100 Evil exclaimed. Rip. Bang. Yan Chuan exerted force and Old Demon 100 Evil was torn apart from the middle by Yan Chuan. Blood and organs splattered everywhere. No. Old Demon 100 Evil exclaimed in despair. Old Demon 100 Evil did not think that Yan Chuan would really kill him. One must know that Yan Chuan must have seen how strong his lord was. Even so, Yan Chuan still dared to kill him. Why? Why? Old Demon 100 Evil exclaimed, but it was too late. When Yan Chuan killed someone, his body and soul would be destroyed. Bang! Yan Chuan threw the two halves of Old Demon 100 Evil's corpse away. In the heavenly demon world. Just when everyone thought that Yan Zizai and Fuxi were fighting. At the foot of a mountain in the heavenly demon world. Yan Zizai's body had also shrunk to 100 feet tall and was sitting on a throne. Fuxi and Yan Zizai were sitting together and sipping tea. Drinking tea is too pretentious. Drinking wine is more refreshing. Yan Zizai took out a jar of wine and poured it for himself. How's the vast thousand world? Fuxi asked. It's a different path from mine. I don't care. You, on the other hand, don't you know that you stole fate and created a body to enter the vast thousand world? Yan Zizai shook his head. Unfortunately, that body was trapped by love and failed. Fuxi shook his head. In the face of fate, isn't it common to fail? Yan Zizai shook his head. Fuxi's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Little demon is going to die. Fuxi said. Ha ha ha, what's the use of keeping that chess piece of yours? It's not strong but it's caused a lot of trouble. Let's find another one. Yan Zizai shook his head. Find another one. Ha ha ha, there are few people in the heavenly demon world, but it's not that there are none. Just now, I saw a veiled woman with a zither on her back. She looks like a good seedling. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Yan Zizai laughed. Chapter 1367. In the heavenly demon world, Yan Zizai and Fuxi sat together. Yan Zizai held a cup of wine and looked at Fuxi with a bright light in his eyes. He's dead. Fuxi sighed softly. You let it go in the end. Let me guess. Who killed him? My niece? Yan Zizai asked with a smile. It's Ying. Fuxi said sullenly. Are you talking about Yan Chuan? Yan Zizai asked with a slightly changed expression. This person's fate is strange. I can only divine 3/4 of it. Fuxi said sullenly. Oh. You can only divine 3/4. That's strange. There are not many heroes in the world that you can't divine. Yan Zizai said, finding it strange. Isn't it better if there are things that I can't divine? Fuxi shook his head as he sipped his tea. This Yan Chuan refined the body of a general. How unfortunate. However, I can't say for sure. Ha! Let me do something. Yan Zizai said with a smile. As Yan Zizai spoke, he stretched out his hand and beckoned. Boom! Yan Zizai's underworld river Great Tao suddenly appeared. Black water surged in the surging river. The underworld river Great Tao, turning illusory and corporeal. What a great Tao! Fuxi sighed. It's nothing much. It's just a little fun. Yan Zizai said with a confident smile. Fun? Ha! Most people do not know how horrifying your great Tao is. Illusory is corporeal, and corporeal is illusory. Whatever you want, the underworld river great Tao can turn illusory things into corporeal things. Fuxi said with a sigh. There is a limit to that. Yan Zizai shook his head. Fuxi smiled faintly and did not comment. Fuxi could not see through Yan Zizai's means. Similarly, Yan Zizai could not see through Fuxi's means. Yan Zizai waved his hand at the underworld river Great Tao. Rumble. The water in the underworld river Great Tao surged. Gradually, a figure emerged from the underworld river. More and more silhouettes appeared, gradually forming a human figure. He wore a blue dragon robe, and his face was none other than Yan Chuan's. Win. Fuxi's expression changed slightly. Yan Zizai revealed an evil smile and said, "No, this is blue. Blue. Greater Thousand Realms, Bai Yi's derivative body refined from a metal beast. He once fought with me, and I recorded everything about him. This is Lan from the 12th heaven, which is Yan Chuan's previous 12th heaven self." Ha ha ha. Yan Zizai laughed. You want Yan Chuan of the 8th heaven to fight against yourself of the 12th heaven? Fuxi asked seriously. Yan Chuan might be able to deal with someone else who had 12 levels of heaven. However, he had 12 levels of heaven, and there was a difference of 4 levels of heaven. The difficulty was too great. Yan Zizai smiled faintly. Within the 10 halls great array. Yan Chuan threw evil old demon's body to the side. Meow, Yan Chuan, you're so cool. I want to fight like you in the future. Meow ran over excitedly. However, Yan Chuan did not relax at all. Instead, he looked into the distance coldly. Meow. What's wrong? Meow jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder. Following Yan Chuan's gaze, it looked into the distance. Meow, what? Meow exclaimed. However, a great Tao suddenly appeared in the distance. It was also the Black Dragon Great Tao. A figure stood in front of the Black Dragon Great Tao. Wasn't that Yan Chuan? He looked exactly like Yan Chuan, with a white kitten on his shoulder. Meow, are we looking at a mirror? Why are you here? And, why am I here? Meow exclaimed. I understand why Yan Zizai is looking for an identical beast. This is to add the ability of mirror image to the 10 halls great array. An identical beast, this is an identical beast, you and me. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Except where Yan Chuan was. The Empress was standing on the peak of a mountain, holding a long saber in her hand. Opposite the Empress stood a short-haired woman. She was the Empress behind the mirror image. At this moment, the two Empresses were staring at each other coldly. On the other side, a mirror image appeared in front of Palace Master Ju Lu. The 10 halls great array was specially designed for Yan Chuan and his team. Therefore, only 4 of them could rival the mirror image. Meow, Yan Chuan, what should we do now? Meow asked curiously. The identical beast has a special characteristic. It knows what you know. As long as it's mature enough, it can use the power of a saint even if it's an identical beast. However, it also has a weakness. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Ah. As long as it doesn't see you using the divine powers or spiritual spells, it won't use them, Yan Chuan said in a low voice. What do you mean? What I mean is, it's the same as you now. You don't have to use spiritual spells. Just use brute force to deal with it. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to do what I did just now? That's great. Just do it like that. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Meow. I understand now. If I don't use spiritual spells or divine powers, it won't use them either. Meow suddenly understood. Yes, so you have to be careful. It'll be as strong as you are. Yan Chuan explained. Understood. Watch me. Meow immediately shouted. Meow was a violent person. Seeing that there was a fight for it to fight, it immediately flew out excitedly. Meow flew out, and the mirror image Meow in the distance also suddenly flew out. Boom! The two Meows collided head to head. Ah! Then, like kittens in the mortal world, they wrestled together. It was an extremely vulgar fighting style. For a moment, the two cats were entangled in a ball and instantly shot out in all directions like a big ball. As for Yan Chuan, he stared at his mirror image opposite him. Since the mirror image had already seen him using the black dragon Dao, the mirror image must have also learned it. Helpless, Yan Chuan stepped forward and rushed toward the mirror image opposite him. The two Yan Chuan's fists collided with a loud bang. Boom! A large area of space exploded in the void. The two of them were evenly matched. Boom! The two of them collided again. Palm to palm, both of them revealed a ferocious expression. Suddenly, Yan Chuan revealed a strange smile. A sky-burying coffin suddenly appeared above the mirror image's head and smashed down from the top of its head. In the end, it's just a mirror image. You're one step too late. Yan Chuan sneered. Boom! The mirror image was instantly shrouded in the sky-burying coffin and disappeared in front of Yan Chuan. A half-formed sky-burying coffin also appeared above Yan Chuan's head. It was one step too late. Yan Chuan had already shrouded it in the sky-burying coffin. In a different world, the mirror image had lost the support of the 10 halls. Bang! The mirror image body exploded. Yan Chuan defeated the mirror image. On the other side, the emperor was fighting a mirror image. The two of them fought fiercely. For a moment, the surrounding mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Saber energy shot out in all directions. Die! The emperor's eyes suddenly widened. Boom! The mirror image exploded with a loud bang. Your saber Dao has increased. You can't keep up with me. The emperor said coldly. He looked around and stepped in a direction. On the other side, the two Meows were pulling each other's hair at this moment. Meow, I'll cut your face. Meow was furious at this moment. The mirror image in front of her was like a sticky candy. It knew everything she knew. It was too difficult to deal with. Whoosh! Yan Chuan passed by and quickly covered the two Meows with the sky-burying coffin again. Without the support of the 10 halls formation, the mirror image instantly turned into ashes. Meow, Yan Chuan, are these identical beasts so difficult to deal with? Meow jumped out of the sky-burying coffin and said with a look of displeasure. The mature ones are more difficult to deal with. The ordinary ones are nothing. Yan Chuan shook his head and said with a smile. Yan Chuan continued to lead Meow to their previous place. Not long after, Yan Chuan returned to his previous place. The emperor also quickly arrived at his previous place. When he saw Yan Chuan and Meow, he breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, Lu He finally arrived. However, Lu He's clothes were a little torn. Clearly, Lu He was in a sorry state in the previous battle. The 10 halls formation is really strange. Lu He exclaimed. This should be the beginning. Yan Chuan said solemnly. As they spoke, everyone looked at the Chujiang Hall, which was covered by the fog not far away. Although the fog was everywhere. However, they could vaguely see a man in a dragon robe standing at the entrance of the Chujiang Hall. The man was wearing a blue dragon robe and emitted a strong aura. Buzz! Countless cries of swords and sabers could be heard from all directions. Even the long saber in Lu He's hand was trembling rapidly. In the fog, the bell on the butterfly queen's wrist suddenly vibrated. The butterfly queen's expression changed. That direction. The butterfly queen quickly flew in a direction based on her intuition. Meow, Yen Chuan, there's an emperor standing at the entrance of the Chujiang Hall. That figure looks quite familiar. Meow said strangely. I feel that it's quite familiar. Lu said strangely. It was more than familiar. Lu and Meow did not see it clearly, but Yen Chuan and Emperor saw it clearly. Emperor looked strangely at the man at the entrance of the Chujiang Hall, then at Yen Chuan. It's an identical beast. It's imitating you? Emperor asked strangely. Yen Chuan looked at the man in the distance who looked exactly like him, and his expression gradually turned ugly. It's not me. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. It's not you. Emperor said in surprise. This is my life usurper derivative from my first life, Blue. This is me at that time, Blue. Yen Chuan's expression changed. Blue. Everyone was confused. In the distance, Blue slowly flew over with a cold and solemn expression. He flew high in the sky and looked down at Yen Chuan's group. The transformation between the real and the void, the transformation of the Styx's great Tao. Bai Huang once told me about it. He transformed me from my first life. When I fought with the Styx, I was at the 12th firmament. The metal beast body. The 12th firmament me. Yen Chuan's expression changed. The 12th firmament. Emperor raised his eyebrows. Yen Chuan looked at Emperor. Emperor, don't let your guard down. I know you're at the 11th firmament, and when you were at the 10th firmament, you killed 18 blade demon puppets with one strike. However, you're not my match. Oh. Emperor looked at Yen Chuan in disbelief. Yen Chuan, on the other hand, was extremely solemn. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. Another person appeared in front of everyone. It was the butterfly queen. Meow, big butterfly. Meow immediately cried out. Butterfly queen. Butterfly queen turned to look at Blue, who was not far away. Yen Chuan. Is this the 10 halls formation imitating you? Not bad. Butterfly queen laughed. Butterfly queen teased, but Yen Chuan was not in the mood to laugh. This was because only Yen Chuan knew how terrifying Blue's strength was. Blue turned his head and looked at the crowd, revealing a cold smile. Blue suddenly stretched out his right hand. Bam! The saber in Lu's hand suddenly exploded into pieces. It wasn't just Lu's saber. Almost all the metal around them exploded into pieces. Apart from Emperor's bronze saber, everything else turned into fragments that shot into the sky. As they spun wildly, they swept toward Yen Chuan, Emperor, Butterfly Queen, and Lu. Humph! Emperor slashed with his saber. Boom! A large number of fragments exploded, and countless cracks appeared in the void. Butterfly Queen's huge wings flapped violently, and countless fragments around them instantly scattered. Metal storm. Butterfly Queen's expression changed. Butterfly Queen, you have to be careful. This is me in my first life. I was at the 12th firmament. Yen Chuan said at the right time, 12th firmament. You in your first life? Alright, I'll see how different you are in your first life. Butterfly Queen said with a smile. As she laughed, Butterfly Queen threw out a ribbon. Swish! The ribbon instantly split into 2, 4, 8, 1,000 ribbons. From all directions, they instantly surrounded Central Blue. Boom! Thousands of metal pieces quickly washed over the ribbon. This isn't an ordinary ribbon. Butterfly Queen said proudly. Bam! Under the metal storm, half of the ribbon was broken. However, the other half instantly wrapped around Blue. Buzz! Butterfly Queen instantly appeared in front of Blue. Destroy! The Butterfly Queen shouted and slammed her palm down. Under the huge palm, endless colorful light from the void rushed toward Blue's body. 13th firmament. Emperor frowned as he looked at Butterfly Queen. Boom! A devastating palm strike landed on the right side of Lan's chest. Bam! Blue's right chest caved in, and half of his body was extremely deformed. It was a tragic sight. Butterfly Queen revealed a smug expression. 12th firmament. That's all there is to it. Butterfly Queen said disdainfully. At this moment, Blue's left hand suddenly moved. A palm imprinted on Butterfly Queen's body. Boom! Ah! The Butterfly Queen was sent flying and smashed through a mountain before stopping. Butterfly Queen crawled out from a pile of rubble. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and her face was filled with disbelief. In the distance, Blue tore at his body with his hand, and all the ribbons were destroyed. The right half of Blue's body suddenly turned into a bright silver liquid and gradually recovered. Liquid metal? Butterfly Queen said in shock. In just a breath's time, the right half of Blue's body suddenly recovered as if he had never been injured. Metal beast, metal body. Butterfly Queen said with an ugly expression. Blue smiled coldly and looked at Butterfly Queen. 13th firmament. That's all there is to it. What did you say? Butterfly Queen's expression changed. Blue looked down. My lord has ordered that all of you must die. Meow. Yan Chuan, he wants to kill us. Meow frowned. He was created by the river Styx great Tao. He only listens to Yan Zizai's orders. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. I'll do it. Emperor said in a low voice. Emperor. Yan Chuan suddenly called out. Emperor turned his head. You're definitely not his match. He hasn't used his full strength yet. You must transform. Otherwise, he can kill you in an instant. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. What? Emperor said in disbelief. Trust me. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Chapter 1368. Emperor looked at Yan Chuan and frowned slightly. I'll be careful. Emperor said in a low voice. Clearly, he was too confident in himself. After all, the Emperor's growth had always been a success. He had never suffered a great loss in the hands of anyone. At this moment, although he loved Yan Chuan, he trusted his own saber more. When he was at the 10th heaven, Emperor could fight against a 12th heaven. Now that he had broken through again, he was at the 11th heaven. No matter how strong Lan was now, he was only at the 12th heaven. Emperor's eyes shone with a strong fighting spirit. Yan Chuan saw that he could not persuade Emperor. He said, then you have to give it your all. Understood. Emperor nodded. A murderous aura shot toward Lan. Lan stood in the sky and smiled coldly. Slash. Emperor glared at Lan and slashed his saber at him. The sovereign did not hold back at all with this saber strike. A vast saber aura seemed to illuminate the world. It tore through the void and descended like a heavenly saber. An unstoppable force rushed towards Azra. Not far away, the Butterfly Queen looked at Emperor's saber in shock. Even with Butterfly Queen's 13th layer cultivation, she was shocked by this. Blue had no intention of dodging the saber slash at him. Suddenly, he extended his right palm. Boom! Emperor's saber slashed at Lan. There was a loud collision, and the void around him exploded. Meow! Meow cried out in shock. In midair, Lan grabbed the energy saber's blade with one hand. He grabbed tightly onto the Emperor's stunning saber. What? Everyone cried out in shock. Lu Er's eyes widened in disbelief. One had to know that Emperor's saber had killed 18 saber demon puppets. His cultivation base had just broken through, so his attack should be even stronger. However, Lan had grabbed it with his hand. Whoosh! The Butterfly Queen flapped her wings and flew to Yan Chuan's side. Yan Chuan. Who is he? The butterfly queen asked in shock. My first life, Lan, 12th heaven. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. 12th heaven. That's impossible. The butterfly queen said in disbelief. This move is called Myriad Magnetic Hand. Did you see the blue light in the blue hand? Yan Chuan explained. The women looked over and saw that Lan was holding Emperor's saber with one hand. However, there seemed to be a layer of blue energy between her hand and the saber. Myriad Magnetic Hand. Butterfly Queen's eyes were solemn. The metal beast's strongest ability is this magnetic force. Be careful. Yan Chuan explained. Not far away, Huang Yidao returned without success. His expression immediately changed. This was the first time someone caught his saber barehanded. He quickly spun his saber around. He pulled it out and quickly descended from the sky again, slashing at Indigo. Boom! Once again, Lan caught Huang's saber energy with one hand. Emperor did not believe it and quickly rushed forward, drawing his sword and slashing at Blue. Boom! 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 Emperor slashed again and again at an extremely high frequency, but Lan easily blocked his attacks. Humph! Lan Yi snorted. While the Emperor was crazily killing him, he was still able to free up a hand to brazenly strike at the Emperor. He struck out with his palm. It was not a palm energy, but a blue magnetic palm. Boom! Emperor was instantly sent flying. He crashed through a large stretch of mountains and was buried in a pile of ruins. Emperor! Lu exclaimed. Lu was truly stunned at this moment. Lu had personally experienced the Emperor's strength. Even so, he was still no match for Lan Yi. Now, it's your turn. Lan Yi looked coldly at Yan Chuan and the others. Yan Chuan's expression was solemn. Miao's eyes widened. Lu brazenly activated the 3000 heavenly Dao. Butterfly Queen waved her sleeve, and a dark gold wooden staff appeared in her hand. A dense aura emanated from the wooden staff. Roar! In the distance, a ferocious roar came from the ruins where the Emperor was. A ferocious aura erupted from the ruins, forming a vast whirlpool. Countless rocks in the ruins were sent flying, and the ground was flattened. Central Emperor stood up with a saber in his hand. The evil aura around his body soared to the sky, and his body was violently deformed. He grew taller and taller. His face was ferocious. Gradually, his skin seemed to have melted, revealing a dark red, muscular face. He looked like a devil. Boom! A pair of wings suddenly appeared on his back. The wings were a bloody mess as if they had been skinned. The skin on his body had melted, revealing a terrifying body. His teeth had turned into saw teeth, and he grew to a height of 10 meters. He was skinless, 30 feet tall, had a ferocious head, eyes like copper bells, a sawtooth mouth, and a pair of blood-red wings on his back. He was a terrifying monster. Wisps of green smoke were rising from his mouth. He looked like a devil. It was extremely terrifying. The ferocious aura around him swelled like never before. It formed a black wind that circled around the Emperor. This power? Butterfly Queen exclaimed in shock. Roar! The monster roared and charged toward Lan Yi again. Slash! The sawtooth mouth roared. An energy saber that was several times stronger than before slashed down again. Boom! The saber slashed down, shattering most of the void. Lan Yi slammed his palm forward again. Boom! The saber and palm collided, causing the saber to fail again. However, Lan Yi's right arm was slightly deformed by the huge force. However, Lan Yi's body was liquid metal. He recovered in the blink of an eye. Good! Miao said excitedly. Although the Emperor had turned into a monster, he could at least injure Lan Yi. Boom! Boom! The Emperor charged at Lan Yi again. Every time he collided, a part of Lan Yi's body would be deformed. However, the liquid metal's memory recovered in the blink of an eye. Judging from the situation, the Emperor seemed to have the upper hand. Lan Yi and Miao both exhaled deeply. However, Yan Chuan was extremely solemn. This was because Yan Chuan knew that Lan Yi could transform too. As expected, Azura's body slowly transformed into a 3-meter-tall silver metal giant. Boom! He faced the Emperor's attacks again with ease. Moreover, his counterattacks left the Emperor in a sorry state. What? Yan Chuan, how strong were you in your previous life? The Butterfly Queen frowned as she looked at Yan Chuan. This is my first life. The Emperor won't be able to last long even if he transforms. Butterfly Queen, if you don't want to die, help the Emperor immediately and kill Lan Yi. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. The Butterfly Queen looked at Yan Chuan with an ugly expression. Finally, she took a deep breath and charged forward. Boom! The Butterfly Queen swung her black gold staff at Lan Yi. For a moment, Lan Yi was fighting two peerless powerhouses alone. I'll protect the Emperor, Lu said. As she spoke, she mobilized the 3,000 heavenly Tao and interfered with Lan Yi from afar. The three peerless powerhouses surrounded Lan Yi. For a moment, explosions rang out outside Chujiang Hall. The world was in chaos. Miao, Yan Chuan, should we put him in the sky-burying coffin again? Miao asked. Lan Yi was created by Mingi, not the 10 halls formation. The sky-burying coffin is useless. Moreover, all 9 coffins have not been gathered. They can't do anything to Lan Yi. Yan Chuan shook his head. Then what should we do? Let's go and help, Miao said. Yan Chuan looked at the battlefield in the distance and shook his head. No, I'm not his match now. It's useless even if we go. Miao. Miao looked worried. That might not be the case. I know Lan Yi too well. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. He has a weakness. Miao's eyes lit up. Yan Chuan shook his head. Miao, your spatial ability can't teleport you out of the 10 halls formation. Then, can you teleport within the 10 halls formation? Yan Chuan asked. Miao, of course. Miao teleported from Yan Chuan's left shoulder to his right shoulder. Yan Chuan stretched out his hand and drew a spherical shield, covering himself and Miao. I'll use my divine thoughts to cover the surroundings. Don't resist. Let my consciousness connect with yours. I'll specify some places. You'll be responsible for bringing me through space to the designated places. Yan Chuan said. Miao. Miao was puzzled. The metal beast is the 4th divine beast in the world. The strongest power it controls is magnetism. Magnetism. However, magnetism doesn't come out of nowhere. Magnetism is divided into positive and negative. Lan Yi uses positive magnetism. There must be a place to expel negative magnetism. And the place where negative magnetism is expelled is Lan Yi's blind spot. Yan Chuan explained. Blind spot? Yes, this blind spot. Although it can't hurt Lan Yi, it's also a place where Lan Yi's positive magnetism can't sense. Negative magnetism is also an extreme power. It can help me refine the 8 trigrams and allow me to improve further. As long as I improve further, I might be able to deal with Lan Yi. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Miao, then let's begin. Miao immediately shouted. Yan Chuan closed his eyes and sensed. He quickly grabbed Miao and placed his finger on the back of her head. Miao didn't resist. Miao. Miao saw where Yan Chuan was pointing. Whoosh! She quickly teleported with Yan Chuan. It was located above a small lake outside of Lan Yi's territory. There was a black hole above the lake. Rolling power rushed into the black hole. Yan Chuan and Miao entered instantly. However, the black hole was rapidly changing its position. In the blink of an eye, they were in another valley. After all, Lan Yi's battle was constantly moving. The negative magnetism was also changing rapidly. Fortunately, Miao's space mystique was powerful. She quickly jumped with Yan Chuan. In the black hole, Miao suddenly felt a disintegrating force. It was extremely strange. However, most of it was blocked by Yan Chuan. Miao, the negative magnetism here is very strong. Miao exclaimed. The stronger Lan Yi is, the more positive and negative magnetism there is. Yan Chuan explained. He reached out and grabbed. Suddenly, 8 golden symbols appeared in his palm. It was the 8 trigrams that he took from evil old demon. Yan Chuan triggered the negative magnetism and rushed towards the 8 trigrams. Boom! Rolling power rushed into the 8 trigrams. The golden energy of the 8 trigrams seemed to be trembling. As it trembled, traces of colorful light emerged from the 8 trigrams. Roar! Yan Chuan opened his mouth and inhaled. All the colorful light was sucked into Yan Chuan's mouth. The rolling luck was quickly absorbed by Yan Chuan. Rumble! The 8 trigrams collapsed. Endless luck was sucked into Yan Chuan's mouth. Heavenly Demon Realm. Yan Zizai and Fuxi sat at the stone table. They were looking at a screen in front of them. In the screen, it was the battle scene of Yan Chuan's group. Using the negative magnetism to refine my 8 trigrams. This Yan Chuan really knows how to make use of other forces. Fuxi took a sip of tea. With so much luck, Yan Chuan might need to improve. However, it seems that he still can't deal with Lan Yi. Yan Zizai laughed. Chapter 1369. Lu controlled the power of 3,000 heavenly Daos to bind Lan. Lan's body paused slightly. Boom! The Emperor's saber slashed Lan's body. Lan's body stiffened. He looked at the Emperor coldly. A colorful path appeared behind the Butterfly Queen. Countless power surged into the Butterfly Queen's body. She activated the black gold staff and smashed it at Lan. The black gold staff emitted a black gold light that corroded the void. A terrifying aura was emitted from the staff. Boom! Under the terrifying power, Lan suffered an unprecedented blow. The Butterfly Queen's combat strength might not be strong enough, but she was still at the 13th firmament. Her power was immense. With a loud bang, Lan was finally heavily injured. He was instantly smashed into a pile of meat paste and fell to the ground. Boom! A huge crater appeared on the ground. In the center of the crater was a pool of silver liquid. Lan was smashed into pieces. Phew! The Butterfly Queen exhaled deeply. But in an instant, the pool of silver liquid gathered and formed a human figure again. What? He's fine. The Butterfly Queen exclaimed. The black gold staff struck with all its might, but Lan recovered in the blink of an eye. Was he immortal? The Butterfly Queen's eyes turned cold. 12th firmament. Yan Chuan's 12th firmament. Lan twisted his neck and looked at the 3 women. The Emperor looked like a monster. Lu was hiding far away. Lan narrowed his eyes. It's you. You're not strong, but you're the most annoying. I'll kill you first. Lan stared coldly at Lu in the distance. What? Lu's expression changed. The Emperor's expression also changed. The Butterfly Queen attacked Lan with her black gold staff again. However, Lan was too fast. He appeared in front of Lu in an instant. He released his aura, and the surrounding void was sealed by Lan. He stretched out his right hand, and a blue magnetic wave suddenly appeared in his palm. Lu suddenly couldn't move. No! Lu exclaimed. At this moment, the emperor appeared in front of Lu and slashed with his saber. Boom! The blue magnetic wave was too powerful. It instantly shattered the emperor's saber. It continued to crash into Lu. Even the emperor's saber couldn't shake this magnetic wave. Lu looked desperate. No! Lu said in despair. Boom! Lu was sent flying. However, Lu did not die. Instead, a figure stood in front of Lu. It was the emperor. The moment Lu died, the emperor used his back to block the blue magnetic wave. Pooh! The emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu saw that there was a bloody hole the size of a fist on the emperor's back. The bloody hole had almost penetrated the emperor's chest. The emperor crawled up with difficulty, but his body was extremely weak at the moment. Your Majesty, how are you? Lu's eyes suddenly reddened. Lu understood that in the moment of life and death just now, the emperor had chosen to sacrifice himself to save her. She had almost died. Although she and the emperor would die together, the fact that the emperor was willing to sacrifice himself to protect her deeply shocked Lu. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. I'm useless. Lu's eyes reddened. The emperor looked at Lu, and a hint of sadness flashed across his bell-like eyes. Perhaps this is fate. The emperor said bitterly. Lu bit her lip with a guilty look on her face. Although I hate you, you are still my original body. If possible, please promise me one thing. The emperor looked at Lu with difficulty in his eyes. Tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely promise you. Lu said immediately. This is very difficult, but I really hope that you will promise me. The emperor revealed a hint of hesitation. I will definitely promise you. Lu said firmly. The emperor smiled bitterly and did not continue. Instead, he looked at Lan, who was not far away. Not far away, Lan did not continue to pursue the emperor. Instead, he looked at Yan Chuan, who was not far away. Boom! A muffled sound came from Yan Chuan's body, and a thick aura rushed out in all directions. He broke through. Lan asked in a deep voice. Yan Chuan brought Miao to the girls in an instant. Ninth heaven of ancestral immortal realm. The queen butterfly looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. Your Majesty, are you alright? Yan Chuan looked at the emperor. At this moment, the emperor had turned into a monster. When he saw Yan Chuan's concerned gaze, he instinctively turned his head away as if he did not want Yan Chuan to see his current appearance. I'm fine. It's just a small injury. The emperor said. Yan Chuan nodded. At this moment, he did not have much time to ask. Instead, he quickly looked at Lan. In his first life, he was at the 12th heaven. Clang! Yan Chuan reached out and opened the sky-burying coffin. Suddenly, the 3,000 copies of the Great Path of the Great Thousand World appeared. Rumble! The surrounding void trembled. In the heavenly demon world. Fuxi and Yan Zizai stared at the battlefield in the image. 3,000 copies of the Great Path of the Great Thousand World. Interesting. Yan Zizai said with a slightly changed expression. How many have you collected? Fuxi asked. Yan Zizai smiled and said, would you believe me if I said I didn't? That's too fake. Fuxi laughed. In the image. As soon as the 3,000 Great Path of the Great Path appeared, waves of pressure surged toward Lan. Yan Chuan's Great Path of the Black Dragon appeared again. Roar! Yan Chuan opened his mouth, fangs appeared, and the dragon bone wings reappeared. The body of a general. If it was Ing back then, he could fight with me. Now, you're only at the 9th heaven. Do you want to deal with me? Lan said coldly. Then let's give it a try. I have the power of 3,000 Great Path of the Great Path. Yan Chuan said. As he spoke, the 3,000 Great Path of the Great Path suddenly surged with endless power and rushed into Yan Chuan's body. The Great Path of the Black Dragon let out a loud dragon roar. Yan Chuan struck out with his palm, forming a huge dragon claw in the void. It tore through the void and rushed toward Lan. Lan stretched out his hand. Boom! The void suddenly exploded into countless pieces, and a blue Great Path suddenly appeared behind Lan. The Great Path soared into the sky, and rolling power surged out, confronting Yan Chuan's palm. Boom! The two palms exploded. Lan stood motionless in the air, but Yan Chuan retreated 100 feet. I said that you can't do it now. Even if you have 3,000 Great Path of the Great Path, it's not enough. Lan said in a low voice. It's enough. Yan Chuan smiled. Oh. At the very least, you've been forced to use your full strength. The Great Path of the Blue River has appeared. Yan Chuan smiled. The Butterfly Queen looked at Yan Chuan from the side. Butterfly Queen, Emperor, Lu Er, I need you to cooperate and restrain Lan for a moment. Yan Chuan said. Okay. The Butterfly Queen nodded. Emperor and Lu nodded as well. Meow, me too. Meow shouted. Great Path of the Great Path. Lu waved her hand, and the 3,000 Great Path of the Great Path suddenly gathered again. Great Path of the Great Path. Great Path of the Great Path. The Butterfly Queen and Meow also summoned the 3,000 Great Path of the Great Path. Boom! Including Yan Chuan's 3,000 Great Path of the Great Kiliacosm, 12,000 Great Path of the Great Path of the Great Kiliacosm restrained Lan. Lan's Great Path suddenly trembled. Dark Gold Staff. Slash. The Butterfly Queen controlled the Dark Gold Staff to strike again. Emperor slashed at Lan fiercely. Ha! Lan's face darkened. One in each hand, he faced the sky. Boom! This time, with the help of the Great Path of the Great Path of the Great Path, Lan's body wasn't smashed. Instead, it brazenly blocked the attacks of the two experts. Yan Chuan mobilized the power of the Great Path of the Black Dragon and dove toward Lan. Roar! You want to fight me with your current cultivation? You're still far from it. Lan's eyes widened as he shouted. Boom! A blue magnetic force suddenly gushed out of Lan's mouth. Be careful! Emperor shouted. Emperor's slash couldn't even break it apart. Boom! The blue magnetic force crashed into Yan Chuan, and Yan Chuan's body suddenly trembled. Roar! The Great Path of the Black Dragon quickly poured power into it. Yan Chuan's robe was already shredded. Even with his Jiangchen body, his chest was instantly charred black by the blue magnetic force. It was the first time his Jiangchen body had been so severely injured. However, Yan Chuan didn't stop. He endured the magnetic force and charged toward Lan with great difficulty. With a ferocious expression, Yan Chuan clawed at Lan's head. Boom! Yan Chuan's claw instantly created a large hole in Lan's head. It's useless. His entire body is liquid metal. Even if his head is destroyed, it can immediately grow back. The Butterfly Queen shouted. However, Yan Chuan didn't care. He stuck his hand into Lan's head, searching for something inside. Roar! Lan blocked the Butterfly Queen and Emperor with both hands. The magnetic force in its mouth didn't stop, fiercely attacking Yan Chuan's body. Rumble! Yan Chuan's body trembled violently. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Yan Chuan! Meow cried out in fear. Found it! Yan Chuan's face lit up with joy. Boom! Yan Chuan grabbed a blue crystal from Lan's head. Instantly, Lan's body went limp. The Tao behind it quickly collapsed. Did it work? The butterfly queen and the others were ecstatic. Meow, Yen Chuan, what's that? Meow flew over in surprise. Only I know where Lan's soul is. Yen Chuan said. Lan's body gradually turned into a pool of liquid. We won. Yen Chuan clutched the blue crystal and sighed inwardly. But at this moment, a palm suddenly stretched out from the pool of liquid. The palm appeared strangely and suddenly, it went straight for Yen Chuan's chest. In the palm, there was a magnetic wave that was several times stronger than before. It seemed like it was going to penetrate Yen Chuan's body in an instant. No. Emperor's expression changed. He instantly rushed over. He slashed at the magnetic force with his saber. Boom! The huge force knocked the saber away. The magnetic force crashed into Emperor's chest. Emperor was instantly knocked into Yen Chuan's body. The magnetic wave penetrated Emperor's body, and its power was reduced by half. But even so, it still blasted Yen Chuan's skin and flesh. Yen Chuan and Emperor were sent flying. Yen Chuan's expression changed and he clenched his fist. Boom! The blue crystal was crushed. In the distance, Lan, who wanted to counterattack, turned into a pool of liquid metal. There was no possibility of recovery. Lan was finally dead. Yen Chuan endured the pain and hugged Emperor. His face was ugly. He was careless and almost killed by himself. Emperor. Yen Chuan looked at Emperor worriedly. Emperor's chest was penetrated. He coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Emperor slowly stood up and quickly used his magic power to seal the wound. I'm fine. Emperor said bitterly. No, that's the magnetic force that penetrated your body. It must have injured your internal organs. Let me take a look. Yen Chuan said worriedly. However, the Emperor grabbed Yen Chuan's hand that was about to probe. He stared at Yen Chuan and said solemnly, I beg you for something. Say it. Yen Chuan said without hesitation. Chapter 1370. However, the Emperor grabbed Yen Chuan's hand that was about to probe. He stared at Yen Chuan and said solemnly, I beg you for something. Tell me. Yen Chuan said without hesitation. The Emperor's figure slowly turned into a human. Although the hole in his chest was sealed with magic power, blood was still flowing out. Lu, the Queen of Butterflies, and Miao all came over. Emperor, how are you? Lu, asked worriedly. The Emperor looked at Lu, and then at Yen Chuan. With a resolute expression, he said, I will transfer all my emotions to Lu, After this, I will become more and more cold-blooded and rational. I'm worried that one day, I will eat Lu, What? Lu's expression changed. Yen Chuan's expression changed. Indeed, the Emperor's strength was getting stronger, and the only weakness was Lu. Once the Emperor was completely heartless, he might seal Lu. Eat her. It was also a form of refinement. As long as Lu didn't die, a rational person would definitely place her weakness in the safest place. You won't. Yen Chuan shook his head. Who knows? So, I have a favor to ask of you. The Emperor said seriously. I'll protect Lu. Yen Chuan asked. No, I want her to be your wife, even in name. The Emperor stared at Yen Chuan and said firmly. What? Everyone looked at the Emperor in surprise. Wife? Why would the Emperor make such a request? The Queen of Butterflies couldn't understand the scene in front of her. A woman asking the man she liked to marry another woman. Of course, the Queen of Butterflies didn't know that the other woman was herself. But she was also confused by the situation in front of her. Meow widened her eyes. Lu also looked at the Emperor in surprise. Yan Chuan frowned and looked at the emperor. Why? Because in this world, I only trust you. The emperor bit his lip. I only trust you. Yan Chuan looked at the emperor with mixed feelings. The emperor turned to Lu and said, Lu, do you remember what you promised me? Become the empress of Dajin. Can you do it? Lu was a little confused, but when she saw the emperor's expectant gaze and the 2 bloody holes on his body, her eyes reddened. Yes. Lu nodded for some reason. The emperor looked at Yan Chuan again. Yan Chuan. The emperor looked at Yan Chuan expectantly. Yan Chuan also stared at the emperor. The emperor's words echoed in his mind, because in this world, I only trust you. All right. Yan Chuan nodded. For some reason, the emperor's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of bitterness. Under the strange gazes of the butterfly queen and Miao, the emperor grabbed Lu's hand and placed it in Yan Chuan's palm. Lu was still a little bashful, but she did not resist in the end and allowed the emperor to manipulate her. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud bang. The 10 palaces' grand array slowly withdrew. The yellow fog that filled the sky slowly dissipated. At the entrance of Chujiang Hall, Yan Zizai reappeared. The ice goddess stood behind him. Ha ha ha, imperial niece, you did well. Although the 10 palaces' grand array has not been broken, you didn't die in the hands of Lan. You did not bury Jun Yimeng's reputation. Yan Zizai said with a smile. As soon as Yan Zizai appeared, the faces of the girls immediately darkened. The emperor was also extremely solemn. Yan Zizai created Lan, and he was almost severely injured. How strong was Yan Zizai? Could he still avenge his father today? Yan Zizai, you said that as long as we are alive, you will tell me. Why? Why did you kill my father? The emperor glared at him with hatred. Dead? Ha 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 ha, who told you that Jun Yimeng is dead? Yan Zizai laughed. What? The emperor and Lu immediately exclaimed. However, he is almost dead. Yan Zizai suddenly frowned. What do you mean? What happened to my father? He is still alive. The emperor asked in surprise. Alive? If he is alive, how can he not come to you? Yan Zizai shook his head. Then what happened to my father? The emperor frowned. Jun Yimeng found the way to immortalize in the sealed world. I helped him complete the final ritual. Your father has immortalized. Yan Zizai said. Immortalized? My father has reincarnated? Lu asked in surprise. Yan Zizai shook his head. Immortalization is not rebirth. It is a variant of death. Jun Yimeng has immortalized. In other words, he went to accompany your mother. Yan Zizai said in a deep voice. Accompany my mother? Who is my mother? My mother also immortalized. The emperor looked at Yan Zizai anxiously. Your mother. Your father didn't say anything, how can I say it? However, both of them have indeed immortalized. The chances of them coming back to life are too slim. Yan Zizai shook his head. My father can come back to life. And my mother can too. What should I do? The emperor asked anxiously. Why? Don't you want revenge now? Yan Zizai looked at the emperor with a smile. The emperor's expression changed and finally became bitter. Revenge, he could see that it was wishful thinking to take revenge now. If Yan Zizai wanted to kill him, it would not be difficult. It was impossible for him to lie to him about this matter. Uncle Yan. The emperor bowed respectfully. In the distance, Yan Zizai nodded and accepted the bow. Jun Yimeng and I have a friendship after all. Also, I will revert to my original name. I will be called Mingi. Yan Zizai said. Yes, Uncle Mingi. Please tell me how to revive my father and mother. The emperor said again. They can't live. Unless, when the four realms become one, all living beings in the world will transcend together. Yen Zizai took a deep breath and said. All living beings in the world will transcend together. The emperor said blankly. That's all I have to say. Eldest niece, take care of yourself. Your father and mother are amazing people. I believe that your future achievements are limitless. Mingyi said. Yes. The emperor nodded. The emperor and Lu Er both showed a trace of bitterness. Mingyi looked at Yan Chuan again. Yan Chuan. Mingyi shouted. Yan Chuan stared at Mingyi. At this moment, Mingyi no longer had the playful smile from before. Instead, he looked solemn. The four realms will become one soon. Very soon. If you don't want to sink, you'd better recover the cultivation of your first life as soon as possible because the next battle will be fiercer than the great 1,000 realms. Mingyi said solemnly. I will. Yan Chuan nodded. Mingyi turned to look at the sky. Suddenly, he opened his arms. Heavenly Tao suddenly appeared behind Mingyi. Boom! 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 Heavenly Tao were all physical. When they appeared, the void trembled. 1 heavenly Tao, 10 heavenly Tao, 100 heavenly Tao, 1,000 heavenly Tao, 2,000 heavenly Tao. In just a short while, 2,000 heavenly Tao appeared behind Mingyi. This is the 2,000 heavenly Tao of our world. The butterfly queen said in surprise. The saints could control 3,000 heavenly Tao because the heaven and earth altar could mobilize the power of 3,000 heavenly Tao. The number of heavenly Tao they could control was definitely limited. It was already impressive to be able to control a few hundred. However, compared to Mingyi, they immediately felt that they were lacking. At least the butterfly queen believed that in terms of heavenly Tao power, her 3,000 heavenly Tao phantoms would definitely be inferior to the 2,000 heavenly Tao real bodies behind Mingyi. No, they were far from it. As soon as the 2,000 heavenly Tao appeared, the void trembled, and a terrifying aura spread out. This terrifying aura seemed to be repelling heaven and earth. Threads of heavenly Tao appeared again and were quickly squeezed out. Rumble. For a time, the sky of Chujiang territory was covered in dark clouds. A crack gradually appeared in the center of the dark clouds. Buzz. The crack opened, and the eye of heavenly Tao appeared again. The heavenly might appeared again, and countless cultivators, living beings, and dead spirits immediately knelt down. The eye of heavenly Tao looked coldly at Patriarch Mingyi, who was at the entrance of Chujiang Hall. A gentle breeze blew, and Mingyi's black robe swayed in the wind. However, Mingyi was extremely confident at this moment. He looked up at the huge eye of heavenly Tao. Mingyi and Nest looked from afar for a while. Mingyi. Nest's voice sounded. Meow. Meow jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder and looked at the huge eye in the sky. The butterfly queen also looked at the sky with a complicated expression. Nest. Mingyi shouted. What is the meaning of this? Do you want to challenge me? Nest asked in a deep voice. No, you know that my path is different from yours. I don't need to challenge you. This time, I have other matters to discuss with you. Mingyi said in a deep voice. Oh. Nest's voice had a trace of doubt. The 10 Palaces territory is my territory. I don't want to see the heavenly Tao net appear again. Mingyi said in a deep voice. The eye of heavenly Tao stared at Mingyi. I won't interfere with your path, and you shouldn't interfere with mine. Remove the heavenly Tao net in the 10 Palaces territory. I, Mingyi, don't need you to care about my people. Mingyi said in a deep voice. The eye of heavenly Tao turned cold. Nest stared at Mingyi for a while and finally said, all right. Nest's answer immediately made the experts who hadn't gone far look confused. What was this? Fighting against the heavens for power? The heavens ruled over all living things. Yen Zizai, no, he was now called Mingi, wanted the 10 palaces to be autonomous with just one sentence from Mingi? What was Mingi's background? Mingi's expression relaxed when he heard Nest's answer. Boom! Suddenly, countless large nets appeared in the sky. The heavenly Tao net appeared in the sky above the 10 palaces. It quickly gathered in the Chujiang territory. Under Nest's control, the heavenly Tao net became denser and denser. Gradually, 2 15-colored spheres formed in the sky. The countless living things in the Chujiang territory suddenly felt their bodies lighten. It was an indescribable feeling that was extremely wonderful. Heavenly Tao net. The heavenly Tao net of the 10 palaces only formed these 2 spheres. Meow, die, Nest's voice came from the void again. Father. The butterfly queen called out. Meow. Yen Chuan pushed Meow. Meow looked at the huge eye in the sky with a complicated expression. Meow. This is the last thing I'm giving you. Refine it into your body. Nest's voice sounded. Whoosh. The 2 spheres of light fell. The butterfly queen didn't resist and allowed the spheres of light to enter her body. In an instant, the butterfly queen's body bloomed with a dazzling 15-colored light. Meow didn't resist either and allowed the spheres of light to enter her body. Meow. Meow shouted, and her aura suddenly surged. It was as if Meow's cultivation was rapidly increasing with the help of the spheres of light. The butterfly queen and Meow were immersed in refining the spheres of light. High in the sky, the heavenly Tao eye revealed a benevolent expression. It slowly closed its eyes. Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the heavenly Tao eye retreated again. Chapter 1371. Outside the Chujiang border. Yen Chuan's 5 dragons carriage flew quickly on the surface of the sea. Yen Chuan stood on the balcony. Inside the carriage, Meow and Butterfly Queen were asleep. The emperor was recuperating. Lu accompanied him. After flying on the surface of the sea for a few days, the emperor stepped out of the carriage. Standing on top of the carriage and looking at the boundless sea, the emperor let out a long sigh. Yen Chuan and Lu looked at the emperor. I'm leaving, the emperor said. Emperor, come with me to the East Continent. Lu said. The emperor shook his head. No, I have my goal. I'm still in the North Continent of the Netherworld. Yen Chuan looked at the emperor and didn't know what to say. Don't worry about me. See you in the future, the emperor said with a smile. See you in the future. In the future, the emperor might no longer be the current emperor. Take care. Yen Chuan said. Okay, the emperor said gently. With that, the emperor stepped out of the dragon carriage. On the dragon carriage, Yen Chuan and Lu looked at the emperor who stopped on the surface of the sea. Yen Chuan didn't stop and allowed the dragon carriage to fly quickly. Yen Chuan and the emperor looked at each other from afar until they gradually flew further and further away until they could no longer see each other. Lu stood on the carriage with a bitter expression on her face. After the emperor was out of sight, Lu turned to look at Yen Chuan with a complicated expression. The two of them had no feelings at all, but they were brought together by the emperor. Yen Chuan looked at Lu Chu Gong. I'll call you Lu Yen Chuan looked at Lu and said. Yen Chuan, I'm sorry. Previously, I was just. Lu frowned. Yen Chuan smiled and said, I know. I know that you only agreed because of the emperor. What I want to say is, you don't have to worry. Lu looked at Yen Chuan. I know what Her Majesty is thinking. She is doing this to protect you from harm. If you are my wife, even if Her Majesty wants to harm you in the future, I will definitely protect you. Because you are my wife, Her Majesty is worried that she will harm you in the future. Yan Chuan sighed slightly. Lu was touched. I agreed because I didn't want to disappoint you. Please don't take it to heart. Yan Chuan said honestly. I know, me too. Lu smiled bitterly. However, since I have agreed, I will announce it to the public. I hope you are prepared. Yan Chuan said solemnly. I can understand. However, I have a request. Lu looked at Yan Chuan. Speak. I won't live in Xianyang or the Great Qin city. I'll only live in my absolute palace. Lu said resolutely as she looked at Yan Chuan. Sure. Yan Chuan nodded. Thank you. Lu said softly. Yan Chuan nodded. You don't have to worry too much. I believe that although Her Majesty will lose her emotions, she will be able to get them back one day. I hope so. Lu nodded. The dragon carriage flew further and further away. Above the sea, Her Majesty watched as Yan Chuan and the others went further and further away. 2 streams of tears flowed down her face. Lu, love Yan Chuan for me. She said as she bit her lips and choked with sobs. Chujiang territory. After Mingyi fought with the heavens for power, he stood at the entrance of Chujiang Palace and looked around. He closed his eyes as if he was comprehending something. Beside him stood the ice goddess respectfully. Little Ice. Mingyi said with narrowed eyes. My lord. The ice goddess stepped forward. Resign from your position as a saint. Mingyi said in a low voice. The ice goddess was slightly taken aback before she replied respectfully, yes. From the moment Chao Zhong takes control of the heavens, this karma will be incomparably huge. Even saints can't escape from it. Didn't you see Chao's 2 daughters? Chao didn't even let them become saints. He just didn't want them to be tainted by this huge karma. Mingyi explained. Yes, I understand. The ice goddess said again. As she spoke, the ice goddess took a step forward, and a huge heaven and earth altar appeared beneath her feet. Break! The ice goddess shouted. Boom! The heaven and earth altar shattered, and the 15-colored light in the ice goddess's body also dissipated. Rumble! The shattered heaven and earth altar turned into a puff of green smoke and gradually dissipated. She resigned from her position as a saint. The ice goddess looked at Mingyi again. My lord, I saw that my lord was rather polite to Yan Chuan. Why? You must know that Yan Chuan's body might be fated to restrain my lord. Mingyi smiled and said, restrain me? No one can restrain me. Don't worry, Yan Chuan. He has the potential to be on equal footing with me. Oh. The ice goddess was slightly taken aback. You don't understand. When you reach my level of cultivation, you will understand. I don't need to be the sole ruler of the world. I need more people of the same path. Just like Fuxi, Chao, and Kong Huangtian. I'm not afraid of them being strong, I'm only afraid that they aren't strong enough. Mingyi's eyes flashed with determination. Yes. The ice goddess nodded. Half a year later. In the Yang realm, a piece of news from Dajin spread throughout the outer east continent. The palace master of Ju Palace entered Dajin and married Yan Chuan, becoming another empress of Dajin. Originally, this was just an emperor's marriage. It wasn't much at all. However, the key was that Ju Palace was also a powerful force in the outer east continent, occupying 7 large territories in the outer east continent. This marriage made Dajin, who was already powerful to begin with, even more powerful. Moreover, after this marriage, Ju Palace's 7 large territories were officially included in Dajin's territory. Dajin's heavenly court and the Yang realm's territories instantly expanded to 16 territories. They became the #1 overlord of the Outer East continent. For a time, the people of the various large territories in the Outer East continent were in a state of panic. Dajin's expansion speed was too fast. This time, it took control of 7 large territories without bloodshed. For a time, the various territories quickly sent envoys to Dajin's heavenly court again. In name, they congratulated Yan Chuan on his marriage, but in secret, they inquired about Yan Chuan's intentions and whether he would send troops everywhere. Of course, Yan Chuan wasn't in the mood to expand at the moment. With the sudden addition of 7 large territories, the talents that had just been gathered in the examination were all used up in the blink of an eye. There were 16 territories in the Yang realm and 14 territories in the Yang realm. Dajin's heavenly court strength was acknowledged by more and more powerhouses. More and more geniuses were quickly attracted to Dajin. Yang realm, inner north continent. The emperor returned to his home ground. In front of a large hall. In front of him stood 12 men with swords on their backs. Each of them was arrogant, but they were incomparably respectful to the emperor. "Master, may I know why you called us back this time?" A female disciple stepped forward and asked. "I wish to establish an undying dojo. Gather your disciples and prepare to conquer the inner north continent. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish." The emperor said solemnly. "Undying dojo?" The 12 disciples' eyes lit up. For the first time, they saw ambition in their master. "Yes. Master." The 12 disciples said excitedly. Chapter 1372. In the void of Wuxia, there were 4 worlds. First, great evil, great kindness, and boundless. In the boundless world, above a huge floating city, there were countless providence. In the center of the main hall, the Longevity Hall. In the Longevity Hall, an emperor sat on a dragon throne, and a large number of officials stood in 2 rows. An official stepped forward. "Reporting to the Celestial Emperor, there is news from the heavens beyond heaven." The official said respectfully. "Oh." The emperor said in a deep voice. "There is news from the heavens beyond heaven. In Wuxia, there are 4 worlds. Great evil, great kindness, boundless, and weakest. The 4 worlds are getting closer to each other. The weakest world is leading and is quickly being attracted." The official said respectfully. "Weakest world?" "No, Bai Huang had already said everything before he died. That is the first world." The emperor said in a deep voice. "Yes, Celestial Emperor. The 4 worlds are getting closer to each other. The 4 worlds are about to become one." The official said solemnly. The emperor nodded and sat on the dragon throne. He was silent for a moment. His fingers gently tapped on the armrest of the dragon throne. In the Longevity Hall, there was silence. After a while, the emperor took a deep breath and said, "Write an edict and spread it to the world. Select the heroes and elites of the world and gather them in the Lingxiao Imperial Court. When the 4 worlds become one, follow me to attack the first world." "Yes." The official replied. In the void of Wuxia. In addition to the 4 behemoths and the 4 worlds, there was a special place called the heavens beyond heaven. The sky beyond heaven was a continent that floated in the void. The shape of the continent was that of a human lying down. It was like a huge corpse floating in the void. The heavens beyond heaven continent was extremely far away from the 4 worlds. However, there were 4 strange spatial doors on the heavens beyond heaven continent that connected the 4 worlds. Many powerhouses of the 4 worlds went to the heavens beyond heaven to fight each other and prevent the people of the other worlds from invading their own worlds. Those who gave up their good lives in the worlds and came to die were called heroes by the various worlds. However, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the spatial door to the first world was cut off. The first world was also called the weakest world. At that moment, there were hundreds of heroes of different shapes standing at the spatial door that was cut off. Because they could not get replenishment from the worlds, the number of heroes kept decreasing. Now, there were only about 100 people left. There was no war in the heavens beyond heaven. The heroes sat. A man with a bull head was drinking wine. "Old bull, you still have wine. You still have wine. Quick, quick, give me some. After tens of thousands of years, my mouth has become bland." A hero immediately stepped forward and snatched the wine gourd from the bull-headed man's hand. Not only the hero, but the others were also envious. "I found it yesterday when I was looking through my junk. After becoming an immortal, the wine I drink is getting better and better. I forgot about these inferior wines that I stored during my time as a mortal. If you guys like it, I still have a lot. Today, I'll give you enough." The bull-headed man laughed. As he spoke, he took out one wine gourd after another. "Old ox is still the brightest." Everyone laughed loudly. "You call this inferior wine? Old bull, you are too extravagant." Everyone laughed. The wine was distributed to everyone. Everyone looked in all directions. They could see that outside heavens beyond, there were 4 gigantic spheres that were closing in on each other. The old bull sighed slightly. "I haven't gone back for a long time." "That's right. Back then, Jichin used her body to mend the heavens and blocked the entrance to space. The enemies of the outside world couldn't enter, and we couldn't go back either. Back then, when our world shattered and the heavenly Tao collapsed, Jichin had no choice but to do so." "Old ox, do you regret it?" Everyone chimed in one after another. "Of course I don't regret it, even if I die in battle," shouted the old bull. "All right, many of our old brothers have left. We are the only ones left. I don't know how long we can last. However, it doesn't matter if we can last or not. Our world entrance has already been severed," said a hero with a smile. Everyone drank the low-quality wine and laughed freely. Just as everyone was chatting, boom. Behind them, a loud bang suddenly sounded. Following that, a huge spatial entrance appeared. Whoosh! Surging heaven-earth essence energy surged out from within. "What?" Everyone immediately stood up. "This entrance. This is the way home," a hero exclaimed. "It's broken. Furthermore, the heaven-earth essence energy has recovered. The heavenly Tao has been mended." The heroes immediately looked delighted. However, in the blink of an eye, everyone's expressions turned ugly. "If the entrance opens again, will the enemies be able to enter through it?" everyone asked worriedly. Just as the heroes were feeling anxious, a voice sounded from the entrance. "Everyone from heavens beyond." The moment the voice sounded, the heroes' expressions froze. "Welcome home." Immediately, the heroes' eyes turned red. "I'm Tian Tian. Don't worry. The place that Jichin sealed will be sealed again after everyone returns. Come back. The world needs you." Chao's voice sounded again. The group of heroes looked at each other and rushed in. Rumble. After the group of heroes stepped in, the original entrance disappeared again. Whoosh! 100 heroes stood on a mountain peak and looked at the vast world in the distance. All of them revealed ecstatic expressions. Not far from the heroes, Sage Shiman happened to pass by. When he suddenly saw 100 people appear out of thin air, he was slightly stunned. "I'm back! I'm back!" Roar! In an instant, the 100 people roared at the same time. As they roared, the surrounding void trembled from the impact of their roars. The ground shook rapidly, and the surrounding sea stirred up huge waves. Sage Shiman stood on the peak of a mountain peak and said in surprise, "How is this possible? The 11th firmament of ancestral immortal. The 12th firmament. In fact, 100. Where did so many experts come from? Although Sage Shimen could not see through the cultivation of these people, he could clearly feel the aura that they emitted. Even if he released the aura of a sage, he could not compare to them. How could there be so many of them out of the blue? Sage Shimen saw the 100 heroes. The 100 heroes also saw Sage Shimen. Ha ha ha, it's a sage. The heavenly Tao has been replenished, but there are still more sages. It seems like heaven is still the same. A hero laughed. Everyone looked at Sage Shimen. Sage Shimen could not pretend that he did not see it. Greetings, everyone. Sage Shimen said with a hint of doubt. Kid, when did Chang Tian recover from his injuries? One of the heroes laughed. Heaven. Sage Shimen was shocked. We are people who fought in heavens beyond. For hundreds of thousands of years, we did not know the situation in the world. Tell us. Another person said. You are all heroes of heavens beyond. Sage Shimen's face turned serious. That's right. Everyone nodded. My name is Shimen. Greetings, seniors. The Shimen sage immediately lowered his stance. Everyone smiled and nodded. Everyone, the world has changed greatly. Back then, Lotus God entered and the heavenly Tao collapsed. I believe everyone knows that heaven also died later on. Sage Shimen explained. Died? Everyone's face sank. Of course, he is alive now. Sage Shimen said. Speak clearly. Everyone frowned. The Shimen sage told them everything that he knew. He quickly told them about all the things that had happened in the world. After he finished speaking, the heroes had a complicated expression. The world has changed. Things remain the same, but people have changed. A hero sighed. However, it is getting better and better. Everyone, I will go home first. Me too. Farewell. Let's meet again in the future. Everyone bade farewell to each other and quickly flew in all directions. Sage Shimen was left alone. He was extremely shocked. Yang World, Outer East Continent. Xianyang. Inside a large hall. Inside the hall, waves of turbulent aura could be felt. Yan Chuan stood at the entrance of the hall and looked at Butterfly Queen and Miao, who was not far away. Boom! A loud sound came from Butterfly Queen's body as 14-colored light suddenly shot out from her body. A turbulent aura spread out. Slowly, Butterfly Queen opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, she suddenly realized that she was no longer at her original place. Where is this? Butterfly Queen shouted. Xianyang. Yan Chuan said. Xianyang? Since we are already here, then my father. Butterfly Queen's eyes were slightly red. He has been here for more than a year. The heavens have already retreated. Yan Chuan explained. Sigh. Butterfly Queen's body suddenly softened as she sat down with a sorrowful expression. She looked at Miao, who was not far away. Miao's body was also rapidly emitting colorful light. 11 colors, 12 colors, 13 colors, 14 colors. It only stopped when it reached 14 colors. Boom! Miao's aura was wild. Yan Chuan quickly stepped into the hall and closed the door. Only then did he release the sealed aura. Gradually, Miao's small eyes blinked and opened. Miao. Miao subconsciously called out. However, she stopped after a while and frowned as she turned her head. Butterfly Queen frowned as she looked at Miao. Yan Chuan also looked at Miao worriedly. Miao was in a daze for a while, as if a large amount of memories had appeared in her mind. She was trying her best to digest them. After a while, Miao came back to her senses. Sigh. Miao suddenly sighed. Miao, are you okay? Yan Chuan called out. Miao looked at Yan Chuan and then at Butterfly Queen with hesitation. Have you recovered your memories? Butterfly Queen asked. Yes, I have. However, I am still Miao. The previous Xuanmiao is dead. Miao shook her head. The previous Xuanmiao is dead. You are running away. You even sealed me for so long. This debt will be settled sooner or later. Butterfly Queen immediately shouted. Miao jumped slightly and jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder. Forget it. It's too late. I am now at the 14th ancestral immortal realm. What can you do to me? You. Butterfly Queen said angrily. Moreover, you should know that sealing you back then was for your own good. With your rash personality, if it weren't for father or me watching over you, you would have caused a lot of trouble. Miao said smugly. You're still talking about me? You have caused more trouble than me. Butterfly Queen immediately exposed her. Chapter 1373. Yang Realm, Outer East Continent, Imperial Palace. Lu was still living in her original palace. She was cultivating when she suddenly frowned. Lu slowly walked out of the palace. She looked at the sky. Palace Master, no, Empress, what's wrong? A maid immediately went forward. Something big might have happened. Send a message to Yan Chuan. Tell him that Dongfang Bubi and Ziwei Saint have resigned. Lu said with a frown. What? The maid was surprised. Ice God, Dongfang Bubi, and Ziwei Saint. 3 of them have already resigned. The positions of the saints that they resigned were quickly filled by others. I don't know who exactly it is. Lu said strangely. Yes. The maid immediately arranged to send the message. The message from the life plate soon reached Xianyang. Yan Chuan was accompanying Miao and Butterfly Queen. The 2 sisters bickered, neither of them giving in. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly and left the battlefield to the 2 girls. He retreated. Lu Buwei hurried over from afar. Yan Chuan stepped forward. Sage King, the Empress sent news. Dongfang Bubi and Ziwei Saint have resigned. And someone replaced them as soon as they resigned. Lu Buwei immediately said. Oh. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Sage King, something is wrong. More than a year ago, Ice God resigned. Now, Dongfang Bubi and Ziwei Saint have also resigned. There's something strange about this. Lu Buwei said solemnly. It's indeed strange. Yan Chuan nodded. Just as Yan Chuan was thinking. Far away in the outer south continent. The gate of the Kong family's imperial palace opened with a bang. Kong Huangtian stepped out of the imperial palace. He stood at the entrance of the palace and looked at the sky. The higher-ups of the Kong family stood respectfully at the side. Kong Huangtian was silent for a while. Gradually, determination flashed in his eyes. First world, all living beings in the world, listen up. Kong Huangtian said. His voice suddenly formed a strange sound wave that rushed in all directions. For a time, Kong Huangtian's voice filled the 9 continents of the Yang realm and the 6 continents of the netherworld. In Xianyang, Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes and looked toward the south. Miao and Butterfly Queen stopped quarreling and quickly walked forward, frowning as they looked towards the south. In the outer north continent, Tong Tian walked out of the Green Palace. Outside the west continent, Wu Jiong walked out of the Taiji Palace. In the middle heaven continent, the Tsar, Ju, and Yao Tianshan all walked out of the Great Hall. Countless experts in the world looked toward the south. Kong Huangtian's voice resounded throughout the world. Today, 10 years from now, I will defy the heavens and challenge the heavens. If I succeed, I will be 16 years old. If I fail, I will perish. 10 years before the battle, I will guard the Imperial Heaven Palace and enlighten the world, leaving behind my legacy. If you want to fight, come quickly. Kong Huangtian said. Boom! Kong Huangtian's words instantly ignited the entire world. On demand? Kong Huangtian's request. 10 years later, he wanted to challenge the heavens. In Green Turing Palace, the Grandmaster of Heaven narrowed his eyes. Goku, pack up and follow me to the southern outer continent. Tong Tian said. At the entrance of Taiji Palace. Taiping. Wu Jiong shouted. Mother Empress. Princess Taiping shouted. When I'm not around, you will be in charge. Wu Jiong said. Princess Taiping's expression changed, and she said happily, yes. In the Middle Heaven continent, the Tsar, Ju, and Yao Tianshang looked at each other. Kong Huangtian is boasting shamelessly. Humph. The two of you, head to the southern outer continent together and take revenge. The Tsar said in a deep voice. As he spoke, the Tsar looked at the two of them resolutely. All right. Ju and Yao Tianshang nodded. In Xianying City, when Yan Chuan heard Kong Huangtian's announcement, his face sank. The Butterfly Queen and Miao looked worried. It's coming. Miao said bitterly. Father will definitely win. The Butterfly Queen said with an ugly expression. Yan Chuan was silent for a while before he said, Lu Buwei, send a message to Lu Er. Ask her to resign from her position as a sage. Oh. Lu Buwei's eyes lit up. He quickly reacted and said, yes. As soon as Lu Buwei left, 3 powerful auras suddenly rushed over from outside Xianying City. Boom! The 3 auras rushed into Xianying City, and Xianying City's array formation suddenly opened. Yan Chuan and company looked over and saw 3 experts standing in the south of Xianying City. All of them had powerful auras. Lu Buwei, who had just retreated, returned. Many of Dezhen's officials quickly gathered around Yan Chuan. Ha 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 ha, Xianying City. The leader laughed loudly. It was a man with an ox head. He had a powerful aura, and 2 demon beast experts followed behind him. Just this aura alone made the eyes of many soldiers in Xianying City narrow. The aura of an 11th firmament ancestral immortal. Wang Jian said in a deep voice. No, the leader is a 12th firmament ancestral immortal. Bai Qi said in a deep voice. Who are you? Yan Chuan called out in a deep voice. Miao, I know him. Miao suddenly shouted. Oh. Yan Chuan looked at Miao. Miao flew to the front excitedly. Big Ox, Third Pig, Monkey Demon, you're back. Miao suddenly said happily. When Miao called out, Yan Chuan understood that they were friends and not enemies. He waved his hand gently, and Su Fu quickly removed the array formation. In the outside world, the 3 experts suddenly saw Miao. Whoosh! The 3 of them quickly flew over. Greetings, heavens. The 3 of them smiled respectfully. Don't you recognize me? The Butterfly Queen shouted. The 3's faces froze as they looked at the Butterfly Queen in fear. Greetings, second young lady. Why are you back? Miao immediately asked curiously. Heavens opened the door. The 100 of us are all back. The leader of the Minotaurs said. 100? All of them? Big Ox, what do you mean? Miao asked in surprise. There are only 100 of us left. The leader of the Minotaurs said bitterly. Miao, the others. Miao fell silent. The Minotaurs nodded bitterly. It's been hard on all of you all these years. Miao sighed slightly. No, we're still alive after all. Now that we've returned, the others have returned. Some of them have become saints, and some have decided to retire for a period of time. The few of us have come to seek refuge under you. Look. The Minotaurs said respectfully. That's for the best. In that case, all of you can stay in Great Jun. Miao said. Great Jun. The three of them looked at Yan Chuan with slightly changed expressions. Whoosh! Miao jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder. Yan Chuan, they used to be my subordinates and my best friends. In the future, when they come to Great Jun, you have to confer them high-ranking positions. Miao said. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly as he looked at Miao. Just as he was about to say something, by the way, the big ox, Zhu Lao San, and monkey demon can use those birth charts. Miao said. Oh. All of them have the primogenitor's bloodline. Yan Chuan's expression changed slightly. That's right. Miao nodded. Yan Chuan looked at the three of them and said, the three of you, although this is my first time meeting you and I don't know much about you, I believe in Miao. If the three of you don't mind, you can enter Great Jun and become supreme beasts. What do you think? The three of them looked at Yan Chuan with curiosity in their eyes. You're from the Great Thousand Realms? The big ox asked with a frown. Oh. Yan Chuan looked at the three of them in confusion. Heavens beyond heaven. I heard a friend in the Great Thousand Realms mention you. The big ox said solemnly. Chapter 1374. Yang Realm, Outer East Continent, a desert in Zhenlong's territory. Yan Chuan, Miao, and Butterfly Queen had arrived. Boom! A sea of blood appeared. Butterfly Queen, I'll have to trouble you again this time. Yan Chuan said as he stood on the sea of blood. Your ability is really strange. Butterfly Queen said strangely. Miao, Yan Chuan, aren't you looking for someone at the 14th level of heaven? I can do it alone. Miao shouted. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. You can't do it alone. Why? Miao frowned. Because your 14th level of ancestral immortal is still not enough. Yan Chuan did not hide it. Not enough? Butterfly Queen frowned. Maybe you won't be happy, but I still want to say that although you are at the 14th level of heaven, your strength is slightly weaker than those who cultivate on their own. Your 14th level of heaven is with the help of the nest. Yan Chuan explained. The two frowned and finally nodded helplessly. The best proof was that Yan Chuan's first life, Blue, was able to suppress the 13th level of Butterfly Queen in the 10 Halls formation not long ago. However, with the two of you, it's enough. I didn't want to look for you, but I have to ask for your help this time. Help me break through to the 10th level of heaven. Yan Chuan said seriously. Miao. Don't worry. Miao immediately replied. Freak. Butterfly Queen rolled her eyes. Butterfly Queen and Miao flew into the sky and looked at the sea of blood below. Yan Chuan, we're going. Miao shouted. Boom. 3 days later, Yan Chuan, Miao, and Butterfly Queen returned to Xianyan. Yan Chuan, you're at the 10th level of heaven now. When are we going to the southern continent? Miao asked. The Butterfly Queen also looked at Yan Chuan. Although she didn't want to admit it, Butterfly Queen understood the importance of having Yan Chuan with her. At the very least, he wanted Miao to share a common enemy with him. Yan Chuan was silent for a while. He stood at the entrance of the skyward hall and looked to the south. Miao jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder. What are you looking at? Miao was confused. I don't plan to go to the south outer continent this time. Yan Chuan shook his head. What? Why? Miao exclaimed. Butterfly Queen also looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. You're not going to participate in such a big battle? Shaking his head, Yan Chuan said firmly, I'm not going. Not only me, you guys shouldn't go either. Why? Miao frowned deeply. Haha, why shouldn't we go? That's a battle between my father and Kong Huangtian. It concerns my father's life and death. Butterfly Queen exclaimed. That's why you can't go. Yan Chuan shook his head. What do you mean? Kong Huangtian invited the experts of the world. Do you really think he only invited them? Yan Chuan looked at Butterfly Queen. I don't understand. Rather than inviting the experts of the world, it's better to say that he's nurturing his battle qi. Kong Huangtian wants to use the challenges of the experts of the world to adjust his battle qi and battle qi to the peak. He wants to use his peak state to fight against the heavens. Yan Chuan explained. And then? If you all go, you will only add flowers to Kong Huangtian's brocade, sharpening his sword even more, allowing him to fight against the heavens. Yan Chuan said with a heavy voice. Me? The two girls' expressions changed. We won't fight. We'll just watch. Butterfly Queen said. Huh, you think you can outsmart Kong Huangtian? If you don't go find him, you won't be involved in the battle? Yan Chuan said. Butterfly Queen's eyes narrowed. Furthermore, the reason why Chao gave you the heaven's net that day was so that I could resolve my worries. If you all go and appear on the battlefield, how can Chao wholeheartedly fight against Kong Huangtian? Yan Chuan said in a heavy voice. Huh. Miao's mouth fell open. Butterfly Queen also showed a pained expression. Dezhen has sent a large number of factory guards to the southern continent. They will send any news immediately. You guys should stay in Xianyang and wait patiently. Yan Chuan comforted. But what about my father? Miao said anxiously. Even if you guys go, it won't help. If some people make use of you, Chao will be even more worried. Don't go. According to Chao, no matter what the result is, it's fate. Yan Chuan sighed. The two girls looked conflicted. After a while, Miao Miao let out a long sigh. All right. It said grudgingly. Sigh. Butterfly Queen sighed. Then, what do you plan to do? Miao looked at Yan Chuan. Your three subordinates have become the supreme beasts of Dezhen. I've given them the primogenitor's fate charts. A few days ago, I talked to them. The four worlds are gathering quickly. In at most 200 years, the four worlds will collide. Yan Chuan said solemnly. 200 years. The two girls' expressions changed. Yes, that's at most 200 years. That's according to the current speed. However, as the four worlds get closer, the speed will increase. 200 years. Is it long? Chao can't wait any longer. Kong Huangtian can't wait any longer. Chao moved all the heroes back from the heavens beyond heaven. Kong Huangtian is preparing to fight against the heavens before the southern continent is fully unified. Yan Chuan said. Oh. The two girls nodded solemnly. That's why Dezhen has to move quickly. We were planning to rest for a while, but it's too late now. We have to expand our territory immediately. Yan Chuan said solemnly. The two girls frowned and nodded, but they were still depressed. A month later. In the Eastern Sea. Zhang Yi personally came to the palace of the Explosive Beast King. On behalf of the Heavenly Emperor, Zhang Yi thanks the Explosive Beast King for your help. Zhang Yi said with a smile. The giant Explosive Beast King twisted its body and said, This is the agreement with Yan Chuan. It's what I should do. Have you collected the information? Zhang Yi's expression turned solemn as he said, Yes, the Sea Eye of the Netherworld sealed the identical beasts of the various eras, just like you all. Therefore, we guessed that the person who sealed you all was someone from the same force. Some time ago, we went to Evil Old Demon's nest to search. Oh. The Explosive Beast King's eyes lit up. We found a race with a human head and a snake body. They looked like Goddess Jichen, right? Zhang Yi said. The Explosive Beast King nodded gently. I think so. When they sealed me, there was a fog. I vaguely saw a giant beast with a human head and a snake body. Come to think of it, this was a clue that De Zhen got from Miao. Oh. You also know that Miao Miao didn't intend to seal evil old demon, but rather to kill him. However, Goddess Jichen pleaded for mercy on his behalf, so he decided to suppress him instead. Goddess Jichen is also a member of the Snake clan. However, this clan has long since disappeared from the world. Who would have thought that they would be living in the heavenly demon world? Zhang Yi explained. Heavenly demon realm? The explosive beast king frowned. This time, I'm here to show my sincerity. I hope to talk to you. Zhang Yi smiled. Oh. The heavenly emperor hopes that you can form an alliance with De Zhen. Zhang Yi said solemnly. Alliance? Isn't it now? Now, this is too shallow. You know, we only provide you with information, and you have helped great Zhen. In that case, life and death is up to fate. Zhang Yi smiled. The explosive beast king looked at Zhang Yi. You don't think that the reason the Naga clan sealed you away is so that you can live a happy life, do you? Zhang Yi laughed. The explosive beast king's eyelids twitched. You have a great enemy. De Zhen also wants to conquer the world. When your enemy comes, De Zhen will do its best to help you. As for you, when De Zhen expands its territory, I hope that you will do your best to help De Zhen. Zhang Yi said solemnly. The explosive beast king fell silent. I know that this goes against your initial wishes. However, the world is in chaos. The heroes of outer sky have returned. Kong Huangtian is preparing to challenge the nests. All of this makes it impossible for us to wait patiently. The heroes have started to climb the peak. If we don't open up a new path soon, we will die in the river of history. Zhang Yi said firmly. Half a year later. Xianyang City. In Yen Chuan study, Heavenly Emperor, there is news from the outer southern continent. Tong Tian has sent a challenge letter. 3 days later, he will officially challenge Kong Huangtian. Lu Gang said. Tong Tian. Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. At the same time, many experts of the world have arrived. The Tsar and Wu Jiong are among them. Lu Gang said respectfully. Outer southern continent, Yang realm, Tongtian's first request for a challenge immediately made imperial sky territory bustle with excitement. 3 days later, the sect leader of Tongtian would fight against Kong Huangtian. The moment the news spread, countless cultivators were filled with anticipation and excitement. However, there were two people who could not bring themselves to smile at this moment. The Heavenly Court's Foreign Affairs Division Chief, Dongfang Jingpai, and Deputy Chief Ren Shu. The two of them were tied up like dumplings in a large hall. I told you. This is retribution, right? I told you not to peek at others bathing, but you can't change it. Now, even I feel disgusted. Ren Shu scolded. Dongfang Zhengpai said awkwardly, how would I know that he is a man? Weren't you very excited before? Ren Shu's face darkened. Now, we can't even run away. Aren't we finished? You should quickly think of a way to ask the Heavenly Emperor for help. How can I free myself? Dongfang Zhengpai was tied up and could not move at all. Sigh, right. Who is that person? Even I, an ancestral immortal, can't escape from him. Ren Shu said. I think he is the Tsar. Dongfang Zhengpai said. Ren Shu. What should we do now? Ren Shu was anxious. Yen Chuan said that I am blessed. Nothing bad will happen to me. Besides, we are both men. This is not a big deal. Let's sleep first. We will talk when we wake up. Dongfang Zhengpai said. Then, Dongfang Zhengpai closed his eyes and fell asleep. You can still sleep at this time. Ren Shu was speechless. Snore. Dongfang Zhengpai's snoring sound could be heard. Fuck. Ren Shu was completely convinced. In another large hall, the Tsar, Ju, and Yao Tianshang were sitting inside. The Tsar's face darkened. What happened to you today is really... Ju said with a strange smile. People from Great Zhen's heavenly court, Dongfang Zhengpai, and Ren Shu. Humph. The Tsar's eyes turned cold. They must be scared to death now. However, they are also from Great Zhen. How do you plan to deal with them? Yao Tianshang said with a strange smile. Great Zhen. What happened to Great Zhen? The Tsar's eyes turned cold. At this time, a subordinate walked into the hall. Didn't I ask you to watch those two bastards? Did they escape? The Tsar said in a low voice. No, they are asleep. The subordinate said, you're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.